Chapter 1, Prologue. MC's images in paragraph comment. It all started where it usually does in these types of stories. I died. I don't remember much about my past life. Or at least the parts about my family and friends have been blurred into oblivion. I know I had a loving family. Parents, definitely. Sibling, maybe. Friends and lovers, not so sure. I bet you're not interested in what my life used to be, but what it is now. To disappoint many among you, no, I did not wake up in a womb, about to be squished out and soon to be smacked on my bum by a pervert, aka doctor. Nor did I wake up in my bed to find that the memories of my two lives had been merged. No. That would have been too simple. As long as I remember, I instinctively know things. For example, I didn't have to read the alphabet like a normal kid. I began my reading with words. And didn't that freak out my mother? More on that later. Okay, so as I was saying, I knew stuff that a toddler shouldn't be aware of in normal circumstances. Add that to the fact that I was born in a middle-class Catholic family in Bromley, London. Normally, that would be good news, as that's much better than being born in a third-world country. The first problem is of course my loving family. My father was the only one among the two who truly loved me unconditionally. Despite me being a freak of nature, as my mother used to sometimes call me. He spent most of his time with me whenever he was home. I used to think that my mother must be terrible in bed, as Dad would rather play catch with his toddler than play adult games with her. It was only later I found out the reason. He was diagnosed with advanced pancreatic cancer when I was just 3. His medical bills skyrocketed and he couldn't spend as much time at his work as he used to earlier because of his worsening health. My mother used to shout at him a lot for it. Being a toddler, I didn't want to get in between them. And that one time I tried when I was 4, I was backhanded across the face by my mother. That was the first time I saw my father hit my mother. I decided immediately that it was better to just let them be. At least there was no hitting when I wasn't involved. That was also the day when Dad told me everything. I won't be here long, love, he caressed my hair after I was done sobbing on his chest. Daddy has to go away. Are you dying? I asked bluntly. He sighed out loud before chuckling. Of course, you'd know all about that. He rubbed his face tiredly before looking me directly in the eye. Yes, I have at most 2 years to live. But you never know what may happen. He finished in a somber tone. Fresh tears pricked my eyes as I hugged him again. Why you? Why couldn't it be her? I asked between sobs. Don't say that, love, he rebuked. Your mom loves you a lot, she's just sad that I'll go away. Now promise me one thing. He held me by my shoulders and carefully looked me in the eye again. Promise that you'll take care of her. I know she'll need someone to rely on, and after me, you'll be the man of the house, so promise that you'll love her and care for her. But most importantly, promise me that you'll be happy as much as you can. I nodded with everything I had. I didn't want to disappoint him any further. He didn't live much longer after that. He died a week before my 5th birthday, on Christmas Eve. Less than a week before the beginning of 1994. At that time, it hurt. A lot. But such is life. His funeral was a quiet affair, as he didn't have any family in England, being born and raised in Seattle, USA in his early years. Dad just had an uncle in New York, but even he didn't show up. Dad didn't have any other families, so the visitors were mostly his friends, co-workers, and neighbors, and of course my mother's relatives. After the funeral, life came back to a regularity of sorts. Luckily for my mother, Dad had taken insurance before I was born. It wasn't too much money, but we should be comfortable for a few years at the very least. I was feeling more and more lonely than ever at home. You must be thinking, at least I had my mother right? Right? Wrong. She had married my father straight out of college and had been living with him for the last 10 or so years without working a single day in her life. And now she blamed me for her misfortune. She never outright said it, but she might as well have. I tried to explain to myself that it was her way of coping with loss, but you could do that only so many times before you get disillusioned with your life. And yes, I know it is fucking weird to feel that before even becoming a teenager, but such was my life. Now, this was only the first problem. The second problem came in the form of the year. I was born in January 1989. Yes, the era when the internet wasn't available for us common folk. Heck, even mobile phones were a thing for the rich and nobility, with sky-high prices for both the handset and operating charges. In the absence of such resources, my mother sought out help from the church regarding my talents. While most of the priests were impressed by my quick grasp of language and even offered to take me under their wing, I still shudder at the mere thought. There was this one old crone who insisted we call her sister. The only person she could be a sister of was Adolf Hitler. So, this crone used to look at me warily and began chanting verses from the Holy Bible whenever I was in her close proximity. At the time I thought she would probably become better with the passage of time. So I was on my best behavior and gave her my biggest smile possible. Unfortunately for me, it had a totally opposite effect on her. Seeing my smile, her looks of wariness turned into contempt, and eventually, my mere sight would cause her to give me a look of deep hatred. Some of her words must have reached my mother's ears, because that was the time when she began distancing herself from me and spent most of her days in the gloom, drinking away my father's insurance money. Life was hell, yes, but I survived. Before someone goes on a tirade about not knowing the difficulties of the poor uneducated children in some parts of Africa or other such underdeveloped regions, please don't. If only I was a little older, say, by 5 years, I wouldn't have such a problem. But I wasn't. Do you know how difficult it is for a 5-year-old to buy groceries when his mother is probably passed out in a ditch somewhere? Or to avoid getting the police involved when any sane person can take a look and straightaway lock her up for child negligence? Or to simply reach the countertop so I could make something edible for the two of us? No, you fucking don't. So reserve your judgment for someone who cares about it. Each day was a struggle, but I somehow made it work. I knew that if I didn't grab life by its tits, I would become depressed and kill myself off. So I found joy in little things which most people don't. It was difficult, but that's how I spent 3 years after my dad's passing. That was a brief summary of my life for the first 8 years. Chapter 2, Ch1. I walked slowly in trepidation as our little apartment got closer. It was a 3-bedroom apartment that, thankfully, my father had bought in cash before his death, or we'd probably have to move to a smaller home by now. I had a feeling something bad was gonna happen today. It usually does when I have a superb day at school. Yes, I was still going to elementary school. I won't risk my education because of some bad parenting. I know that I don't need school, at least not elementary school, with the level of my knowledge, but my mother refused to allow me to skip grades and I had to spend as much time away from her as possible. Initially, I thought it would be torture to spend almost half of your waking day with little kids learning basic things that most people know. But surprisingly, it was still better than looking after a grown woman who does nothing but waste away her days in a daze of booze. So, as I was saying, it was a good day today at school. My classmate Mark just turned 8 today and his parents brought enough snacks and cake for the whole class. Then, my homeroom teacher, Ms. Sarah, told me that she would be recommending my name for the regional spelling bee, and if I performed well enough, I could even compete with older children or go on to the nationals. Then she gave me this angelic smile and said, "I'm proud of you." I basked in that praise of hers. I know, I should be mature enough to not crave such little attention. But that was all the praise I would get for probably the entire month. My teachers in general had gotten used to my brilliance by now. I had overheard more than one teacher complain about me wasting my potential in their class. If only they knew about the source of my brilliance. So yes, my day till now had been amazing, and that just filled me with dread. The last time something like this had happened, I had to pick my mother up from her own vomit and wash her up before tucking her in. Not an easy task with my current size. The day my father died and the day my mother began her depressed drinking were both similar when I had the best of times at school. My uneasiness wasn't unwarranted, at least not in my opinion. I climbed up the steps to the second floor and took out the keys from my backpack. It might be unusual for an 8-year-old to carry a set of house keys, but with me hardly anything was normal. I held out the door ajar only to freeze in place witnessing the sight in front of me. 3 people were on the floor of my living room. 2 men and a woman. Needless to say, the woman was my mother while I didn't know either of the men. That wasn't what shocked me though. The shocking part was their clothes that were strewn across the floor haphazardly. Yes folks, my mother was having a threesome right in front of my eyes and she didn't even notice when I entered. I stayed transfixed on the spot, unable to even move to my own room because then they would definitely notice me. That image was too much for my young eyes, so I closed them tightly. Their cries of passion however filled the atmosphere completely as all 3 of them moaned in unison. What the fuck have I walked into? With that thought in mind, I decided to slowly inch out of the place and wait near the stairs. At least better than getting detailed sex education at 8, right? I slowly tried shutting the door as I was making my way out. It was right at that moment that the damn door chose to creak. Somehow, it was loud enough to get the attention of one of the men my mother was blowing. His eyes lifted up and met mine and for a second I could not move. Apparently, the man had some morality because he withdrew himself from that woman and shouted, "Hey! There's a kid watching." I chose that moment to leave all subtlety and shut the door quickly. I moved back to the stairs and sat down timidly. Yes, she has brought home people before, but they were mostly younger men. I remember this one regular guy of hers who looked underage. Usually that happened in my mother's bedroom so I didn't have to see them in action. The noise and when they left afterward, I saw that from my room window, was enough to know about them. Most of the time these men didn't even know I existed. Clearly, that wasn't the case today. "What the fuck, Carla? That was your kid?" The voice was clearly the blowjob guy. "That's what happens when people fuck." "Oh. Oh. Oh yes. Keep going, Kevin. Will you stop fucking for God's sake? That kid just saw." "Shut the fuck up, asshole." My mother's agitated voice cut him off mid-sentence. "He is a little motherfucker who was born to fuck my life. Now either finish what you started or get the fuck out." My eyes teared up hearing that sentence. It's not my fault for being born. I know this as a fact, but still, I had hoped she would have at least some love left for me somewhere. I just sat there and cried silently. Within a minute I felt a hand on my shoulder. I looked up with my watery eyes to see the blowjob guy, now fully dressed. "Sorry you had to see that kid. Now that I see him with his clothes on, he is a man in his late 20s or early 30s with a noticeable tummy but still quite handsome." I nodded at him, accepting his apology silently. It isn't his fault that my mother couldn't love me. With that he started walking down the stairs, but he still kept looking back at me every few steps. He didn't hide the pity in his eyes as he walked down. Now that the guy with a conscience has gone away, I can only wait for the other one to finish, hopefully soon, and then I can go to my room for some well-deserved solitude. It took them at least another half-hour to finish. It was agonizing to wait outside the door, but I dare not disturb them. While my mother hadn't hit me in years, I wouldn't try provoking her. When the other man left the house, he just gave me a side glance but didn't say anything. I waited for him to disappear from my sight before opening the apartment door again. Finally, his lordship is back. My mother's voice rang out with heavy sarcasm. I avoided her sight and made a beeline for my bedroom. Through my peripheral vision, I saw that she was wearing a negligee with nothing underneath. I quickened my pace but was unfortunately stopped by her voice. "Troy." I turned towards her slightly but kept my eyes firmly locked on her feet. "You've been a naughty boy, today. You ruined Mummy's fun, as a punishment you won't get dinner tonight." She finished in a clipped tone. I abruptly looked up at her face and took in the steely expression present there. Anger coursed through my veins unrestrained, but I didn't utter a word. This was a new low, even for her. Although she won't ever accept the fact, she knew that I was the responsible one between the two of us. In the past year alone, I prepared meals for her more times than she did for me. What right did she have to take away my food? But I didn't say a word. I won't give her the satisfaction. So, I simply went to my room and tried to ignore whatever happened today. I probably fell asleep in my bed when I was awakened by my mother's shouting. I immediately became aware of all my surroundings as I quickly got up and put an ear to the door of my room. "And I fucking told you. He is asleep in his room." "Me? Someone came to meet me? But why? He is healthy and happy. His teachers only sing his praises. Why the fuck do you think I'll beat him up?" "I didn't say you beat him." A gruff voice sounded. "There was a complaint and it is obligatory for us to check the kid and his surroundings. If he is indeed sleeping, show that to us and we can come back later when he is awake." Holy shit! Someone lodged a complaint against her. It didn't take long for me to deduce that it was probably the blowjob guy. But what should I say to them? Before I could make any sort of decision, the door opened on itself and I came face to face with my mother, who was looking down at me with the sweetest smile I had seen on her visage in a long time. "Troy, love. These nice people want to talk to you. Why don't you tell them how much you love me?" The last part was whispered in a low tone. For an instant, she gave me this venomous look that said she would probably kill me if I said anything else. Behind her stood a tall brawny man on the younger side with a nice smile and a middle-aged lady whose laugh lines at the corner of her eyes spoke of her inherent kindness. I was conflicted. I could probably end this farce of a life with her at this moment. She didn't want me anyway. But then again, I didn't know what awaited me once I left this place. It could be like from one foster home to another like shown in most of the movies. Or it could be a quiet, boring but stable life. And I had made a promise to Dad to care for my mother. But then I remembered the second promise I made to him. I'll be happy as much as I can. It didn't take me long to decide before I told the two nice-looking people everything. I even made up the part where I feared for my life because she was trying to starve me to death. "Mum doesn't want me around," I told the nice lady who was hugging me while his colleague was glaring daggers at my mother. I didn't even have to fake my tears because I was genuinely hurt with her actions. "Can you take me somewhere else? I know she would be happier once I move out." "You little piece of shit. You ungrateful little fuck. I'll show you happiness." She pounced on me. Fortunately, the brawny man held her away from me and the shouting continued. Sigh. I knew today would be a bad day. Break. They temporarily moved me to a group home. Apparently, her having wild sex in front of me is a type of sexual abuse and judges tend to be harsher against such crimes. As a result, she lost all rights to my custody. The worst part is that she didn't even fight for it. I knew she didn't want me, but she didn't even see me after that horrible day. Didn't even ask the public defender she was probably assigned, for anything to do with me. That's my best guess because I knew she couldn't afford a lawyer with whatever little insurance money she had left. At least she could be happier in the future without the burden of a child. That's what I told myself before going to sleep every night and to avoid any lingering guilt over her punishment. 1 week after that I was moved to another home. But this time it was a foster home belonging to a very nice-looking couple in their mid to late 30s. Hello love, I'm Kathy K. Loves and this is my husband Steve K. Loves. The homely lady beamed down at me. Immediately I got the feeling that this place would definitely be better than anything my mother could provide for. My caseworker pushed me gently on the back. Go on love, introduce yourself. Hello, I am Troy Francis Armitage. Chapter 3, Ch2. Nice enough for my current requirements. You like it, kid? A male voice came from the door. I turned and saw my new guardian Steve leaning against the door. Now that I take in his appearance properly, he was a man on the chubbier side with a resting bitch face. Yeah, the dude must be working in a haunted house part-time. If you'd like, we can add decorations according to your requirements. Wait, do you want a PC? That's what kids want these days, right? He scratched his chin in contemplation. If you don't mind me asking, what do you do for a living? I asked politely. Steve raised an eyebrow at my question, quite articulate, aren't you? I merely shrugged my shoulders. To answer you, both me and my wife are writers. She is a staff writer on a British TV drama and I am working on some ideas myself. You're an American. That was a statement. His accent was evident to anyone. Are you sure you're 8? Steve teased with a smile. I shifted on my heels uncomfortably. That's why Mum didn't love me. Because I am a freak of nature. By now I knew for sure that this is my second time around, but would someone actually believe me if I told them? I knew a lot of things about the future. There are many gaps in my memory where some incidents are just erased outright. But whenever I read a book or see a movie or even a news article about an incident, I get very vivid memories associated with that incident. Provided that I had witnessed it in my past life. Like last year, I was watching Home Alone for the first time in this life, but as soon as I saw the opening credits, I knew the whole story and every scene. Watching that movie was the biggest déjà vu ever. But when I watched this other film called Free Willy, I knew jack shit about it. Only because I hadn't watched that film in my past life. I felt a pair of hands on my shoulders and I looked up to see Steve trying and failing to give me a reassuring smile. Hey, it's all right, kid. You'll be fine now. And get this fact straight, you're no freak. If your mother couldn't realize your intelligence for the gift it is, then it's her fault. I looked at him carefully to see if there was any deceit in his words. You're not gonna sexually abuse me, are you? Immediately, Steve removed his hands from me and took 2 steps back hurriedly with a horrified expression on his face. Why? I never. What are you? He sputtered incoherently for a few seconds. I couldn't help but laugh out loud at that. Ha ha ha, oh my god, your reaction was epic. I wiped away the tears that had come to my eyes after laughing for a good minute or two. I looked up at him to see that he was not very amused. In hindsight, yes, it was a dick move, but I am a kid, remember? I'm sorry, shouldn't have said that, I mumbled very insincerely, barely controlling my giggles. I took a deep breath in and said, I think we should talk about our lives and what we expect from each other. Mrs. K. Loves should also be here for that discussion. Call us Steve and Kathy. These honorifics will get real old real soon. When I inclined my head in acceptance, he continued, we can talk after lunch. Kathy is preparing food for us. Come down when you're ready. After that I can help you unpack your stuff. We can even go out and get you some new things. I hesitated, maybe in a few days. What's the point of buying tons of stuff only to find that I don't like the pair or they don't like me and I have to move to some other foster home? It's always better to assume the worst. As you wish, he agreed immediately. Break. Lunch was mostly a quiet affair with Kathy making small talk with me now and again and I reciprocated. That was a kind lady through and through with a very infectious smile. After lunch, we convened in the living room where I told them my life story. Well, my current life at least. Okay, a modified version where I learn very fast and I have read quite some books but I don't really like reading. So it's like you're good at something but you don't enjoy it. Do I really like reading? To some extent, yes, but not enough to be labeled a genius. I know there will come a time when I won't be able to grasp any new knowledge when my current knowledge gets exhausted. Then what? I'll become mediocre. So it's better to let them think that I am a lazy genius who doesn't want to work too much. I told them about my dad, my mum, everything that they might not have known from my caseworker. Troy. I looked up at the blurred image of a worried woman who immediately took me in her arms. I sobbed gently on her chest. Hey fuckers, get your head out of gutter. That's a woman who's like 5 times my age and I'm just 8 for Christ's sake. Hush darling. Everything will be okay now. It's not your fault, none of it is. She slowly drew circles on my back with her fingers and I couldn't help but relax in her embrace. You're not American. I stated another obvious fact. She laughed in a melodious voice as we separated. Of course I'm not. I met Steve at a wedding in Birmingham and we immediately had a connection. It has been, what? 7 years. 8, Steve corrected. My bad. Kathy continued, 8 years and still feels like it was just yesterday. Do you have any kids? Kathy's good mood instantly vanished. No, we don't. Hey, but you'll be our first kid, foster or otherwise, and we'll have loads of fun together. Deflection is a classic strategy for conversation avoidance. Let's help her out a little. I think you must have noticed by now, but I don't talk like normal children my age. Steve scoffed at that. Kathy gave him a raised eyebrow in question, but Steve didn't reply. What I'm trying to say is, I understand things children my age don't. Like? Kathy asked after digesting my words for a few moments. Like, I understand sexual innuendo hidden between words. So if that's your thing, please do it when I'm not around. Kathy's face was the most memorable thing of that night for me. Steve didn't hold his laughter back any longer as he guffawed wholeheartedly at his wife's gobsmacked expression. Soon he was joined by Kathy and I. Oh God, Kathy wheezed out somehow. It felt so wrong coming out from the mouth of an 8-year-old. Thanks for that, kid. I got some new inspiration for my upcoming script. I perked up at that. You writing for a TV show? Yeah. I am currently working on a show as a staff writer, but also writing a pilot on the side. If it gets picked up, then yes, I would be making a full series. Came the immediate reply from Kathy. Wow. That's great. If you are selected, then perhaps you can give me a role to play. We could be working together. I gushed excitedly. Kathy smiled at my enthusiasm. Are you sure you want to work in showbiz? With that brain of yours you can go do anything you want. Her sentence made me pause. I thought about it hard. I couldn't have learned all the books in my past life, could I? My advantages would start diminishing as soon as I begin any sort of college. But that wouldn't be the case if I pursue some sort of art. Then I'll be free from the shackles of society to do well in school, and I wouldn't have to worry about what they would think. Also, who wants to work a 9-to-5 job for some big corporation when you can work at different intervals according to your preference? For a different type of big corporation. Yes. I might be good at studies, but I don't like it. And there's no harm in trying, right? I answered with confidence. Kathy hummed in acceptance. Well, then you should talk to Steve, he could give you a role in his next movie. Kathy. Steve whispered in irritation, we talked about this. I'm working on my novel. Kathy shook her head, and I told you it's only a matter of time before you go back. You love movies too much not to. Hey folks, I interrupted, am I missing something? Kathy looked at me curiously. He hasn't told you? He is a film director and has made 2 movies. I paused for a moment as I took in that information. Is it just the biggest coincidence of my life that as soon as I thought about being an actor, my guardian turned out to be a film director? I looked up at Steve as I asked him, anything I might have seen? Kathy answered for him, The Fabulous Baker Boys and Flesh and Bone. You wouldn't have watched them because they both were for older audiences. I racked up my memories to see if I could remember anything from either of my lives, but I drew a blank. So were they successful? Steve answered in a tight voice, No, they weren't. Now, I have put all my focus on writing my novel. I nodded and decided to drop the topic as he clearly wasn't in a good enough mood to talk about the movies. Troy, Kathy called out, tomorrow, we have to go to your new school for an interview. On the way back, we can get you some things for your room. All right. I didn't protest this time. For some reason, I had a feeling that I would like being here. Break. Living with the K-Loves was the best thing that happened to me in years. I came here in January and joined Woodstock Primary School. While most children may find it hard to fit in while changing schools in the middle of a school session, I didn't mind. The primary reason being, I didn't get anxious over strangers' opinions. So the transition was relatively smooth. The school was the largest primary school in Greenwich and had all sorts of activities and clubs. Kathy encouraged me to participate in the drama club and boy was I loving it. Before I knew it, months had passed by and I had smoothly integrated in Steve and Kathy's lives. They had also become an integral part of my daily life. It wasn't anything major, but I couldn't imagine waking up and not having Kathy kiss my head, or Steve ruffling my hair whenever he had to go out of the house, or after leaving me at the school. I guess that is what being part of a family is all about. Little things that separates us from strangers. One fine afternoon found me sitting on the couch in the living room and reading my favorite book series of all time in probably both my lives. The series I grew up with in my past life and from what I can see, here as well. Harry Potter. I still remember that particular day in June. When most children are preparing for the final exams of the term, I entered a local bookshop on my way from the bus stop to my home. Believe me when I say that I had the biggest of déjà vu as soon as I saw this book hidden in a corner, away from any of the popular spots in the store. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Joanne Rowling. The title alone brought back years' worth of memories in my mind. From reading all 7 main books and all 8 movies with the spin-off Fantastic Beasts series. And of course fanfiction. Thousands of fanfictions circling around the Harry Potter world were suddenly in my head. Boy, was I a fanatic. At this point, I think I know more about the franchise than Ms. Rowling herself. While Steve and Kathy didn't spoil me too much, they still left me with good enough spending money. So I immediately bought 2 first edition hardcover versions of the very first Harry Potter book. If my math is right, the book that hardly cost me my weekly pocket change will definitely be worth a small fortune in future. I looked in pity at the other kids in the store who were readily ignoring the marvelous book. Poor souls don't realize the value of treasure they are missing. I rushed back home and placed one book with my things and took the other one to the living room to read. I read the complete book in one sitting. Kathy gave me some snacks right there, but I didn't put the book down. When I was done hours later, I looked up to see Steve sitting down in front of me with a writing pad and jotting something down. Probably working on his novel. "Hey Steve! When did you come back?" I asked, surprised. Steve smiled, "Nearly an hour ago. You were engrossed in your little book so I didn't disturb you." I smiled sheepishly, "Sorry, this book is so good. I had to finish it." "Oh, believe me, I know the feeling." "So what book is it?" Steve asked curiously. I couldn't help but gush, "Oh, this book is awesome. It's the story of a small boy named Harry Potter who was abused by his uncle and aunt because his parents were murdered. Later he finds out that he is a wizard and his relatives hate magic, thus the abuse. Then he goes to this magic school Hogwarts and the rest is about his adventures there. He fights a troll, a 3-headed dog, flies on a broomstick while playing football in the air." Steve looked thoughtful as I gave him a synopsis of the first book. When I was done, he began, "Troy, are you perhaps?" But he didn't finish his sentence. I gave him a questioning look. He sighed then finished, empathizing with the protagonist. I was taken aback by his sentence. Was I really? I mean, yes, some of our circumstances might be similar. Hell, even our looks are similar, with both of us having black hair and green eyes. But I know that my love for the series is much deeper than empathy. I don't think so, I answered after a few moments of contemplation. The book is really good. You can give it a read if you'd like. I put the book down on the coffee table and slid it towards him. He picked it up and checked out the first page, when my eyes fell on the floor, which was littered with crumpled pages. I looked up again towards the pad he had put on the table. I picked it up and saw the first page. It was blank. Chapter 4, Ch3. Is everything all right? I asked cautiously. Steve sighed and put the book down but didn't say anything. I didn't ask again. Even if he knows that I am more mature than others, I am still a kid for him. So I waited patiently. If he was interested in sharing his story, I'll always lend him an ear, if not. After a few minutes of silence, he said, I can't write anything. All my ideas feel like crap when I put them on paper. I tried and tried, again and again, but I am stuck. I don't know what I can do. Currently, I am jobless and waiting for God knows what. He sighed again. Right now Kathy's doing everything for our household. I feel like an invalid. You're not. My reply came out much harsher than I intended, but it did the job of shocking him. I cleared my throat. I mean it. You're a good person, Steve. So what if your last work failed? You just have to get up and try again. It's not that easy, Steve argued. I don't have the capital to make a movie and none of the production companies would spend any money on a failed director. Moreover, I don't think I am fit to be a director. You can always try something else. I tried to encourage him. He shook his head helplessly. I don't know anything other than movies. I thought hard about his predicament when my eyes fell on the book I had just finished. An idea popped into my head and I thought about the other timeline. Originally, the movie rights were purchased by someone else. I don't remember his name, but he paid more than $1 million to buy the rights of the first 4 books, but it was after the books had already been a major hit in the market. At this moment, that is not the case. If you don't want to be a director, you can always be a producer or adapt screenplays, I said with renewed confidence with a basic plan in mind for the future. He gave me an indulging smile. Look how pathetic I am. Crying about my woes to a child. Steve, you're not pathetic, I reiterated. You didn't have to take in a random kid in your home, but you did. Now I have an idea. Read this book. Here I pointed towards the hardcover book. Then tell me if this book can be made into a movie. You are the expert after all. I strongly feel that this book will become very popular within a few months because it's that good. Steve gave me a nod, but I knew he wasn't seriously considering my words. Hopefully, he will understand the value of this IP in time. I put the incident about Harry Potter out of my mind during the next few days to give Steve time to think about it. It was 3 days later that he approached me. The book is very good, you were right, he began. I immediately perked up. So will you make a movie? Oh please, oh please. Steve chuckled. I have set up a meeting through Bloomsbury, that's the publisher, and I am meeting the author today. My eyes lit up at that. So what's your plan? You wish to buy the rights of how many books? He raised an eyebrow at that. Sometimes you are too smart for your own good. To answer your question, just the first book for now. I pursed my lips and thought hard. Why not the whole series? I mean, Hogwarts has 7 years of study, so there must be at least 7 books planned, right? Steve looked embarrassed. To be honest, it is possible that the book won't get very popular. If that happens, the price I pay may all get wasted with 0 returns. I am being cautious here. Yes, but if the book becomes popular, which I promise it will, then you'll have to pay millions of pounds for the second book, I said emphatically. He chuckled and ruffled my hair. No one but top authors can get millions for their work. But I wanted you to have the whole series, I whined like the 8-year-old I was. I'll see what I can do, he promised like any indulging adult would. Break. Steve K. Loves looked across to the woman sitting in front of him. She was in her early 30s, blonde and very beautiful. She seemed the type of person who had it all if you didn't look carefully. Her dress was old and had seen much better days. Even the woman herself didn't seem very well groomed like most women would. Even Kathy was a much better groomed woman despite her focusing on a simple life. And that told Steve everything that he had to know about Joanne, or Jo as she insisted on being called. "I really love your book, Jo," Steve broached the main reason for their meeting after a few minutes of idle talk. "To be honest, my son liked it first and he recommended the book, and I fell in love with it." "What's your favorite character?" Jo asked hesitantly. "Hermione." Steve didn't even have to think about it. He loved writing female characters, and there was something about Hermione that enticed him greatly. "Her passion and ferocity is superb and I would love to see how you explore her over the following books." "How are you so sure I'll write more books?" she asked, this time much more confidently. "You won't." Steve prodded. Jo shrugged. "If the first book doesn't sell, why would I? Then I can help you lower your burdens somewhat." Steve smiled at her. "Tell me, how much did Bloomsbury pay you as an advance?" £2,500. Steve was surprised that they lowballed her with such a small amount, but he could definitely use it to his advantage. "I'll offer you 25,000 for adaptation rights to this book, along with the next 6 books in the series," Steve offered. In his opinion, even that was a very generous offer. Usually, authors make more money out of print sales than they do out of adaptation deals for a simple reason: book sales get a lot of traction when the film is announced and released. Jo thought about the offer for a moment before shaking her head resolutely. "No deal." "Not one to give up so easily," Steve asked. "Why don't you term your demands then?" "Not only are you offering me peanut shells," she said hotly. "I don't think you'll adapt this book well. No offense, but I don't want to make Harry Potter into some sort of American thing. This is my baby that I have been working on for years." "None taken," Steve waved her off. "If it assuages your worries, let me tell you that my wife and son are British. And I promise to keep your world perfectly British. We can even include that in our contract if you'd like. As far as money goes, why don't you make a counter-offer?" Jo was slightly relieved to hear about his offer to make the film adaptations British. £25,000 for just the first book, Jo said. "No deal," this time Steve pulled the plug. "I want to tell you, Jo, that I'm investing a significant portion of my savings in this, so I want to make it count. It's either 7 books or nothing at all." He would have accepted just the first book deal, but Troy had given Steve some much-needed insight about the adaptation. It was the first thing that Troy had ever asked of him, and Steve just had a feeling of sorts that this would turn out to be a great investment. Jo thought about the offer and made her own counter: 250,000 for 7 books. Steve grinned. Now that she had agreed to at least sell the full series, all that remained was hashing out the amount and other details of the contract. "That's too much," Steve shook his head. 30,000 is more like it." It would take some time, but he knew they would reach a final amount soon enough. Most probably they won't even agree to the terms in the first meeting and will have to come back for a second one later on. Break. It took 2 whole weeks for Steve and Joanne Rowling to come to terms with the adaptation rights. From what he told me, Rowling was adamant about shooting the film in Britain and using a British cast for the major roles, thus even agreeing to sell the whole series in advance to make up for that. Steve paid her £125,000 for complete adaptation rights of the 7 books, be it stage, TV, or movies, including the merchandising. Rowling will get 5% of the net profits of any merchandise sold. If Steve is unable to release the first movie within the next 10 years, then the rights automatically revert back to Rowling. After that, every 10 years, Steve will have to pay a renewal cost of £125,000 to keep the copyright with him. Rowling agreed to a clause where she would publish at least 1 book every 2 years and the 7th book and final book within the next 10 years, i.e. by 2007, or Steve will have the option to make future movies at his own creative freedom. Also, Rowling will end the main story in the 7th book. There were tons of other clauses as well, but the main task had been completed. You do realize that if the book doesn't do good, I'll be as good as bankrupt, right? Steve quipped after giving me the basic details of the contract. You won't be. The book will do well, I stated confidently. Kathy put down the Harry Potter book and said, I must say, Troy, your choice in literature is good. Her smile was a little strained. She didn't exactly approve of the idea of buying the rights to the whole series. She and Steve even had a fight about the same, from what I could gather. Hopefully, by next year, she will calm down about the issue when the sales of the book see a boom in the market. Troy, we must discuss something important with you, Steve said cautiously. Hearing his tone, I gave him my full attention as he continued, as you know, we are facing some financial problems. You want to send me to another foster home? I asked dejectedly. I understand if you do. No, Troy. Never. Kathy immediately got up from her seat and hugged me tightly. I hugged her back. You're such a sweet boy, how can we ever abandon you? What Steve wanted to say was that, due to our financial problems, we will have to move back to Los Angeles, USA. Steve has a job offer to adapt a novel into a movie. An idea that we can thank you for. Kathy explained with a smile. I smiled back. Yes, I can overreact a bit sometimes, but think from my perspective, it was a totally normal response. We wanted to discuss our options with you. Kathy continued, our first option is that Steve goes to LA alone and works on the movie, then comes back after its completion. That doesn't sound too bad. I quipped. The other option is for all of us to go to LA. Steve took over the explanation and paused for a few moments, permanently. And how would that work out? I asked curiously. We will adopt you, of course. Kathy answered quickly, we have contacted Carla Armitage and she has agreed to sign custody documents. Of course, that's just a formality at this point because she knows that we can get that through the legal route. We have also talked with your assigned social worker about the issue and they also agreed to help out. I took all that in for a few moments. You don't have to reply right now, you can take a few days. In fact, we will wait till the end of the school year in a few weeks before moving if you so decide, Steve said. It wasn't really a hard decision to make. Los Angeles is the go-to place for Hollywood and as much as I like Britain, their movies cannot compare to their American counterparts. If I want to try my hand at showbiz, then the obvious choice must be to go to LA. But there was one more factor to consider. Harry Potter. I am not lying when I said that I would kill to play Harry. I am British, of the right age and features to match the character and Steve just bought the film rights. I have made up my mind, I will come with you to LA, I announced after some thought. Steve and Kathy smiled in unison. But I have a few conditions. They paused at those words. Steve nodded at me to go on. First of all, you will teach me how to act in your free time, I pointed at Steve. He thought it over then said, we can definitely work something out. Second, I continued, you will allow me to work in movies if there is a right role for me. Honey, Kathy said worriedly, you are still very young. You don't have to rush into this thing. When you grow up, you can do anything you want. Right now, you should enjoy your childhood. That's the thing, I'm bored, I retorted, the classes don't teach me anything new and if I really apply myself, I know I can finish even my high school within a couple of years. You know as well that doing so would be even worse because I won't join college at my current age. So what's the point of rushing my education? If I can have some other goals, say, acting, then that would be good for me I believe. Steve and Kathy were keenly observing me, then in unison turned to each other and began a silent conversation. In the end, I could see that Kathy gave a reluctant nod and Steve turned to me, anything else? I thought about it but couldn't think of anything else, no, that's all. Then I deliberately looked Steve in his eyes and clearly enunciated, Dad. Then to Kathy, Mum. Kathy's eyes teared up as she engulfed me in a tight hug. "Oh my sweet baby." Steve decided to join in and engulfed both Kathy and me in a family hug. That moment in particular was the happiest I have been in this life in quite some time. Chapter 5, Ch4. Moving to LA was hectic. To start things off, we had to complete my official adoption and file the papers with the authorities. I decided to keep my original name, Troy Francis Armitage, to honor my late father Frank Armitage. Then we had to get a passport and visa for me. As Steve was a US citizen, it wasn't too difficult to get a visa. At one point, Steve suggested that I give up my British citizenship and become a full-fledged American, but I was hesitant. Thankfully, Kathy supported me, being a Brit herself. So we shelved the argument for a few years at the very least, if not more. Luckily for us, Steve had an apartment in Santa Monica that he had purchased from his inheritance, thus saving us the time to look for a place. The place was a walking distance from Santa Monica Pier. Even the school wasn't too far from the place. The best part of the apartment was the extended balcony in the living room where one could sunbathe right at home. So here I was, lying on the balcony on a beach chair, soaking in the mid-morning sun, with a good amount of sunscreen splattered all over my body and enjoying my summer vacation. Yup, a good life. It was at that moment that Steve came to the balcony. "Troy. My dearest son." I opened a single eye lazily and deadpanned, "I'm your only son." "Or am I, Dad?" Steve chuckled nervously, "Well, yes. The thing is, I am bored out of my mind writing this script and desperately need a break. So I thought, we could begin your acting classes." I perked up immediately after hearing that. Steve is currently working on this script he is adapting called Wonder Boys and works long hours in his study room. So I hadn't disturbed him too much about my promised acting lessons. To begin with, Steve began, "I might have directed a few actors who got nominated for awards, but that doesn't make me an expert on acting. Still, I'll do my best. Let's move inside, I have made some preparations for you." When I followed him in, I saw the Sony camcorder he had set up on a tripod stand. I used to practice filming in my college days using an old Super 8 camera, but now we have better options. This will help you tons if you can work with it. Now, your first scene is this: you have to enter the room from the door, you'll slowly come to the kitchen, pick up that bottle of water from the counter, take a sip, carry the bottle back with you, and then lightly kick the soccer ball lying there in frustration, then sit on the couch as if you are extremely tired and a little sad. He explained the scene in detail and pointed out the various props he had prepared in advance. He is a meticulous director, you have to give him that. "My first goal is to get you familiar with the camera settings," he continued his explanations. "One of the most important rules of shooting is to never look into the camera unless you are addressing the audience, like, I don't know if you've seen the movie Ferris Bueller. That would be the only exception." Hearing that name, I instantly remembered the movie where the protagonist broke the fourth wall every fucking minute. "Yeah, I've seen it." He had a thoughtful look on his face as I said that. "So you understood the scene, or do we need to go over it again?" he asked. "No, I'm all set." I gave him a thumbs up as I walked out of the door. Luckily the door wasn't soundproof and I clearly heard when he said the word, "action." Taking a deep breath in and out to calm myself, I opened the door and walked in, doing everything in my power not to look at the camera. I slowly walked towards the kitchen, picked up the bottle, and took a sip. All the while ignoring the camera that Steve had picked up. He was following me with a close-up. But I didn't pay it much mind. Then I moved towards the couch but kicked the football on the way. Then I sat down tiredly as I let out a lethargic sigh. I stared at the wall in front of me as I thought sad thoughts like my favorite ice cream flavor running out or that my favorite TV show had been cancelled. That's when I heard it, cut. I immediately relaxed and looked up at Steve for his evaluation. "Not bad for a first-time performance, but if I see this as your audition tape, direct rejection," he said bluntly. I was crestfallen at his admission. He placed a hand on my shoulder. Don't worry too much, that's why we are here, right? Now let's see your first scene and I'll tell you your mistakes. Then we will reshoot, okay? He sat beside me on the sofa and began the replay of the scene we had just shot. The video replayed my performance from entry to the point where I casually sat down, staring into the abyss. Instantly, I knew the biggest flaw in my performance. I tried too hard not to look at the camera. Thus my shoulders and movement come out to be very stiff. The moment I took a sip of water, there was a close-up of my face and I could see the nervousness lingering there. Then I kicked the ball and that portion came out relatively well. The last part where I plunked down on the couch and looked sad seemed good enough to me. Then again, I'm the amateur here, so I have no idea if my evaluation is any good. You caught something? Steve asked, his gaze fixed on my face. So I told him of my evaluation of the performance. Yes, most of your points are valid. After kicking the ball your performance improves, although it can still be better. An advice for you, don't ignore the camera, forget about it entirely. Let's do it again from the beginning. Steve exclaimed excitedly. For the first time in all these months, I've seen the man so elated about something. This could be because this is the first father-son activity we have done together. Or this could be because he is doing something he loves. Filming. Ignoring that line of thought, I went out of the door again and began reshoots. We shot that same scene a total of 6 times before Steve passed the shot. I was so happy that my smile would be visible for anyone to see. Steve ruffled my hair affectionately, seeing that. Okay champ, now you got the basic idea of filming. Next, we need to instill the value of emotions in your scene, Steve explained. For that, you have to put yourself in the character's shoes. Before performing, think about what he is going through, and what his thought process will be. At the same time, not overdoing the expressions. He took a pause, then continued, for example, if I tell you to act sad because you flunked your test, it is possible that as a novice you may act to an extreme level as if your dog died, which will be too much emotion for such a simple scene. Do you understand that? I nodded as I understood what he was saying. Gauge the level of emotion while performing the scene, but don't overdo it at the same time. Subtlety is the key to good acting. Now consider this scenario, Steve began. Your character is named Mark. Mark's parents work long hours, so they are rarely home. Mark was at the babysitter's place, who is a 16-year-old boy. The babysitter tried touching him inappropriately. Mark didn't understand the reason, but he didn't like it, so he ran back home. Then he opened the door, drank some water, kicked a ball, then sat down on the couch thinking about the incident at the babysitter's home. I looked at him gobsmacked. You gave me such a lewd scenario for my first scene. He looked me directly in the eye as he said, the fact that you understand why this scenario is wrong is enough for me to know about your emotional maturity. If you can understand it, you can do it. If by any chance you don't understand, I'll be happy to give you the talk. Oh God, please no! I exclaimed instinctively. I had watched enough live action at my old house for an eternity. Not to mention, I probably have already had sex in my last life, as I seem to know extreme graphic details. That's what I thought, Steve said smugly. Now that you have the whole setting of the scene, we will do it one more time. I groaned audibly. I thought the last take was good enough. Hey! Don't be like that, Steve chided me. Some directors like to do one scene dozens of times before they are satisfied. If you don't have the patience for retakes, I suggest you better become a banker or a lawyer. I did not complain again as I moved towards the door to reshoot. This time think about your character's actions and why is he doing that, Steve called out from behind the camera. A few minutes later I am seeing the latest shot and I am amazed at the difference in my own performance. In all my previous shots, it could be seen that I was acting to be someone else. This time, Mark's movements and expressions seem more natural. The way he kicked the ball in anguish and the way he had a lost, sad, and frustrated expression as he stared into the abyss is marvelous. Whoa! It slipped past my lips unconsciously. Whoa indeed! Your performance just now was perfect. If anything could be at fault, it would be my camera work, which is obviously not my specialty," he said with a proud tone and that ever-present smile on his face. A sense of giddiness bloomed in my gut as I heard the first true praise coming out of him that day. "Don't get too ahead of yourself," Steve rebuked me gently. "Right now you haven't even delivered any dialogue." Just like that, I was kicked off my pedestal again. Of course, how can I forget that? All auditions out there with any significant role include exchanging lines with the casting director or a staff member. For the next scene, you will be doing an improv. An improv is an improvised scene acted out on the spot by the actors themselves without any script, using their own knowledge and quick wit. During many auditions, some lazy casting directors ask for an improv performance to remove those actors who are not fast enough to perform on their feet. Steve lectured. I nodded along, though I already knew about improv. "Your topic for improv is you as a kid giving an adult the talk." I looked at his amused face with a probably horrified expression. "He is definitely bonkers. Can we please do something better? Anything else, please?" I begged with what I thought was my best puppy dog expression. "Cute," he quipped. "But no. You will be doing this scene only. You can use any bad word you want, but only as long as this scene is being filmed. You must go into as much detail as you know. If I find your knowledge insufficient, then I'll fill in all the blanks left out." I closed my eyes in embarrassment. I knew it would be so bad, but somehow I knew he wouldn't budge from his decision even if I insisted. "You do realize that I am 8 and won't be doing any such activity for years to come, don't you?" I asked rhetorically. He still answered, "If you had no knowledge of the topic, I would have gladly let you remain innocent for a few more years. But since you do, we need to make sure you don't have any misconceptions. You know, incomplete knowledge is worse than no knowledge at all. It was your mum's idea to let me enlighten you on the topic. Since you don't want me to explain it to you, we will do it in reverse. Oh dear Joseph, Mary, and Jesus! Why can't this earth swallow me alive? To make things interesting, consider this as a comedy scene. You can make expressions or voice modulations to make the scene funnier. You can even make up some funny things for the scene and can later explain what was wrong and what was not," Steve said. Seeing my look of hesitation, he said, "Oh come on. You always go on about how smart you are and how mature you are, now prove it. You know this is rather tame. When you are older, there may even be scenes where you have to do this stuff on screen, rather than just talking about it. Remember, for an actor, his role comes first, everything is secondary." I shuddered mentally at the thought of doing a sex scene in front of the camera. At least I can rest assured for now that I am safe for a decade under the child protection laws. Make sure to use your alter ego, Mark, but make him more cheerful, not like the gloomy scene you just did. This was the most embarrassing scenario that had been sprung up on me. Yet, I knew I had to tackle it head on and leave behind my inhibitions if I wanted to become a serious actor. Chapter 6, Ch5. As was pointed out to me by a patron, I thought I must put this before this chapter that the MC is straight and the final pairing would be with a female celebrity yet to be decided. The plot of the movie in this chapter was used only to make an award-friendly film. If it offends you, don't worry, this is the only original film that the MC will be doing for now. Underscore 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 un. I took a deep breath and released it as I calmed myself. I'm ready. Steve fiddled with the camera for a moment, then shouted, "Action!" I smiled brightly at the camera and said, "Hello big people. Someone told me that you have little to no knowledge of the acts of passion. You know the stuff grown ups like you do with sometimes with your significant others and sometimes behind their backs. What stuff is he talking about? You might be thinking. At this I took on a dramatic pose. Worry not, because Dr. Mark is here to answer all your questions about sex. I made a peace sign with my right hand. To begin with, sexual intercourse or fucking is the act where typically a male partner inserts his penis or what you call a cock inside the vagina or pussy of the female partner. This happens because when humans are sexually stimulated, like jerking off or fingering or sometimes just snogging. By the way, snogging is kissing for you American twats. While explaining, I tried my best to embellish all my expressions to make them out to be funnier and exaggerated, complete with all the hand motions. As I was saying, when a person is sexually stimulated, then the cock becomes hard and the pussy becomes wet. This is so that the hard penis can easily slide inside a wet vagina. When they rub together, the cock shoots a white substance called semen, which goes deep inside the female through the vagina and meets the eggs there. When they meet, a very tiny baby is made which grows within 9 months, and then the females push it out, just like poop, but from the pussy. Then I went on to explain the different types of sex, be it oral, anal, or just mutual masturbation. Knowledge of STIs thrown in with different sexual orientations, contraceptives, and how to prevent yourself from sexual abuse. Hell, I even talked about sex positions and foreplay. I explained why consent is an important element when indulging in sex, and that anything without explicit consent is wrong both legally and morally. What I thought would be a short speech of 2 minutes went on to take around 15. Initially, I was a little hesitant, but within a minute I was in full control of the situation. I made jokes every now and then, and finally I was done. Cut, Steve mumbled as he sat down on the couch and looked uncomfortable and unable to meet my eyes. Dad. I called out, but he just hummed in thought. How did I do? You did good, he mumbled and then rubbed the corner of his eyes. Oh my God, are you crying? I asked incredulously. I did exactly what you told me to do. Wait, was my performance so touching? Geez, I am flattered, Dad. That brought a smile to his face. He lifted his head and looked me in the eye as he said, you know too much. No kid who has never seen or done sex should know this much. That leads me to believe that. He trailed off. I blinked in confusion and then it dawned on me. Oh. You think my birth mum did more than I told you or the police? It wasn't a question. It was the most logical deduction any sane adult would reach if they saw an 8-year-old child, whose mother was on probation for child sex abuse, spouting detailed sex knowledge in the pre-internet era. He gave me a look as if saying, isn't it? I looked him straight in the eye and lied my ass off. Yes, I heard some things from her room, but only ever watched her in action that one time that I told the authorities about. My other knowledge comes from this women's magazine that my mum had a monthly subscription to. He nodded slowly in acceptance but did not say another word. To break the awkward silence I said, won't you critique me? He shook his head, maybe some other time with a good enough scene. I think we have done enough for today, don't you think? I nodded in acceptance and decided to just go back to my sunbathing. Break. Steve slowly walked back to his room after hours of script writing. At the moment, his fingers were tired of typing on his old typewriter. Hopefully, he will be done soon so he can finally get paid. Although he still had some of his own savings left, he was very close to dipping into his inheritance that he had sworn to leave for his little sister who was currently studying at NYU. Then of course there was Troy. Steve can honestly say that he loved Troy more and more as days passed. At first, it was only Kathy's insistence that they should adopt a child that he had reluctantly agreed to. Then he thought it out rationally, and the child support allowance alone would be enough to foster a child profitable enough. Kathy had always wanted a kid. Unfortunately, it was medically impossible for her to conceive a child. While the option of surrogacy was open to them, she insisted that they should rather adopt. Steve had only agreed to foster a kid. That opinion changed when Troy came into his life. Now he cares about the little tyke more than anything. Even more than Kathy. When his son said that he wanted to become an actor, Steve decided that he would do everything in his power to make him the best actor ever. He prepared a script for a short movie with background info and everything. He had made a plan that he would shoot the entire script in the form of short scenes that would show every expression of his son to improve his chances at a future acting career. Surely, he hadn't told Troy, but the kid was smart. He would probably guess it within a few days at most. Steve knew that he wasn't the perfect person to teach acting, but he was good enough. To fulfill his shortcomings, he had planned to employ some other experts. First, there would be his music training. Although musicals are going out of fashion, it is always advantageous to have a card up his sleeve. Now, whether Troy goes for vocal or instrumental or both is up to him. And the next would be dance training. Although he didn't expect Troy to copy Michael Jackson anytime soon, basic training would do him no harm. The final decision about the training remains with Troy though. He doesn't want the kid to resent him in the future for piling too much on him. Steve planned all this because the kid hardly ever studied for his classes. He completes all his homework within half an hour and the rest of the time is spent either watching TV or reading fiction and still scores perfect marks. This schedule will allow him to go out and make friends. With all these thoughts in his mind, he almost didn't notice when he stripped down to his boxers and got under the covers right beside Kathy, who was reading a magazine. His eyes glanced over the cover and saw the name, The Cosmopolitan. He immediately frowned as he remembered the talk scene. "Make sure you hide all your womanly magazines," Steve announced. When Kathy gave him a questioning look, he explained, "Troy found out about sex from womanly magazines that his other mother kept at their home." "So you finally gave him the talk?" Kathy asked curiously, "How did it go?" Steve shook his head in embarrassment, "More like he gave me the talk." "Wait, I'll show you." Steve got up, brought his camcorder, and hit play on the latest video available. Kathy listened carefully as Troy came on the little screen and started making crude sex jokes but explained the whole process very well. Kathy laughed out loud when he called the listeners American twats. Finally, when the video ended, Steve said, "I didn't give him any of those lines. I told him to do an improv because he didn't want the talk. And this is the result." "His knowledge is quite extensive on the subject," Kathy quipped with a snigger, "so what have you planned to do with the video?" Steve had a contemplative look on his face as he said, "Originally nothing, but now I have an idea. The script of the surprise film I was planning for him would have to be revised a little, but it is doable." Kathy smiled, "This scene is gold. It shouldn't be wasted." "When he first told me he wished to become an actor, I was skeptical," Steve said, "but after just one day, I can see his talent and if nurtured properly, he can be great. I have half a mind to petition the National Parent-Teacher Association to allow this clip to be shown in the high schools at the very least, if not the middle schools as well." Kathy insisted. "You can try that," Steve acquiesced as he hugged Kathy sideways, "I need to finish the film first. Also, as long as it was for fun, that scene is perfect, but when it becomes educational, no association would allow a film with such profane language to be shown to minors. If we go that route, we'll have to make some changes in the scene, but then it would lose its authenticity." Steve sighed as he mulled over the dilemma. "We'll think of that when the time comes." Kathy lay down on her side of the bed. "Why don't you complete the film first? Then we'll decide what we can or can't do. It's not like it would cost you too much except your time." Steve nodded. "Am I a bad mother that I am really horny, after hearing about sex from my son's mouth?" Kathy asked innocently. Steve's lips upturned into a devilish grin as he descended upon her. "Break. I had a blast practicing acting with my new dad. His face may look a little dour normally, but he can be a lot of fun too while shooting. It didn't take me long to deduce that he was making a movie around me, but I didn't tell him that I had found out. Although he shot scenes haphazardly, they were linked in some ways or other. There were even a few awkward scenes. Like the one we are shooting right now. When Steve told me the scene I had to do, I was very hesitant. I didn't want anyone to see me this vulnerable. At the same time, I didn't want to disappoint Steve. In the end, I swallowed my dignity and agreed to do the scene. Though, I didn't let Steve know that I didn't want to do it. I was standing in the bathroom with our neighbor Bobby, who is 19 or so, but he plays the 16-year-old babysitter of Mark. Dylan, I called out to Bobby, who was standing naked in front of me, "Why are you different from me?" I looked at Bobby's body pointedly as I was explained by Steve. From my guess, we were making an educational video about sex. Don't we both have the same thing? Here he grabbed his crotch crudely as more water came pouring down between us. I was only wearing a pair of skin-colored swimming trunks, so it would appear as if I was naked. Bobby was old enough to legally appear in his natural form after all, and it was his body that was to be the focus of the camera. Yes, but I don't have hair under my arms or on my willy or on my chest or my butt or anywhere else but my head. You do. I pointedly retorted. He grinned mischievously as he pinned me against the wall and said, "You'll grow it when you are older. Now, how about I show you the big difference between you and me?" His hand slid down my chest but stopped at the navel. Cut. Steve's sound rang out, "Good job, Bobby, Troy." Bobby shut off the water at that moment. This scene was the biggest giveaway that we were making a movie, because just a few days ago, Bobby's character Dylan had deliberately poured Coke all over us both, so we'll have to shower. "All right," Steve continued as he stepped into the bathroom, "I have taken the necessary shots. The rest of the work, including the voice, can be managed in the post-production." I gave him a look. "Now, you are not even trying to hide the fact that you duped me with acting lessons into making a movie." He gave me a sheepish smile. "Not to be outdone by a kid," Bobby said, "Hey man, he told me the same thing, don't worry. I'm not getting paid even when doing a nude scene." Steve cleared his throat, "As I have reassured you many times, Bobby, nothing below your pubic hair would appear in the film. And didn't you say you would get extra credit for your college?" Bobby raised his hands in surrender, "Sorry boss. No complaints from me on that." Bobby was currently studying acting in the UCLA theatrics program. As it was summer right now, he agreed to do a supporting role in the movie. He even introduced us to his girlfriend Amy, who was sitting outside, waiting for her scene to be shot next. "The next scene would be a little difficult to explain, but be patient and it will make sense," Steve said after he called Amy in. In this scene, Jenny, that's Amy's character, would hear the screams of protests coming from the bathroom. She will rush over and see that Dylan is upon Mark. "Troy, you have to flail and move your hands frantically while shouting at the top of your lungs." Steve explained, "Your dialogue is something like, 'Leave me alone, let me go, help,' etc. The rest you can improvise." Then he turned to Bobby, "You will block his mouth with your right hand when he continues shouting. We will have to take 2 shots, one of Jenny coming through the main door and hearing the shouts. When she opens the door of the bathroom, she sees the situation and attacks Dylan with the baseball bat she picked up on the way. Dylan will go down in one hit and keep lying on the floor. Then Jenny will hug her brother Mark tightly and sob after witnessing that. Troy, your performance will be tough here. You have to truly cry like something really bad has happened. Do you understand?" At all of our nods, he continued, "First we'll shoot the second scene because I don't want you two to stand here half naked and wet, even if it's summer." So the scene begins like this. Jenny opens the sliding door of the bathroom in a hurry and witnesses the unspeakable. She bashes the head of Dylan with the baseball bat. Not really, it misses, he goes down, but in a fit of rage, she bashes him a few more times on the torso. Then she turned off the water and hugged me tightly as we both cried. I hysterically and she silently. This was the toughest scene I had shot till now, and we had too many retakes. And finally, this scene was completed at the 9th retake. The good part about shooting this film is that we shot everything at my home or Bobby's most of the time, so we didn't have to travel too much. Bobby was living with his parents for the summer and they didn't mind us shooting there, so it went relatively smoothly. Today we shot the scene in our bathroom. The biggest problems in a home film were costumes/props, lighting, and sound. Many of the dialogues will have to be dubbed again because of a lack of proper recording devices. And although we wore our own clothes, sometimes we had to make some purchases, like my trunks or the cocksock for Bobby or even the baseball bat, although Steve wanted to teach me baseball so we would have bought it anyway. For lighting, we borrowed some equipment from a friend of Steve's for a few weeks, so we had to finish the shots involving Bobby and Amy at the earliest, as those scenes, although few in number, required more light because of the multiple focus required. Hopefully, everything will be done soon. Chapter 7, Ch6. Finally Bobby's scenes are done. I plopped down on the couch tiredly. Gosh, who knew acting would be so tiresome? I swear sometimes you sound like an old man. Steve quipped with a smile. I am an old soul, Don Chano. I retorted. Tomorrow Amy's scenes will be done as well, then we can begin the post-production, Steve said conversationally. Won't we need them for dubbing? I asked. For a few hours at most. It's a short film, and the total length shouldn't exceed 40 to 45 minutes. If it does, I'll have to cut some scenes. Don't want to make it too long. How would I know? Until now I was doing acting practice, not making a short film. I grinned at him. Smart ass, he grinned and put a bunch of movie tapes on the coffee table for me to see. I picked one particular movie out. He checked my choice of the movie and shook his head. Sorry buddy, we cannot do that movie, it's not for you. Remember what happened last time when your mother found us practicing the Godfather scenes? I shivered mentally at that reminder. Kathy wasn't very happy to know I was trying to be a young Michael Corleone. Still, I held my ground, but I've already watched Pulp Fiction and I want to practice the Big Kahuna Burger scene. Steve gaped at me open-mouthed. Why can't you do something like Home Alone or Forrest Gump? He asked dejectedly after getting over his initial shock. Because Home Alone requires no acting talent and for Forrest Gump I'll have to fake the voice, which is very role-specific, I explained my logic emphatically. He sighed in resignation. Just don't tell your mother when she gets back or she'll kill me. I pumped my fist in silent celebration and snatched the tape to put it in the VCR player. We had this little game going where we would pick up a scene from a movie and I would practice it by observing the performances of great actors. I have already practiced many great scenes of actors like Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, Jack Nicholson, Tom Hanks, etc. Now I am trying a scene of Samuel L. Jackson from Pulp Fiction. It was arguably the best and the funniest scene in the movie. Then again, the movie is a classic in its entirety. Break. Does he look like a bitch? I asked authoritatively. No. Steve groaned out in character. Then why did you try to fuck him like a bitch? I didn't. Yes, you did. Yes, you did, Brett. You tried to fuck him and Mr. Wallace doesn't like to be fucked by anybody except Mrs. Wallace. I straightened up slightly as I looked Steve in the eye. You ever read the Bible, Brett? Yes, Steve answered meekly. There's a passage I got memorized. Just as I was doing the Bible verse, Mum walked in. I didn't stop the dialogue and recited the whole passage, and in the end, I raised a Nerf gun and made a few blank shots at Steve. Only then did I see a defeated expression on Steve's face and a furious-looking Kathy. Please tell me you're not practicing lines from Pulp Fiction, Kathy said, her tone eerily calm. We aren't. I answered unconvincingly. Babe, I can explain. Steve stammered as he got up and raised his hands defensively. That you've got loads to do, love. Break. September began with a new academic year at elementary school. Only this time, it was an American school and the environment was similar, yet different to what I was used to in the UK. On the acting front, things were going great. Shooting of the short home film we made had been completed on time. All that was left was the post-production, which Steve would do over the time as he had to finish the script of Wonder Boys as well. He was a little behind on the schedule because of the short film which we had mutually decided to call Sex Education. Amy and Bobby had promised to redub the parts with unclear sound at a later date, so Steve wasn't in a hurry to finish it. I was anxious though because I wanted to see my performance as soon as possible, but Steve flat out refused to show me any of the clips before completing his work on Wonder Boys. Next were of course my music lessons. Steve had pitched this elaborate plan for my future career development. I had patiently declined the dance lessons. Maybe in the future. For now, this is too much too soon. I'd hardly have any time left for myself if I did everything according to his plan. Convincing him wasn't difficult as he easily conceded that it was my decision. His only argument was stuff like music and dance were easier to learn the younger you started. I had to give it to him, but rushing things is not the answer. I reached the classroom after putting my bag in place. Hey, mate. I bumped fists with my first American friend my age, Evan. It's dude. Not mate. Evan rolled his eyes irritated. I'll call you mate, lil dude, I smirked back at him with a heavy Cockney accent. For the last time, we are the same age, he almost shouted in frustration. I cackled maniacally. I loved riling him up. Evan Spader was a small boy with brown hair and brown eyes. He was a cute kid, but most of all he was the oddball because he liked reading and sketching in a corner. I had kinda forced myself into this friendship. He comically banged his head on the desk as our homeroom teacher walked in and called out, "Troy, stop teasing Evangelist." "Yes, Ms. Lorraine," I answered dutifully with an angelic smile on my face. She was a sucker for my smile, so why not use it properly? Evan gave me the stink eye. He knew exactly what I was doing. "Troy, what are you doing tomorrow?" Evan asked me in a whisper as the teacher was taking the roll call. "Nothing much. Dad will drive me to my music lesson." I answered nonchalantly, "What about you?" He looked down nervously and spoke slowly, "My mom asked me to invite you home." "Why?" I asked. "She wants to make sure." He trailed off and mumbled something incoherent. "What?" I cupped my ear and dramatically said, "I didn't hear you." "She just wants to meet you to see if you are an imaginary friend." He finished reluctantly. I couldn't help myself and laughed out loud at his admission. "Troy Armitage!" Ms. Lorraine shouted at me. "Here!" I smoothly answered and ignored the scathing look she was throwing at me. Evan hid his face in his hands in embarrassment. "Hey mate," I pushed his hands away, "sorry for laughing. I don't mind meeting her but I'll have to ask Dad when he comes to pick me up." Both of Evan's parents are lawyers so they didn't have much time to spend with him. Most of the time, his nanny picked him up from school, so I never met his parents. He had met both Kathy and Steve, however. "My lesson will start at 9 and last till 11. When do you want me to come?" "At 3. He asked with uncertainty. "Sure mate," I answered cheerfully. Break. It took Steve 3 weeks after the school began to finish with the script of Wonder Boys. Now he could finally begin with the finishing of Sex Ed. Finally, I could review the work we shot. As the full movie was shot on a digital camera, we had to go the digital editing route. Luckily, computers and software were advanced enough for the same. "Troy! We will be late if you don't hurry up!" Steve shouted from the living room. "Coming!" I shouted back as I fixed my hair and quickly made my way to Steve. "I can't believe I am letting you come along," Steve said in a disbelieving voice. I smiled like an angel. "How can you say no to your most favorite son?" Steve rolled his eyes but didn't say anything else as he took my tiny hand in his own giant one and trotted outside towards the car. He turned towards me and asked, "Would you even understand what is going on?" I opened the car door and set shotgun. "I may not," I agreed honestly, "but I would love to learn, and what better opportunity than an experimental short film that may not even be released. Even if I am a reincarnated person, I am not a movie genius, and I have to accept the fact that I will struggle to understand even the basics when I begin working in the industry. We drove in silence to our destination, which just happened to be a small independent film studio run by a friend of Steve's, Hal. Hal was kind enough to lend us his editing room to finish our work with the movie. Luckily, they didn't have an upcoming movie for a few months, so we were free to use the studio. The first task in editing a film, Steve explained, is to select all the scenes that are to be used for the final movie. That is essentially the director's cut without removing the unnecessary scenes. I nodded along, showing my understanding. After assembling all the scenes together, our movie comes to a certain length, Steve continued. Most directors and producers have a time limit in mind within which they wish to complete the film. To qualify for a film festival, a short film has to be limited to 45 minutes, that would be our goal for this film. I mutely observed the process without making any comment as he went to work explaining everything to me like he would an intern. That's probably the best quality of Steve, he doesn't treat me like a child. Most of the time at least. While Kathy tries to follow the principle as well, my appearance doesn't help her much. Like when we announced that I would be joining Steve in post-production after school for a few hours every day, she wasn't happy. Steve convinced her somehow. I don't know what he said, but he convinced her. It took Steve nearly 2 hours to put the scenes together, and then he finally played the first directorial cut. The plot was very simple, yet good enough. It was the story of a small boy named Mark, played by yours truly. Mark's parents are both corporate workers with little time in their lives for their children. They go to work early and come back late. Sometimes they don't even stay for the weekend. In the whole movie there is no appearance of the parents, just their voices that were played by Steve and Kathy. They have an older daughter, Jenny, played by Amy, who is a college student. Although her college, UCLA, is nearby, she prefers to stay on campus, away from babysitting her brother, who is only 8. One day, Mark called Jenny and sobbed as he told her that he suspected that their father was abusing their mother. Hearing this, Jenny came home and asked him why he thought so. He told her that he heard painful noises from their room at night when they thought he was asleep. Jenny is embarrassed by the revelation but doesn't tell her brother the real reason for it. She gives him a very censored version of the talk about love and how it's not abuse and he will understand when he grows up. However, Jenny realizes how lonely his brother is as he has no friends at school. Another plotline is the involvement of Bobby's character, Dylan, who is a typical 16-year-old jock in high school who is horny most of the time. Dylan lives on the floor below Mark's and his parents are good friends of Mark's parents. Thus he was given the responsibility of being Mark's babysitter. In one scene, Mark finds a condom in Dylan's wallet and asks about it. Dylan, being the responsible adult, almost, rolls the condom on a banana and then comically goes on about how it goes up a pussy cat belonging to a female dog. One day when Jenny is home to check up on her brother, Mark asks him about her breasts, explaining that Dylan told him how girls' breasts were filled with milk that is pumped through a pumping machine monthly. How it leaks sometimes and thus women even have to wear diapers so that it won't leak. Jenny is flabbergasted by the description but still explains to Mark about lactation and menstruation. She is worried about this Dylan character and decides to do a surprise visit one day to check up on his brother and Dylan when their parents are away. Also to chastise Dylan about destroying Mark's innocence. Then there is one incident where Dylan tries to touch Mark but Mark, feeling uncomfortable, runs back to his apartment. Dylan didn't follow him as he was hesitant to do anything else. Dylan was talking to a friend on the phone about how he wanted to fuck a pussy so badly but his girlfriend refused as she wears a chastity ring. Just then there's a knock on the door with Steve's voice asking Dylan to go to Mark's place today as Mark's parents had to go to a weekend luncheon party and had prepared food for Dylan and Mark. Dylan went over to find Mark doing his homework. He suggested playing some games while eating snacks instead. Mark was a little hesitant but he had known Dylan for years so he didn't think much about it. They played chutes and ladders and had potato chips with Coke. That's when Dylan pulls Mark towards him playfully and drenched him in Coke. Mark was angry and shouted at Dylan. Dylan says that it was just a joke and then jokingly spills Coke on himself as well, saying, "There, now we're both wet." Then he takes them to the bathroom and after getting out of their clothes, they are under running water when Dylan tries forcing himself upon Mark. Mark shouted but was silenced by a large hand over his mouth. Luckily, just then Jenny comes in and smashes Dylan's head in. After crying and consoling his brother, Jenny calls first the police, and then their parents. A few days later, Jenny explains that what Dylan did was a crime and he would go to a juvie where he would probably receive the same treatment he was giving Mark. She apologizes that she should have explained to Mark all about sex so he could differentiate good touch from bad touch. They had arranged weekly therapy sessions for Mark so he could understand why what Mark did was wrong and how to get over it to stop it from developing into something severe like PTSD. Then it comes back to the clip of Mark saying, "Hello big people." From that point on, it was essentially a monologue with detailed knowledge of sex. The best part was that the whole scene was improvised and I didn't even take meaningless pauses while delivering. From what I am seeing, it seems to be scripted. When that scene ended, it showed a final scene of Jenny, where she talks about the difference between a good touch and a bad touch and how to differentiate between them. What to do while facing sexual harassment and helplines they can contact. With that, the movie ended. Chapter 8, Ch7. I felt giddy seeing my performance on the computer scene. I know I'm only a novice when it comes to acting, and I have a lot of scope for improvement, but it was surreal, yet exciting seeing myself out there. Steve hummed thoughtfully, total length comes out to be 52 minutes. I beamed, "Isn't that good? We won't have to edit this much as it is already pretty close to 45 minutes. He shook his head, "That's not how it works. Currently, there are some shots that need to be shortened. If the movie drags unnecessarily, people will get bored while watching. We have to shorten this further. My goal currently is to shorten it as much as I can without compromising with script or viewing experience." That did make some sense, I guess. "That's enough work for today," Steve announced. I was a little startled by his declaration. Seeing my reaction, he smiled, "It's been more than 3 hours, Troy." Then he showed me his wristwatch and yup, it had been more than 3 hours all right. "Come on. You have to do your vocal and guitar practice as well." All right. Let's go." I acquiesced, thinking about the practice I was supposed to do. My lessons are actually very simple. Every Saturday, I take up an hour each of vocal and guitar lessons. Then during the week, I have to practice the same. I try to practice for at least an hour every weekday. Though from what it seems I'll have to cut short the time as we got carried away editing the movie. Break. It wasn't until January 1998 that Steve told me about the success of Harry Potter books. The Philosopher's Stone had sold more than 100,000 copies in the UK till that point, and hopefully, the trend will continue when it is released in the US. However, from what Steve told me, we cannot pitch the idea to any major studio until they see a reaction in the US market. The problem here lies in the fact that a big production with hundreds of millions of dollars would be difficult to recover from the UK market alone. So until the book becomes a hit in the US as well, the studios will place unnecessary restrictions on the production. So it would be better to wait for a couple years at least. Also in January, I officially turned 9. Yeah, I know, not a big deal. You're just 9 and can't drink, drive, or fuck. True. But if you look at things optimistically, I am already halfway there, and within another 9 years, I can legally do all 3. Steve and Kathy threw me a little party where they invited all my classmates and we had my favorite, chocolate truffle cake. While I didn't like many people besides Evan, I tolerated them and always acted polite. If I do become a successful actor in the future, I don't want spiteful children to harp on to the media about how I was aloof and arrogant. Evan, being the best pal that he is, gifted me a set of guitar picks and strings. It was a very thoughtful gift as he had observed the brand and size of my guitar before ordering the strings. And of course, the best gift I received was that our short film, Sex Education, had been submitted by my parents to the Sundance Film Festival to be held this month between January 16 and 26. They had planned to take me to Salt Lake City, Utah for a period of 4 days from the 16th to the 19th. I'd miss 2 days of school, but it wasn't much at this year's level, with me being top of our class. Evan wanted to accompany me badly and had even begged his own parents to let him come with me. Unfortunately for him, our parents explained to his parents the content of the film and why it wouldn't be good for a child who is not the star of the movie to go there and watch it. As expected, his parents put a stop to all his begging by not allowing him to accompany us to Sundance. It was a nightmare to see him moping for a week after that day. Time skipped 2 weeks. The wait was agonizing. While I was allowed to visit the Sundance Festival, I was given one of the 2 options. Either I could go visit the festival during the premiere of our short film or wait for the ending ceremony to visit during the award ceremony. I had deliberated hard. I knew the film was good, but I didn't have high expectations of it receiving an award. Keeping that in mind, I decided to just go see the premiere to gauge the audience's reaction. And what a reaction it was! Flashback. I eagerly sat in the screening hall with my parents on either side of me and Bobby and Amy sitting on my mother's other side. My eyes kept wandering around, observing the number of people present for the screening. It was a small hall supporting only 150 or so seats. Because it was a self-financed short film, it didn't take much money to screen the movie, only $100 or so. Still, for a small hall showing a short film, there were some 40 to 50 people present. Guess it's true that sex sells. Steve had spread the word among a few of his friends that we would be presenting our movie here, so a few executives of production companies had come to attend the premiere because they knew of Steve's reputation. "How are you doing, Steve?" A burly Caucasian man in his late 40s with brown hair came forward and shook hands with the man in question. "Peter, so nice of you to join us." Steve stood up and smiled at the man. "This here is my son Troy, who is the star of the movie, and you already know my better half." Steve nodded towards me and Kathy while making the introductions. "Troy, this is Peter Jones, he is a film executive at Warner Brothers." I shook the man's hand. "Pleasure to meet you, sir." Peter smiled indulgently. "Well, aren't you the polite one?" Then he turned back to the older man. "Steve, I specifically came to see your work, but I hope you understand that short films aren't my forte." His blunt response came out like a surprise. I couldn't help but smile at that. "Yes, I am aware." Steve answered back with a smile of his own. "This is more for Troy's sake actually. Just watch the movie and you'll understand." Before Peter could say anything else, a loud voice rang. Well, well, well. If it isn't the returning prodigal son and family." I turned my head sideways to look at the new arrival, who was a man of a similar age to Steve. While his words may feel to be harsh, the smirk on the man's face was anything but malicious. "Barry!" Steve excitedly exclaimed as he hugged the said man. "Troy, this is my best friend Barry Mendel." "Barry, this is Troy, and of course, you know Kathy and Peter." Steve made another round of introductions. After exchanging pleasantries, we all went back to our seats as the time for the film to start finally came. As soon as the projector turned on, the screen lit with the words, "Sex Education, a film by Steve K. Loves." The movie started rolling and I watched in fascination as the story unfolded, with the 3 main characters showing a different perspective. Mark's POV, that's my character, shows the loneliness of a child with overworked parents and the need to get any worthwhile attention. Still maintains a happy front for others, especially in the presence of his sister. Whenever alone, he will go back to loneliness. From Jenny's POV, we see the desire of a young woman to be free from the responsibility of her brother and be on her own. At the same the love she has comes before any youthful rebellion. That is especially shown in the last shot where she shows her decisiveness in following her gut feeling that something wrong was going on between her brother and Dylan. Finally, Dylan shows the future of a person like Mark with a lack of good parental figure. If Dylan were to be successful, then it's entirely possible that Mark could follow in his footsteps. On the surface, it may seem to be about sex, which it is, but it has many deeper undertones that have been explored by the director. And all of that is within 30 minutes because the rest of the screen time is spent on my and Amy's respective monologues. There was laughter throughout the movie. While the subject was dark, it was presented in a humorous way. The only disturbing scene was the assault scene and its follow-up. My monologue had more than one whistle and catcall and I couldn't help but feel giddy. When I explained the meaning of snogging to the American twats, there was an uproaring laughter in the hall. I breathed a sigh of relief. I thought people would be offended. I guess being bad-mouthed by a kid doesn't seem to be too offensive. When the end credit rolled, I didn't know what to expect. So it was truly a novel experience when all the members in the audience stood up and clapped loudly. I looked around myself in shock as people were actually looking at me with smiling faces, but they didn't stop clapping. For a full 5 minutes. Yes, I checked the time on my wristwatch. I turned towards my parents to see both of them smiling at me with a proud look on their faces. A sense of accomplishment bloomed inside my heart. This was probably the best award I could have received for this movie. After the applause, the people started moving out one by one, barring a few people. The first to approach us were Bobby and Amy. "Whoa dude, that was an awesome performance," Bobby fist bumped me, which I reciprocated. "If only I wasn't playing such a despicable character." He sighed in mock annoyance. "And your speech at the end," he immediately flipped back to being cheerful, "I loved it. I abso-fudging-lutely loved it." He changed the word at the last moment after receiving a deadly glare from my mother. "Thank you," I answered simply. "That was indeed some great acting," Amy replied from beside her boyfriend. "I loved the whole film a lot. Do you think Steve would give us a copy? I would love to show it to our dramatics class." She glanced back at Steve, who was talking to Peter, Barry, and Kathy. "There's no harm in asking, is there?" I answered with a smile. "From what I know, short films like this rarely get distributors. They are only made for artistic purposes or to spread the love of cinema and movies. I think he would be happy if you spread it to your class at the very least." Amy nodded at my deductions. "You know, you are really smart sometimes, but other times you go back to being a kid. It's like a switch has been flipped." "Aw Amy, you are smart too." I gave a dramatic pause before saying, "Sometimes." I grinned at her cheekily. "You brat," she pulled my cheek playfully while Bobby watched us in amusement from aside. "All right, kids. It's time for us to go," Kathy's voice came from behind us as she escorted us out of the hall while Steve was still talking to the two men. Probably some catching up to do. After the premiere, we spent 2 more days there but didn't watch any film because most movies weren't kid-friendly and there was no rating system of MPAA. So she simply banned watching any movies there for the foreseeable future. Thus all we did was enjoy the sights of Salt Lake City. Flashback end. I came back to LA with Kathy, Amy, and Bobby while Steve stayed back to watch some movies and to wait. Totally unfair, I say. I know for him it's his work, but still. Sometimes I regret my decision to not just complete my schooling in a couple of years. The problem with that would be, I would get totally bored. I mean, I am not an adult, so I wouldn't be getting many roles and I definitely won't be joining a college until I am 16 at the very least. Come on dude, college is for having fun and parties and sex and all that jazz. Yes, I could go and study to make a career, but I don't want a boring life in a large corporation, crunching numbers all day long. It would have been somewhat better if my school had a joint building for elementary and high school. Then I could have read up on advanced stuff to see my actual level of knowledge or to merely challenge myself. But here I was, stuck in the classroom with 8-9-year-olds, studying sentence formation, when I could write a full novel if I really wanted. Ring. Finally. I put my stuff back in my bag and raced towards the door. Today was the day that jury and audience awards would be announced for the festival. Hey, wait for me. A voice came from behind me. I slowed slightly and saw Evan catching up to me. We rushed to the school gate, only to find my mother standing there. Mom. Did the result come out? I asked impatiently. Your dad hasn't called yet, Kathy answered, but I'm sure he will as soon as they do. All right, I grumbled, annoyed. Evan, Mom turned towards my friend, your mom called. Your nanny had an emergency so she had to go home. You'll be coming home with us, okay? Yes. He exclaimed in joy. You shouldn't be so happy, I said, and he mellowed down a little. Whenever someone says emergency, it is usually bad news. He nodded in contemplation. Yeah, sorry. It's all right, dear, Kathy smiled at the two of us. Let's hurry back. Chapter 9, Ch8. Steve didn't call back for 2 more hours. It was only Evan's presence that stopped me from going mad. When it finally rang, I literally ran all the way over to the phone. Despite my every effort to grab it, Kathy was the first one to reach it and held it close to her ear with a grin on her face as she talked on the line. She nodded seriously over the phone before not speaking for a few minutes. My patience was running low, and I was nearly ready to shout at her when finally she turned to me. Troy, your dad wants to speak with you, Kathy said while offering me the receiver. I snatched it from her haughtily and immediately put it on, going directly to the main part of the conversation. Well, we won. Steve exclaimed happily. We won 2 prizes, one is the Audience Award, Festival Favorite, and the other is the Short Film Grand Jury Prize. Yes. I shouted loudly. Then I turned to Evan. We won 2 awards. 1 Audience Award for the Festival Favorite and 1 Grand Jury Award. Yes. Evan yelled out loud. I high-fived him. He probably didn't even understand the importance of these awards, but I do. They will go a long way to secure us a distribution deal. That's not all, Dad's voice cut off my premature celebrations. I sold all rights to HBO for $150,000. You remember Peter from Warner, right? He got me in contact with a friend of his from HBO, which is also a subsidiary of Warner. They liked the response that our film got and purchased broadcasting and further distribution rights. He told us proudly. Yes. I turned to Kathy. Dad sold the broadcasting rights to HBO. That was indeed very good news. From a purely financial perspective, we spent somewhere between $1 to $2 grand on the whole film. Obviously, it is much less than what a director of Steve's caliber should be paid, but that's not the point. Keeping that in mind, we already made more than 100 times what we had spent. But the biggest point was marketing it out to the world. At this point it doesn't matter if we make money or not, but that more people see our work and can appreciate it. I'll be coming back tomorrow morning, Steve's voice rang out from the receiver, then we'll go out and celebrate in the evening. And tell your mother to invite Bobby and Amy as well. Will do. I hung up the phone and relayed the message to Kathy. She nodded but had a thoughtful expression on her face. What's the matter, Mum? I asked. Do you realize how rare it is for a relatively short film like yours to win the Audience Award at a film festival? She asked back. I scratched my head in confusion. Is it really? I mean, the film was good, wasn't it? That it was, she said. But it is still unusual. Most of the winners are feature films. Documentaries and short films don't win. In fact, ours is the first film to do so. You can't just chalk it up to coincidence. Our super awesome luck. I offered an explanation of the reason for our win. Most likely, she agreed before turning to Evan. Evan, we'll be celebrating the success of Troy's first film tomorrow, would you like to come along? I'll talk to your parents if you'd like that. Yes, I want to come. Evan exclaimed excitedly. Seriously, this kid was in real need of some Adderall. Break. It was a lovely dinner we had at this upscale restaurant called Providence. Probably the best seafood I've had in both my lives. Can't be sure about my past life, but that was the feeling I got when I had the first bite of that awesome sushi. Dad had given Amy and Bobby a $5,000 check each as a bonus for making the movie. For broke college students, they were more than happy with the amount. What about me? I asked Steve with a big pout. You gave so much money to them, and nothing to your star? That's unfair. Steve chuckled. You can ask for anything you want. Within reason, of course. I want a skateboard, I said without needing to think it over. I wanted one so badly for quite some time, but for some reason, I didn't feel like asking for it until now. Done, Steve agreed easily. It wasn't until a week later that Steve told me an even bigger news. Are you fucking serious? I asked giddily. Language. Kathy rebuked from the kitchen where she was preparing the dinner. Only a few seconds later she came rushing out. I'm sorry, Mum, I said with a shit-eating grin on my face. Now Dad, are you serious or is it a joke? Yes, I'm serious, Steve said with a smile of his own. Seeing the confused expression on Kathy's face, he explained again, I got back from HBO today. They held an internal screening of our movie and were very impressed with the quality of the script and acting, particularly yours. Here he meaningfully turned towards me. They think it would be a great idea if we could make it into a TV movie or a mini-series. They have offered me the job as its primary writer, director, and producer. And I have the option to select another producer if I so desire. Here he looked meaningfully toward Kathy. You're offering me that position? She asked, her own excitement shining through her eyes. She had written many pilots before, but none of them had been picked up by any network, thus being a producer of an HBO movie was a good opportunity for her. Steve shook his head. I didn't say yes. Why not? I and Kathy asked at the same time. Our eyes met for a moment as we smiled at each other, and then we turned to Steve in unison. For one, if we do make this TV film, then it won't be eligible for an Oscar. That's one of the most basic Oscar rule, Steve clarified. That was a bummer. While I don't know if the film was good enough to qualify for an Oscar, but knowing that you had a chance to do something so big, yet you blew it to make a TV movie. Not just that, Steve continued, HBO's first condition for greenlighting this project was that Troy would be the lead actor. I accept, I said immediately. To be frank, I'd be disappointed if they chose someone else for the role that was built around me. It would be a little sad that we won't be eligible for an Oscar. I couldn't decline such a massive opportunity to act, just like that. It's not that simple, Troy, Kathy answered this time. While we would love it if you get good roles like the lead one here, but remember that your on-screen role defines you for other people. I hummed in thought, you think I'd be stereotyped with sex? If the film does well, then I'm afraid, it's possible, Steve answered. They have offered for me to develop a script first before we could further our plans. If you don't want to act, then that's fine, as they have bought the rights to it. They will make a production on their own with their own writers and actors. How could I deny that? I know that at the moment, we aren't fully financially secure. At least until we can sell the adaptation rights of Harry Potter. So it would be the smart decision to just accept HBO's offer and make the series. Even if I get paid the lowest salary as per the Actors Guild, I believe I would still make some money from the movie, as I play the lead. And obviously, the salary of the director and producer will be much higher. The lowest by my estimate should be $100,000 each. So if we make the film, it would be upwards of $200,000. Not to mention that this is the absolute lowest value. It could be much higher based on the success of the movie and if Steve and Kathy could negotiate for a subsequent raise based on the TV ratings. If we count the negative effect, if I do the show and it becomes popular, Warner Brothers or other studios may refuse to cast me as, say, Harry Potter. But I don't want to change myself or my work because of a role. I'll do it, I said with finality. Are you absolutely sure? Steve asked again. Yes. Very well. I'll tell them, we accept. Then he turned to Kathy, honey, we need to start work on the script soon. You have more experience on TV screenplays, so you take the lead. I've been told about a few inconsistencies in the original script, like Troy is British but his sister seems to be American. I tuned them out at this point and thought about the implications of what had transpired in a matter of a few minutes. This one small deviation in the timeline could potentially change everything that I knew, or maybe nothing at all. Only time will tell what will happen after the release of this film. Break. It took them 2 whole months to complete the script and complete negotiations with HBO. They agreed with a salary of $75,000 for me and $300,000 and $180,000 for Steve and Kathy respectively. With this, we'll be making a total of $550,000, pre-tax, for the movie as a family. A further bonus for Steve and Kathy as producers, if ratings exceed a limit and a certain percentage of disc sales, will be shared with them every year. Isn't HBO being too generous? That's the question I asked my parents. Indeed they are, Kathy agreed. Currently, they are trying to expand their user base to compete with network channels, so they are getting more quality programs out there. From what I've heard in the circle, they have a very grand plan for an upcoming series that will be launched next year. If only it was Game of Thrones, I could have played Bran Stark. Yes, I remember the series because I read this book lying around in the house called A Game of Thrones by G.R.R. Martin. So of course I remembered its adaptation that became one of the biggest shows ever made. Until the last season, that is. If I were to guess, HBO must be launching The Sopranos or Sex and the City at this point. I wasn't exactly sure about their TV premiere date, only knowing they were released in the late 90s. While my parents had agreed to let me act, they had placed some conditions. The biggest one placed on HBO was to wait until the summer to shoot the film or hire a private tutor for me for the time I spend away from school. Personally, I preferred the former. Getting too much attention was never good. At least in class, I could act like a lazy genius, but one-on-one tutoring is just asking for trouble. Luckily for me, HBO agreed with this as well. Accordingly, we will begin shooting in June '98 and finish by July '98. Steve and Kathy had come up with a production plan of 40 to 45 days. HBO planned to premiere the movie in mid to late November, giving us enough time for post-production and marketing. In the meantime, Steve along with a casting director of HBO would select the major cast members. Of the cast, the major roles were my characters, Mark's parents who had shifted jobs from England and had settled in America. The father is from London, and while the mother settled in London for love, she is an American. Next would be the sister, Jenny, who is mostly an American as she was living with her mother's sister and was on a scholarship program in an elite private school. She has recently joined university. Then the babysitter and to-be abuser, Dylan, who after some deliberation was turned bisexual. My school teacher whom my character is supposed to torment, and finally my 2 friends in school, Peter and Joe. There are other side characters like Dylan's girlfriend and Jenny's boyfriend, some neighbors, etc. As it was meant to be rated TV Ma, and with the nature of the subject, scenes of sexual nature with nudity were also included in the script. Kathy still thought she was protecting me somehow when she tried to give me a redacted version of the script. I laughed out loud and asked Steve for the correct script. Thankfully, he acquiesced. The script was quite good actually. It was in the format of a comedy movie, although it had quite a few dramatic moments as well. Steve and Kathy had adopted a mockumentary type approach that I remember from a few future shows, like The Office and Modern Family, where I am the narrator of the series, and between scenes, the camera will cut to me and I'll narrate my thoughts at that particular moment. I wanted to do the Ferris Bueller type breaking the fourth wall, but they vetoed it. Apparently, the tone of the film would become inconsistent if you add that. So they decided to go with what worked in the original version, and at the end of the movie, Mark will give a monologue about sex education. That was the most liked part of the original script and everyone at HBO expected it to be a part of the film. There are some other great funny moments in the script as well. There is a running gag where I'll make some great dirty joke in front of my teacher during class while pretending to not understand what I just said and making her very uncomfortable. Steve and Kathy have made my character a smart and cunning kid who knows more than he should but still acts like the perfect angel in front of unsuspecting adults. But at the end of the day, he is still a kid, and his knowledge about sex is incomplete. He thinks he knows everything and that leads to hilarious situations. Underscore 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 had to delete and re-upload the chapter because of some formatting issues. Anyway, check out my Patreon for a free poll to decide Troy's future career trajectory. Leave a review and send as many Power Stones as you can. Thank you for reading. Chapter 10, Ch9. Troy, a voice interrupted my thoughts. I turned to look at my best friend Evan. What are you doing this summer? He asked. I mean, if you have time you could come with us to Hawaii. I know my parents would allow you if you agree. Just imagine how cool it'd be to do that together. Yeah, it would be cool, I answered with a smile. But I have to shoot the movie this month and the next. After that, Mum and Dad would get busy with post-production. Evan had a defeated look on his face as he thought long and hard for a solution. Then as if a switch had been flipped, he smiled, that means you'll be free in August, right? I guess so. Okay, we'll do something in August then, Evan said in his kid voice. I smiled back at him, yeah we will, mate. Bidding him farewell I came back to Steve who was patiently waiting for us to finish our talk. Are you excited about the upcoming shoot? He asked conversationally as he pulled out of the parking space. I merely hummed in affirmation. Not in the mood to talk? He asked. Just thinking about something, Evan said. He and his family are going to Hawaii for vacation. He invited me to come along. I replied honestly as I looked at him. I immediately regretted telling him when I saw the guilty expression on his face. It's okay, this is something I wanted. I assured him, you're doing this because I want to be an actor. Remember? He sighed audibly, you're still too young, Troy. I know you have seen a lot in your life and you think you're all grown up and stuff, but it doesn't have to be like this. You also have a right to go on vacations and enjoy life like a kid. There is still time, if you want to go, we can find another actor. And pay damages to HBO for the breached contract? No thanks, I snarked, but more than that, this is my wish. This will be a unique experience and I want to have it, so please don't beat yourself up over it. How do you even know about the breach of a contract? Steve asked incredulously. Moreover, with a child actor they cannot enforce work legally, the most they can do is fire me and Kathy as well. But with the amount of work we have done with the scripting, casting, and set preparation, it would be a bigger loss to them to let us go at this point. Not to mention, they would be the ones breaching the contract. No, the real problem would be angering a media giant like Warner. So unless the reason is genuine, leaving a project at such a time is ill-advised if you wish to stay in the industry. For you, it would hardly matter because of your age when you grow up, Steve explained as we reached our apartment building. The part where Steve and Kathy would face Warner's attack if I declined at this point was left unsaid. Up in the living room, Steve and Kathy sat me down and looked at each other before finally, Kathy said, we must establish some rules for the filming tomorrow. I nodded in assent as she continued, first of all, because it is a mature movie, it will have stuff that you should not see. So first rule, you cannot wander around the set without either of us escorting you. At another nod from me she continued, if at any point you feel uncomfortable, whether it's a scene or a dialogue or even a CO actor or crew member, you must tell us at once. It has been included in your contract as well, so you don't have to worry about it. Anything else? I asked patiently. Tomorrow is the meet and greet for the cast and crew, followed by a table read, Steve explained. We will be discussing the complete script, which includes you as well, of course. But it won't take much of your time. If you have any questions about shooting or your character, you can voice them tomorrow. I will be directing the whole thing, but there may be some scenes shot by the assistant directors. Make sure to introduce yourself to all of them personally. It helps in the long run. Of course, I nodded in understanding. If the directors are happy with you, they will make sure you perform your best. Break. The next day, I rode with Steve and Kathy to the HBO office. Steve had booked a conference hall for the table read. I looked around the room and saw many people. One thing I found odd was that there was no other child in the room. I took a look around but didn't find any recognizable faces either. That was partly because Amy and Bobby had declined to reprise their respective roles. Amy because of the nudity and Bobby because of his character's newfound sexuality. Their reasons were understandable, as there were some pretty graphic scenes involving both Dylan and Jenny. I sat down beside Kathy, who was sitting beside Steve. On my other side was a young man in his late teens or early 20s. He was a tall and good-looking bloke with brown hair and brown eyes. I smiled and offered him a handshake. Hello mate. I'm Troy Armitage. I'm playing Mark. He looked startled for a second, as if not expecting such a greeting from me, but he shook out of the stupor almost immediately. He shook my hand casually and said jovially, hello, I'm James Franco and I'll play Dylan. As soon as he whispered his name, I immediately remembered him from the future. From what I know, I remember many of his movies distinctively. The most prominent ones were the original Spider-Man trilogy, 127 Hours, and The Disaster Artist. I had watched more of his projects as well, like Milk and the Deuce, but those three were the ones where I distinctly remembered him. Hey, are you old enough to play Dylan? I asked with a smile. You look barely 16. I am 20, he answered indignantly, and you're one to talk, jailbait. You, I made a disgusted face, do I look like a young underaged girl? And for your info, I don't have any nude scenes. All I have to do is talk I mean bad words. I amended quickly when I heard my mother clearing her throat. Please don't encourage him, Kathy said from beside me, my little baby can get carried away with his jokes and sarcasm. Mum, stop embarrassing me, I said in mock outrage. Then immediately turned my expression to indifference. Were you expecting me to say that? Seriously, woman, you need to try harder. Franco laughed loudly and banged a hand on the table unconsciously, which did the job of quieting the room down as everyone's eyes turned towards us. Franco immediately ceased his laughter and tried to duck a little, as if he were caught with a hand in the cookie jar. Yeah, that wasn't awkward at all, I nudged him with an elbow, who looked more embarrassed than anything with all the attention on him now. Taking in the situation, Steve cleared his throat loudly. Hello everyone. If by any chance you happen not to know me, I'm Steve K. Loves, the director, writer, and producer of the movie. This is my better half, Kathy K. Loves, our CO producer and CO writer. He said, pointing at Kathy. Before we begin, let's introduce ourselves. Why don't you start, Troy? I looked around the room at the expectant gazes and stood up. Hello. I am Troy Armitage. I am 9 and will be playing Mark in the movie. I retook my seat. This started a series of introductions starting from James Franco and going all the way around till it came back to Steve. Great. Now that that's done, let's take out the script. All of you who have a role with lines should enact them in character. First, we'll be reading Troy's lines. Only after that will other parts be read. Steve said with finality. I frowned in irritation. Steve had explained things to me, but it still made me mad. Apparently, because I was underage, I could not be given access to the complete script legally, and it should only be the parts where I appear. Also, the scenes have to be shot in such a manner that no manner of sexual activity, simulated or otherwise, can happen in front of me. Not that I want to see it. But they will merge scenes in post-production, so it would seem that I am witnessing a sex scene if the script so desires. Which it does. This also means that they will shoot most of my scenes and the scenes involving other kids at the beginning to let us leave early. Some scenes of others may have to be shot in between to save costs, but as far as my scenes are concerned, they should be completed within a month if the production goes as planned. With that thought in mind, I lifted up the redacted version of the script that I was given for the day and read my first line. Break. I reached the film set in my mother's car the next day. My father had to oversee some preparations for the set, so he reached the scene early. For my first scene, the location was set in an elementary school that was already built inside the Warner Brothers Studios, Burbank. While Steve preferred shooting on location, we all knew it would unnecessarily escalate the costs, thus he had agreed to indoor shooting. Walking inside, I was stunned for a second, seeing the elaborate and highly detailed set. At first glance, it would seem as if it was a real classroom, only the lack of all four walls made it seem like a fake one. Seems real, doesn't it? Steve asked as he walked up to me. It would if it had all the walls, I answered. The walls can be added, Steve explained. See that slot over there? They can add cardboard walls whenever the scene requires and you won't find a difference. That's convenient, I mumbled. It is, Steve affirmed. First we will be shooting scenes from this direction, so we won't need the wall. This gives us better lighting and camera angle. The set designer is prepared to add the wall when needed for shots from the other side. I hummed noncommittally. Why don't you go and get your makeup done? Steve asked and pointed towards an area that now I see has a lot more people than in the other areas. Come, I'll accompany you. I knew an order when I heard one. Steve wasn't a particularly strict dad, but he got work done in a subtle but effective way. His orders will feel as if they were mere suggestions, and it was you all along who wanted to do that. I followed him obediently as he introduced me to our makeup artist, Aaron. Meet my son Troy. He is the lead actor in the movie. Troy, this is Aaron Greenberg, our makeup and costume specialist. He will take care of your requirements for the day. Aaron, fix him up soon, we need him ready in half an hour. Will do, boss. Aaron mock saluted, then turned to me curiously as he took in my face and hummed audibly, "What amazing skin! Come, we shall begin our work at once." Aaron talked in a pompous and dramatic voice that was quite childish but did make me laugh. Seeing the satisfied look on Aaron's face, I thought it would be better to just humor the man. He set me on a tall chair and started applying the first layer. It took him like 5 minutes and he was done with it. Your skin is very good, love. I don't need to hide anything, you have a perfect face. Next, we have to do the hair. What happened next was ruffling my hair with several brushes and combs. Your character needs to look with unkempt hair as if he just got out of bed, right? He confirmed, to which I nodded. That's done then, he declared. Now let's get you changed and then we will redo the makeup if required. Yes. Come, love, we'll get changed. I turned towards the voice to see Mum standing there. She had gone off after handing me over to Dad, to do some stuff. I nodded and followed her to a changing room. She was already carrying the set of uniforms Mark was supposed to wear to school. It was a little crumpled as was required in the script. I went inside and quickly changed. I was supposed to be in a school district that had implemented uniforms in elementary school, thus the change. The uniform was simple khaki shorts with a blue polo shirt. I came outside only to be led to Aaron again, who redid my makeup. Why didn't I dress up first and then get makeup? I'll never understand that. So it took almost half an hour, the same time as allotted by Dad, for us to finish the dressing and makeup. I reached the set again, accompanied by my mother, who said, "Can you see the empty seat at the back of the second row? That's yours. When the scene begins, you'll be sitting there." I looked around and saw that all the other seats were filled by other kids my age. Many adults were standing behind one of the open walls and looking at the kids. Their guardians probably. I nodded in acceptance at Mum and asked, "How long will it take?" "Probably 5 minutes. It shouldn't take long or children will get antsy." "Troy! Come here, the scene is about to start." Dad called out from the door of the classroom, "You remember your lines?" "Yes, I do," I answered resolutely, "just make sure not to go easy on me." "You asked for it, kid," Steve grinned at me. "Lights!" Steve shouted, and immediately, tons of lights switched on. Camera. Rolling. Sound. Recording. Action. I adopted a lazy attitude as I walked in from the front door right as the teacher was calling out my name, "Mark Lewis." "Here!" I shouted and raised my hand high lazily. "You're late, Mark," my teacher Mrs. Vogel, played by a newcomer, said with a slight frown on her face. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Vogel, but my parents were fighting." My lip quivered quite convincingly as I thought of the worst thing that could happen to Steve and Kathy. Immediately my eyes teared up and my quivering lip became worse. Mrs. Vogel kept staring at me in shock. It turned uncomfortable when she didn't speak her line. "Cut. Linda, what are you doing? You are supposed to say your line. Did you forget it?" Steve shouted. Linda gulped audibly, though her eyes were still focused on me. As soon as I heard "cut," I dabbed at my eyes lightly with a handkerchief. "I'm sorry, Director." For a moment I thought, Mark would begin crying for real. "He was so convincing," she said finally, "won't happen again." Steve nodded at Linda in acceptance, "No problem, just stay in your character." I gave the older woman a reassuring smile as I retook my starting position. I had practiced all my scenes with Steve so many damn times that I could do them in my sleep if I wanted to. Each dialogue and expression had been ingrained in my head. I guess that's what being a diligent actor is all about. Action! Steve called again as the second take of the scene began. I walked in again and said my line with a quivering lip and watering eyes. Mrs. Vogel went down on one knee as she hugged me. "Oh, poor darling. It's all right, Mrs. Vogel is here for you." As she hugged me, I smirked slightly, as if happy that my ploy worked. She released me after a few moments. "Go to your seat. I'll excuse you for today." I nodded in mock sadness as I looked towards the floor but made my way towards the last seat and sat down gingerly. Cut. "Very good, everyone. Now please stay in your place." In the meantime, Steve started giving orders to the cameraman and lighting guys and they adjusted their equipment. While they were doing so, my mother came on set with a lady who started singing a children's rhyme. That's great crowd control when the children actually joined her and sang enthusiastically. Chapter 11, ch 10. Mrs. Vogel. A little girl raised her chubby hand high. "Where do babies come from?" Mrs. Vogel looked very uncomfortable as she cleared her throat. "That's, a good question, Annie. You see, when a man and woman get married and love each other a lot, God will give them a small baby. That's where babies come from." "Then why does mommy say that there is a baby in her tummy? Did she eat it?" came the prompt query from the same girl. "No. God sends the babies directly to mommy's tummy," Vogel answered again, sweating metaphorical bullets. At this point Mark, the protagonist, decided to be a dick. "So you mean it has nothing to do with daddy peeing inside mummy's butt?" A number of yous rang inside the class. It wasn't in the script, but quite the natural response of kids their age, so Steve didn't interrupt the scene. Mrs. Vogel went absolutely white as Mark said that. "I saw daddy peeing inside mummy," Mark answered confidently, then turned to Annie. "Hey Annie, you can ask your daddy as well." "No. No one will ask anyone's daddy. Mrs. Vogel said sternly as she glared at me, and you, she whispered harshly, stop spreading lies and rumors. But I really saw. It was all white. Daddy said when we get older it changes from yellow to. This was as far as I could go. Stop it, you retard. And for God's sake, it is ejaculating, not peeing. Mrs. Vogel lost her composure. Then immediately paled as her own words dawned upon her. Ooh! Mrs. Vogel said a bad word. A random kid exclaimed. I smiled cruelly at that. Mrs. Vogel, did you just call me a retard in front of everyone? I. She stuttered and then stepped out of the classroom with tears visible in the corner of her eyes. Cut. Nice job everyone. I heaved a sigh of relief. It was the 11th take when we were finally finished. It is a real pain in the arse working with child actors. Thankfully, I don't consider myself to be part of the group because I can control myself mostly and can behave professionally at the same time. Kids need some sort of entertainment between 2 takes, or they can become distracted. The day went on like this and we were finally finished after a full day of shooting. From other kids' perspective, it was a little fun too as they were given snacks regularly and were given breaks after every few scenes to go enjoy. But as I had a lot of lines, I had to prepare for them between takes, so I couldn't indulge myself with the same. Troy. I looked up from my dinner to look at my father who was speaking. Yes. Did you like today's work? Steve asked nonchalantly. Very, I answered honestly, as much as I may like to think I didn't, I enjoyed myself a lot. Though, you did help me with all my lines beforehand so I don't know what it would be like working with a different director. The reason my scenes today were relatively smooth was that Steve had gone to great lengths to ensure that I understood the role and the character. Even when Steve was writing the script, he would show it to me and we practiced lines and discussed different scenarios. Then he would edit the script if he thought it didn't sound good. Our acting practice, which had been going on for a year now, had been slightly modified as now I practice lines of my own character with him and he would correct me. Working on the set today was like an elaborate stage play where I had practiced the role so many times that I knew my character forwards and backward. While some may say that this is bad for my future development as everything becomes so rehearsed that I won't be able to improvise on set in the future. To them I say, fuck you. It doesn't matter to me if the performance was rehearsed or not. If I can give a better performance after excessive rehearsals, so be it. I'm not going anywhere. I can always run your lines with you, Steve said with a smile, even if you are working with other directors. Just make sure to listen to their advice when you are working under them. Every director has a unique style and vision for a particular role, so don't undermine their authority. I nodded resolutely. Now, how about we discuss your part for tomorrow? Time skip. Hey, little dude. How you doin'? James Franco asked me with a devilish grin. I'm fine. Thanks for asking, Mr. Joey Tribbiani. I retorted back immediately. His grin faltered but was regained back instantly. You watch Friends? Do you even understand its jokes? Do I? Could you be any funnier? I imitated my sarcastic Chandler voice. James laughed. You're good, dude, you're good. I know. He laughed harder at my Monica voice. Okay boys, enough goofing around, came Steve's voice from behind the camera where he was making scene preparations. There are others here as well, you know. A female voice called out. I tilted my head in the direction of the said voice to find a beautiful girl in her late teens standing there with a mock pout on her face who I recognized as Michelle Williams. A very talented actress with loads of awards and nominations in her future. Ah, Michelle, you know I love you. I extended my hands to her in a hugging motion. She bent down and scooped me in a hug and swung me around. I whooped in joy. You know, if only you were a little older, I would totally marry you. She teased as she planted a kiss on my cheek. You just have to wait for 8.5 years. I said with a thinking face, but why do we have to marry? I mean we could do it before also. Her face colored as she looked around at the laughing people on the set. Steve let out a tired sigh as he shook his head in exasperation. You little devil, Michelle gritted her teeth and gave me a nudgie. Behave, Troy, Kathy called out loudly with a stern expression. A very stern expression. Uh-oh. I gulped unconsciously after Michelle stopped hurting me. Yes, Mum. Another round of laughter came around the set seeing my face. I looked at Michelle. I'm sorry, Michelle. She smiled and pulled my cheek. No, you're not. Ow ow ow. I yelped. Michelle, don't, Steve warned. We'll have to do his makeup all over again. Thankfully, she did let me go. I rubbed my cheek as I looked at the girl with a glare. If only she wasn't a good actress, she won't even be playing the role. The script had some graphic scenes for the role of Jenny. However, the person who came to audition was a girl who was only 17. Steve and Kathy didn't know this. Nonetheless, Michelle was ready to do said scenes, but if they were shot when she was underage, it would create legal troubles. Most filmmakers would search for a different actress. However, Steve was so impressed with Michelle's audition that when he couldn't find another good enough actress, he decided to wait a few months to shoot them when she turned 18 in September. Right now we were shooting one of the most difficult scenes of the movie, the one where my character was assaulted. There were some changes in the script, like instead of Coke, Dylan would throw chocolate milkshakes on Mark because that's more sticky and difficult to stay in. Then the scene was longer and extended with more dialogue because it was one of the most important scenes of the whole movie. Break. Action. Steve shouted and instantly everyone except me went quiet. Then I told Andrew how much of a loser he is. He peed his pants right there and cried. I bragged loudly and then both of us started laughing. The scene went on for a few more moments as we shared our respective school experiences like a bunch of bullies bragging about who's the bigger one. Did I tell you about my girlfriend, Sarah? Dylan asked out of the blue. I shook my head dutifully. Well, she is beautiful. And she gives the best kisses. He grinned. Ew. Kisses are bad. You're not supposed to kiss till you're married. I parroted the well-rehearsed line. Dylan laughed loudly. That's a lie you will realize within a few years. Then you'll want to kiss all the time. And more. More. He went on to explain the bare bones of physical relationships without going into too much explicit detail. Then the scene went like the original. He threw the chocolate shake at me. I retaliated and threw mine on him. He could stop me from doing so, but he didn't. We went to the bathroom to shower together, which according to him was quite common among male friends. This time we were both wearing skin-colored underwear as we showered. I asked a few questions about differences in our bodies that he answered and then attacked me. I shouted, but he blocked my mouth with his hand. That particular shot was taken multiple times to get the correct emotion and angle. Then came the scene where my sister Jenny, played by Michelle, burst in and beat Dylan, with the toilet plunger this time, and we cried together. Cut. Good work everyone. Steve shouted, David, get Troy and Michelle out. Franco, you stay. I followed Michelle and David, who was an AD, out as they gave me towels and led me towards the changing rooms. If my guess was correct, they were probably shooting Franco naked without the minor's presence. This is a really messed up society we live in. In the name of art, people are ready to make and consume borderline porn. The worst part is that people even get awarded Oscars and Emmys and whatnot for such art. Break. Finally, after more than a month of effort from everyone, I was free from my shooting requirements. It wouldn't have taken such a long time if I wasn't a minor. According to child labor laws of California, a child actor of my age can only work at max 7 hours a day during a non-school day. This was the main reason HBO agreed to shoot the movie during the break without much argument. During school days, a child actor my age cannot shoot more than 4 hours a day. Now I remember that they had to get a special act passed in the UK to shoot Harry Potter there, that allowed child actors to work longer hours, otherwise they were shifting shooting locations elsewhere. Then there are people like Michelle who got emancipated and graduated high school early to work longer hours at production sets. At this point, I can understand why she would do that. Penny, for your thoughts? Kathy asked as she was driving me back home in our old Chevy. Just thinking of child labor laws. You know, general stuff. I answered with a grin. Why do I even ask? She groaned. Do you ever think about anything a normal kid your age should, like, I don't know, going out to play with your friends or going to the beach or something? I shrugged. I only got Evan and he must be in Hawaii by now. And seriously, the beach? We live in Santa Monica and you want to send me to the beach? How about a park then? She quipped playfully. Seeing my unimpressed gaze, she conceded, all right, it was a joke. But just because you are done shooting doesn't mean you can laze around at home. Don't tell me you've signed me up for a summer camp, I said jokingly. Seeing the blank expression on her face, I was horrified. Oh God, no. Please tell me you're joking. Oh love, stop being so melodramatic. We both know you're more mature than that. She rolled her eyes, and it's not a camp if that's what you're worrying about. But you must understand that Steve and I have work to do and we have to finish it at the earliest. I truly wanted to go on your first vacation as a family, but this project has forced our hands. Don't worry about that, I tried placating her, we'll have many opportunities in the future. Yes, I know love. I have plans for the next one though, don't worry about it. Kathy reassured me, for the remainder of the summer though, you'll be having a babysitter. Wow, that makes me feel so much better, just after shooting the movie. I snarked, referencing the part where my character was assaulted by his babysitter. I don't think you will have any problem with your babysitter, she smirked right as she pulled over in a familiar driveway. Hey, isn't that Evan's place? I asked, just realizing that we weren't going back to our apartment. She didn't reply but did get off and motioned for me to follow her. She opened the trunk and took out a red suitcase. Wait, are we breaking and entering? Isn't that a crime? Do you want to go to jail? Will you just keep quiet for a few minutes, you dumbass? She finally snapped. I snickered, yes. I finally made you cuss. She rolled her eyes again but just kept pulling me along towards the door and rang the bell. After a minute of waiting, the door opened only for us to come face to face with Melinda Spader, Evan's mother. She was in her mid-30s and really pretty. With her brown hair and eyes, she looked exactly like Evan, just an older and female version of him. Kathy, Troy, you're here. You must be done with the shooting then. Melinda beamed down at me. I politely smiled back. Hi, Melinda. Kathy beamed. Hello, Mrs. Spader. It's good to meet you. I nodded politely. None of that, dearie, call me Melinda or Mel. Come on in. Evan hasn't stopped talking about you since the holidays began. She beckoned us in and we followed. Their house was a fairly large one, located in a rich neighborhood. When the first time I came around, I was a little baffled seeing the size and opulence of the house. Beautiful decor, spacious rooms, and yard with a large garage that had at least 4 cars, and most importantly, their own swimming pool. All this is in LA, one of the most expensive areas in the US. The only inconsistency was Evan studying in a public school when clearly they could go private. I know this because Steve and Kathy had been talking and had strongly hinted that I may need to move schools before my movie is aired. With the new income they are receiving from the movie Sex Education, it wouldn't be an issue to send me there anymore. Heck, from my personal income alone, I could educate myself at a top-tier private school easily. Private school at this point is only to maintain my privacy. Paparazzi can be especially cruel to child actors despite the laws protecting children. When I shared my views with Evan on the matter, he told me that he would come along with me to whichever school I chose. The only reason he was at a public school was because his mother felt it would teach him some humility if he stayed away from rich, pretentious brats for the early years of elementary school. Because Evan didn't talk to anyone but me, I don't think Mel would mind if Evan changed schools. Hey Mel, didn't you plan to go to Hawaii for the holidays? Or are you back early? I asked curiously. Mel and Kathy exchanged an amused glance with each other as if sharing a private joke. I hate it when adults do that to you. Troy. Before I could take in the voice, a mini-missile launched onto me and latched as if its life depended on it. I only had enough time to hug my friend back before we toppled over on the floor. Kathy and Mel had a good laugh as Evan hugged me tightly. Ugh! Get off, Evan! You're stifling me! I pushed him away. Evan had the decency to look sheepish as he got off the floor and helped me up. Sorry, but I waited so long for you to finish filming. Now we can go to Hawaii together. I was baffled for a moment, but I turned towards Kathy with an expectant look. Surprise! She smirked. We talked to Melinda and John about their vacation plans. Apparently, they were going for only 3 weeks and nothing was set in stone. So we made plans for you. Now, you will be staying with them for the next 3 or so weeks, so be on your best behavior. I blinked momentarily, still unable to come to terms with the fact that I was going on a vacation to the island state of Hawaii. Is that my stuff? I pointed at the red suitcase Kathy was carrying. After you left with Steve for the day, I packed everything you will need and more. If you want anything else, give me a call and I'll drop it off tomorrow morning. Kathy answered with a smile. I didn't know what to say to her, so I did the only thing that made sense. I hugged her tightly and said, I love you, Mum. Thank you for this. She kissed my hair and whispered, I love you more, darling. Her voice was a little hoarse. I almost cried right there in her arms, but somehow I controlled myself. Evan, why don't you show Troy your room? I think you won't mind sharing, right? Mel said after Kathy and I separated. Of course, we'll share. Come Troy. With that, Evan all but dragged me upstairs. He would have if I wasn't carrying the suitcase with me. So Evan, how did you all make this crazy plan? Moreover, how in the hell did you keep quiet about it? I asked Evan after lying on his bed. Evan looked sheepish. It was your dad who called. He wanted to confirm our holiday plans. He told my dad that you would be done with shooting by now. Dad agreed to postpone our vacation to July so we can go with you. I was a little surprised. Hadn't he and your mum made plans for vacation at their work? My dad is a partner in the firm. He shrugged his shoulders as if that explained everything. Which it did actually. Partners in law firms have the utmost authority over choosing their holiday time. When are we going to Hawaii? I asked. The day after. Your dad actually confirmed last week that you'll be free by that time, so we booked the tickets. We are going to Oahu Island. He explained. You know I have never received a surprise. Ever. Evan didn't say anything, just lay next to me silently. Thank you, brother. Anytime, brother. Chapter 12, ch 11. Troy. I turned my head towards the familiar voice. Standing right there were Steve and Kathy. I picked up my pace as I almost ran towards the couple, balancing the suitcase carefully. As soon as I reached them, Kathy opened her arms for a hug and I literally rammed into her and hugged her for dear life. I never knew when I got so attached to these two people, but I did. I missed you, Mum, Dad, I whispered into her arms, but I knew Steve was close enough to hear me out. Within a moment, Steve engulfed the two of us in a family hug. Whoa, if I didn't know any better it would seem as if you didn't enjoy yourself in Hawaii at all, came out a boisterous male voice. We separated only to see Melinda smacking her husband on the chest. You just ruined a perfectly good family moment. Evan looked as if he was confused about whether to laugh or be embarrassed at his parents' antics. I turned towards John Spader, who was a man in his early 40s and had a strong physique with graying dark hair. He was usually a very serious, no-nonsense kind of guy, but the vacation led me to see a totally different carefree side. Dear John, I had loads of fun and would definitely love to do that again sometime. But that doesn't mean I cannot miss my family at the same time. I answered with fake sincerity. Melinda and Evan burst out laughing at that inside joke of ours while John had a mock-hurt expression on his face. Dear John, Steve mouthed to me at the same time as Kathy asked, are we missing something? Melinda took the opportunity to explain with a straight face, Troy thinks that had John been a soldier, he would be getting a Dear John letter from me. Steve barked out a laugh while Kathy looked torn between laughing and rebuking me. Finally, she settled on the latter. Troy Armitage. That's so rude. Her stern expression made me avert my eyes as I looked away at the other travelers in the terminal. It's all good, Kathy, cut him some slack, John said placatingly, it was all in good fun. We were both poking fun at each other the whole time. Kathy didn't comment any further and seemingly the matter died down. The thing is, most people cannot wrap their heads around the fact that I can exchange witty remarks with people 4 times my age and still come out on top. That is considered disrespectful by Kathy. Steve is more laid back and hardly ever reprimands me for it. Still, I wouldn't ever change anything about Kathy because I know she loves me and is doing whatever she is doing to help me become a better person. Bidding our farewell, we parted ways with the Spader family and sat in Steve's car as we drove home. So how was your vacation? Did you have fun there? Kathy asked after we all sat down in the living room. I nodded with a smile, it was amazing. Wish you were there too. John taught me how to swim and I learned it within an hour. Then we went kayaking, snorkeling, fishing, trekking, you name it. I have taken many photos and videos on the camera you packed, I'll show you at home. And the food was to die for. Especially the prawns, I loved them. That does sound like fun, Steve remarked. What about you? I changed the subject, are you done with the movie? Filming has been done, yes, Steve replied, just a few scenes are to be shot in September. Post-production has begun. We will be done with assembling the director's cut within a few weeks. Obviously, barring some of Michelle's scenes. We have given the footage to HBO and soon you'll find the trailers airing on Warner TV channels. I'll have to find a new school, won't I? I asked dejectedly. While I didn't hate the idea of school, I didn't love it either. The only reason I didn't want to leave school early was because I'd be bored out of my mind if I did that. Can you imagine getting out of school early only to do a kiddie role in some blasted Disney movie that primarily caters to preschoolers? Yeah, hard pass on that one. Kid movies can be good, but it's not like I'd have watched all of them in my past life to decide which one to choose from. It's not like I'd have the option to choose either. Unless I'm at Macaulay Culkin's level, I hardly think anyone would want to give me a script to read and decide. Child stars at the end are exactly that, children. Even if my parents have accepted me as a genius anomaly, other producers and directors won't. So school it was. Just keep getting good grades and maintain the status quo for an intelligent child of my age. That was my ultimate decision for my schooling. And finally, when I got used to the monotonicity of an American public school, I would have to change to a private one. It's for your own good. I know you don't care much for your education, Kathy raised a hand when I was about to protest, don't even deny it. Steve and I discussed it at length when you were in Hawaii. Your coursework comes easily to you so you don't care for it much, but art is unique as every person has their own expression and you clearly want to go in that direction. I just looked at Kathy silently as she and Steve exchanged another glance. I won't lie, she continued, I don't like the idea of you working at your age. Steve and I have had many arguments over this. You shooting short films at home was one thing, but taking it to the studio is a totally different thing. Do you want me to stop acting till I grow up? I asked bluntly. She shook her head, seeing your performance and the joy it brings you, I cannot deny you that. All I can request from you is this, don't be in a rush to take up too many projects in a year. I smiled at her, relax mum, it's not like I'll be getting too many offers on the basis of just one role. Steve, who was a silent observer for some time, said, I won't be too sure of that. What do you mean by that? I asked curiously. Just wait for the movie to release and you'll know the answer, he said mysteriously. I decided to change the topic, so when can I see it? Not anytime soon. When you are 15, came the reply from the two parents who then looked at each other and smiled. Kathy confirmed Steve's words, 15 seems to be a good enough age to watch the movie. That's so unfair. I crossed my hands over my chest, I have acted in most of the scenes, I know the content of the script completely but you don't want me to see it. Yes. Kathy and Steve said in unison. I sighed in defeat. I just knew they wouldn't let me see it at any cost. They haven't taken a subscription to HBO so I won't be able to see it at home. CDs and tapes won't be released until next year at the earliest and among my friends, Evan would have the same problem as me. Well, then there's Bobby. Yes. I could always convince Bobby to help me out. Although we weren't as close as Evan and I, Bobby was the cool older brother who sometimes bent the rules for you. There's one more thing we have to discuss. Steve looked down at me with a contemplative gaze. I nodded to show my attentiveness. Of the amount of your salary of $75,000, 30% has been deposited in the Coogan account, Steve explained. I nodded in understanding. Coogan account is a safety account for minors working in any performance industry in California, be it music, movies, TV, theater, or anything else. It saves them some money so their parents don't blow away everything before the children come of age. Jackie Coogan was the first child superstar who earned significant money from his movies. However, most of that amount was used by his mother and stepfather. He even had to involve the authorities to get some amount back. That led to the passing of the Coogan Act that mandated a portion of the earnings of child actors to be deposited in a trust account till they came of age. This amount is decided on a case-to-case basis by a judge, which in my case turned out to be 30%. From what I remember, this amount would be fixed at 15% in a few years. Steve had explained the legislation to me and how it worked. We had opened an account with a mutual fund company to invest money in high-quality funds. That way, any of my funds would be able to beat the inflation at the very least. From the balance 70%, Steve continued, I've paid your initiation fee of the Screen Actors Guild and after which came out to be around $2,500. Screen Actors Guild, SAG, is a film actors union that protects our rights. Similarly, AFTRA is the union of TV actors. Although the initial price of $2,500 may sound steep, they offer a lot of protection for actors regarding pay and work conditions. Like health insurance and in the absence of an agent, SAG negotiates actors' contracts for them. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. There are so many more benefits and most big productions don't even let non-SAG actors audition for them. Joining it was inevitable. Next is your taxes. Right now, after all financial planning, your taxes come out to be somewhere around 10 grand. So after deducting everything your balance money would be around $40,000. Why are you telling me this? I asked after taking all that info in. I mean, I'm grateful that you are sharing this with me but you can use that money to pay for my schooling or something. I don't need to know the details. Steve shook his head, as your parents it's our responsibility to take care of your needs and wants. We'll bear all your expenses including schooling, clothing, hobbies, games, whatever you need. You save your money for your future, like, if you wish to set up a business or maybe invest in someone else's business. Those words struck a chord within me. Investing in someone else's business seems to be such an amazing idea if I could get some future stock knowledge. You can use this money now if you want, but you must give us a good reason for using it. I won't let you waste it away on meaningless things." He finished his speech. I was evaluating my options when I asked, "Would you let me invest in stocks? If you can give me a good enough argument as to why you want to invest in a particular stock," Steve answered. "All right," I nodded in acceptance, "give me a few days to research." On another matter, Kathy interjected our financial talk. "We have booked an admission interview for you with the principal of Crossroads School, next week. It's nearby, so commuting won't be a problem when you are accepted." "Don't you mean if I am accepted?" I asked with a grin. "Of course, I know I will be accepted. There's nothing that a teacher can throw at me that I can't handle." "No." The single word was enough to show her confidence in my ability. "And what about Evan?" "He told me he would follow me to whichever school I chose." Kathy snorted softly and muttered something that sounded suspiciously like Minion. "I'll talk to Mel and John. I'm sure they won't have an issue booking an interview themselves with how artistic that kid is. Evan loved making sketches and cartoons. Whenever free he'll make these small caricatures for everyone he knows. His family, me, my family. You get the point, right? Crossroads, being a private school heavily geared towards arts, should be good for a kid like Evan." Break. I carefully read the list of stocks and their prices as shown in the latest issue of the Wall Street Journal. I had thought that I would get another set of memories as soon as I looked at a list of stock names, but no such luck. I looked at all the big stocks carefully, be it General Electric, Microsoft, or Pfizer, but no future knowledge came back to me. It's as if I didn't know what was going to happen about their future stock price. One thing that came to me is that Bill Gates, the founder of Microsoft, would remain one of the richest people for at least 2 more decades. The problem is that he already is at the top, so his wealth won't be growing by that much as compared to those who have yet to establish themselves. Let's say, we know that Bill Gates' wealth will grow tenfold in the next 20 years. Seeing that, you may think that it would be better to invest in Microsoft, right? That's where you're wrong. Now suppose, there is a fledgling company whose stock is still considered penny stock, priced below even $1. But their future growth is tremendous and may even reach $100 within, say, 10 years. Such a company would be much better for anyone to invest in. These are those companies about whom you read in the news and regret not investing at the right time. I was about to turn the page away from the already established Fortune 500 companies to move towards the list of other emerging companies when I caught the name of one particular tiny little name sitting at number 150. Apple. As soon as I read the name, a plethora of information came to me about the future. Their MacBooks, iPads, iPods, and most importantly, iPhones. The product revolutionized the mobile phone market and created a new subsegment of smartphones. Later on, their new products like Apple Watch and AirPods sold innumerable units as well. One of the most profitable companies from the future perspective. I also remembered something that I didn't for any other stocks in the Fortune 500. Apple was one of the most profitable stocks in the future, and I remember doing a project in my past life, college perhaps, on a few stocks and their life cycle of stock price. I sat stunned at the goldmine I'd just discovered. From what I remember, Apple had the potential to increase your wealth hundreds of times if invested at the right time. Taking a deep breath to calm myself, I picked up the notebook I had brought along for this purpose and carefully wrote the name under the definite by category. Putting the notebook back down, I read each and every name very carefully. Again. I was just about to give up when I saw Apple. It would have been a disaster had I accidentally left it out. I couldn't let this happen to another such company. It took me the better part of an hour, but I looked at each and every name of the top 500 companies, but no other name came to my recollection. Then I turned the page to the emerging stocks and started reading each of them carefully. Luckily for me, I found 2 more names that I had knowledge of. Yahoo and Amazon. Amazon was the one of other most profitable stocks in the future report of my other self. It was also on the list of most profitable stocks for anyone to invest in if done at the right time. I wrote it down under the must-buy category. Last but not least is the stock of the year, Yahoo. Yahoo was the biggest emerging stock currently for having increased its value tenfold within 2 years of listing. It was the biggest shock to the whole market when the prices of Yahoo fell sharply after reaching the closing peak of $475 in the first week of the year 2000. Currently, it's priced at $48.60. I know the stock will split multiple times before hitting its peak, and if I invest in it right now, I could definitely increase my wealth by multiple times in less than 2 years. Now, if I was of legal age and had some sort of creditworthiness to my name, I could have easily used this knowledge to make myself millions with the $40,000 I have. Unfortunately, I'm not. And while Steve may allow me to invest in a stock with potential, he will not let me speculate anything that much riskier. With that in mind, I decided to be satisfied with what I could get. Of the other options of Amazon and Apple, I knew they were the safer option in the long run, but currently, they cannot give me tenfold returns that Yahoo can. With my mind made up, I went to Steve and presented my idea. I thank you all for all the kind words you have shared with me in the reviews. It keeps me motivated to write the story. Also, keep sending them power stones. Chapter 13, CH12. You want to buy shares of Yahoo? Steve asked in confirmation. I nodded, yes, it is an emerging stock in the current market and is soon expected to enter the Fortune 500 companies. It provides excellent solutions to people searching for things on the internet. Last year, they introduced their free email service to everyone with internet access with near-instant messaging. So I feel that their future prospects are good as young people want to work more with computers and the internet than with papers. Steve had a contemplative look on his face. Why only Yahoo and not some other companies as well? If I invest in more companies, my risk will come down, but so will my returns. However, I am betting on this company to do well because I have done some research and its prospects look good. I presented him with detailed information about all I could find through newspapers and Steve's computer. Steve did own a system that had a semi-decent internet for the time we were in. Steve read through the information for a few minutes while I waited patiently. I looked up at him when he sighed audibly, "Son, while I'm not very good with stocks, I can see that its price has already risen 10 times in the past 2 years. It doesn't seem likely it will rise any more, for it is already overvalued. Your investment, instead of increasing, may as well decrease. Are you ready to bear the losses in such a case?" I nodded solemnly. All right. I was a little shocked hearing that word from him, just like that. Yes. While I don't think you will get much profit or any profit at all, it will be a good learning experience for you. However, all money will be your own and I will not allow you to make any bets or speculations. Like I had suspected. No playing with derivatives. Steve continued, I'll get in contact with my financial manager and set up a trust account for you. As you are not an adult, you cannot open a trading account in your own name, so I'll open a trust account with you being the sole beneficiary when you come of age. Before that, withdrawals or any transactions can be made only with my or Kathy's permission. Is that okay? Yes. Thank you, Dad, for trusting me with this, I answered sincerely with a smile. It's your own money, kid. If it increases, good for you. If it doesn't, you'll learn an important life lesson. While I don't like that he thinks I'll make a loss, I'll take what I get. Break. It took a whole week for the trust account to be set up and registered in my name with the Bank of America. To ease up the matters, Steve transferred the full amount of $40,000 that I had requested to the trading account that was under the control of our financial manager, Andrew Cohen. Andrew was a Jewish man, the same age as Steve. They knew each other from their college days, and later on Steve hired him to manage his funds. Steve, being the conservative person he was, mostly invested in treasury bills and AAA corporate bonds. To say Andrew was astonished by our request will be an understatement. Under our current agreement, he will act strictly as my stockbroker without investing in any other shares without my, Steve's, permission. Andrew will take 1% of the transaction amount as his own commission. As the commission was kept low, the major responsibility to keep track of my shares lies with me. I gave him a standing order: if the price exceeds $400, sell it all. But preferably call us. Andrew gave me a smile. Aren't you being a little too ambitious, kid? The current price of Yahoo in the market is around $33. It has fallen sharply in the last week alone. And you're aiming for $400. I was almost giddy with joy when I saw that the price of Yahoo had fallen further from the previous week. More profit for me, baby. The more it falls before I buy, the cheaper for me, right? I asked innocently. Andrew laughed out loud, then turned to Steve. You got a sharp kid, Steve. Don't I know that? Steve grinned back. As per Troy's decision, invest the full $40,000 in Yahoo stock after deducting any initial expenses and your commission, of course. I was betting everything I had on Yahoo. Hopefully, things will go in a similar direction as I had expected, or my parents will never trust me with anything else money related. $50 has already been deducted from that as initial expenses, Andrew explained while fiddling with a calculator. I'll buy you stocks worth $39,950 within the hour. Is it acceptable? I nodded, yes. Perfect. Break. So temporarily, I became a part owner of Yahoo, bought at an average price of $32.60. I owned 1,225 shares under my trust account. With that done, I decided to forget about it for the upcoming year at the very least. Another thing noteworthy in September was the release of The Philosopher's Stone in the USA. Scholastic Books, who had been given the American rights to the novel, released it on the 1st of September, 1998, and took the American market by storm. An instant classic was what people were calling it. The other thing was my new classes at the Crossroads School, which were very similar to my old school, boring and repetitive for me. The only good thing was the new drama and music clubs I had joined recently. Ever since I started my music lessons, I practiced my singing and guitar daily. I may not be the most proficient guitarist or vocalist out there, but I like to think I am doing better than most people my age. So here I am, in the school's music room, practicing after hours. I may not always love you. I strung the guitar to the rhythm as I played the Beach Boys' classic song. But long as there are stars above you, you never need to doubt it. I'll make you so sure about it. God only knows what I'd be without you. If you should ever leave me, though life would still go on, believe me. The world could show nothing to me. So what good would living do me? God only knows what I'd be without you. I repeated the chorus line a few times and finally stopped. Clap, clap, clap. I was dumbfounded to see our music teacher, Mr. Paul Tanner, standing right in front of me with a goofy grin on his face. That was awesome, Troy. Have you been taking lessons before this? Thank you, sir. I probably blushed at getting caught unaware, but quickly put it behind me. And yes, I have been taking music lessons for a year. Let me tell you this, your voice has a maturity and confidence that most people your age don't. His ever-present smile was infectious and my lips upturned unconsciously. That is until the meaning of his words dawned upon me. Do I sound like an old person? I asked, feeling a little self-conscious. I know that having a mature voice is good for singers, but as a child actor, it would be a nightmare for me. No, no. You misunderstand, Mr. Tanner shook his head emphatically. Your voice has a stability and experience that even many experienced people don't. Your guitar work is also exceptionally good if you've been practicing for only a year. Here he gave me a questioning look to confirm that theory. I nodded to confirm that. Then I'm afraid to say. He gave a dramatic pause here. You, Troy, will go very far if you become a musician. Really? Really? I voiced my thoughts. Indeed. Just keep practicing daily and you can then join either the school band or the a cappella group. His voice betrayed his excitement. But I'm an actor, sir. I want to focus on that. Music is something I just like playing with, I declined politely. Working on music professionally is too much too soon. I would definitely go for it if I didn't have school so often, but unfortunately, I do. Do you have any idea how much talent you will be wasting if you don't share your music with the world? Mr. Tanner looked a little disappointed but not overly so. It's too much, sir. I have to continue acting at the moment, that too with regular school. Maybe when I am older, I can try it. I tried to appease him, though I won't stop practicing. Mr. Tanner nodded slowly in acceptance when a look of realization dawned upon him. You are already an actor? Have you worked somewhere? Oops. I shouldn't have said that. While the principal and my homeroom teacher were informed about my job, other teachers weren't. And from the looks of things, Mr. Tanner wasn't told by either of them. I sighed in defeat. It is bound to come out one day. Yes, I have worked in a short film which won 2 awards at this year's Sundance Festival. Then we made a feature film out of it which will be released on HBO in November. Its trailer should be out by now on WB and its affiliate channels. He looked impressed. That's great, kid. So what role did you play? The protagonist's son. I am the protagonist. Despite what Mr. Tanner may tell you, I didn't sound like a smug bastard. Okay, maybe a little? Mr. Tanner raised an eyebrow at that. Wow. When I was your age, all I could hope for was getting the male lead in the school play, and here you are, already getting lead roles in movies. It's not like that, sir. The film was written, directed, and produced by my father. It was just a short film to teach me acting, but HBO liked it and wanted to make it a full-length film if I acted in it. I answered, a little abashed. Kid, there's a common saying in Hollywood, don't hesitate to use your connections to get a role or you'll regret it for life. He paused as he looked away in the distance. Suddenly, he shook his head for a second. Sorry, that got too deep for you, right? I wanted to say no, but thought better of it and didn't reply to the rhetorical question. By the way, what did you say was the name of the film? I'll watch it with my family and tell all my friends as well that a student of mine has become a star. He gave me a winning smile. This is embarrassing. You probably shouldn't watch it with family. I winced mentally as I said that. The movie is adult-themed and even I'm not allowed to watch it until I am much older. Okay, so it's an R-rated film, got it. Still, it must have a name, right? He was persistent. I'll have to give him that. It's called Sex Education, I answered reluctantly. He looked gobsmacked for a moment, then whispered something inaudible, then in a louder tone, why are you working on such a movie? What was your father thinking? Hey, I raised my voice for the first time, he's a great father, so don't talk about stuff you don't know, okay? He looked chastised for a moment but soon opened his mouth to say something, but I cut him off. Also, none of the adult scenes were shot in front of me or when I was on set. I did have to use some foul language, but that was all during shooting, neither before nor after. And finally, HBO made it compulsory for me to attend therapy sessions before and even during the filming to make sure I don't suffer some kind of trauma from exposure to such content. I took a deep breath in and continued in a slow tone, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have snapped at you like that. No. I should be the one apologizing. I shouldn't have judged. He said apologetically. It's fine, I waved him off. Most people would have a similar reaction. Anyways, Mr. Tanner changed the topic. When do you have to get home? At 4. My mom will come pick me up today. I answered honestly. That gives you, Mr. Tanner checked his wristwatch, 20 minutes before she would come. I grunted noncommittally. I don't think he had any bad intentions, but his words were coming on too strong to me. Troy, I know we got off on the wrong foot, but I really think you would waste a lot of talent if you don't pursue music professionally." I sighed audibly. This man doesn't know when to give up. "Listen," he continued, "before becoming a teacher, I used to work on Broadway." I looked at him doubtfully. Why would a Broadway actor become a school teacher? "It's true," he insisted, seeing my skeptical face. "In my most famous role, I played Marius in Les Miserables. Hear this, my name is Paul Tanner, I used to be a stage performer. Not anymore. I am an educator now, teaching kids singing and instruments. He sang the whole sequence with varying pitches from low to high and everywhere in between. That was really good. But I was still doubtful. "That was very good, Mr. Tanner," Tanner beamed at the praise. "If you don't mind me asking, why did you stop doing plays and such? Your voice is very good. For that matter, why aren't you the drama teacher?" Tanner rubbed the back of his head nervously. "Well, I have a degree in music from the University of Colorado, so I am qualified for the job. As for your other question, I have a medical condition where I cannot sing for prolonged periods or I may lose my voice completely. I had to leave behind theater and singing." His voice was blank of any emotions as he said that. That must have been painful for him. Dedicating everything to a goal, only to find the goal snatched away from you because of something out of your control. "But I'm happy now. I have a fulfilling job and a great family," he said immediately when he saw that I was about to apologize for his failed career. "Now I teach kids. Not just here, but I have a private facility where I mostly coach people with their vocals who want to pursue pop singing or musical theater. Today is my day off from my other job or you wouldn't even find me here." "Do you give private lessons to kids my age as well?" He looked startled for a moment but quickly composed himself. "I do on weekends. My regular after-school classes are on weekdays, with Wednesdays off. On weekends I take up private sessions or remedial classes if someone misses something important because of some other commitment." "Do you have a weekend slot empty?" I asked hopefully. When he gave me a questioning look I explained, "My current music teacher is good at teaching instruments but her vocal training is not so good, to be honest. And I would love to know about musical theater singing." He eyed me carefully. "Shouldn't you ask your parents first?" I shrugged. "They let me do pretty much anything as long as it is reasonable. I'm already taking music classes, all I have to do is change my coach. It shouldn't be much of an issue." At this point, I was waiting for him to point out how unkid-like I behaved. Thankfully he didn't. "I have slots available between 10 and 12, Saturday and Sunday mornings. If you have the time you can call me and I'll see what I can do." Mr. Tanner's voice hardened at this point. "But let me tell you beforehand that I am very strict with my training. Come along only if you are ready to do this with your maximum effort. As long you keep it in mind, that I'm doing this just to keep my vocals sharp, and maybe learn a thing or two about musical theater, not to join some boy band," I joked. Mr. Tanner snorted before nodding to my request in acceptance. "Give me a card or something and I'll have my parents contact you with the details." Chapter 14, ch 13. I cleared my throat for good measure and began my practice. Practicing vocals with a coach was so much different from working alone. My previous coach didn't have much experience with singing herself. She covered the basics of notes and voice pitch well enough, but after that, even I with my limited experience could see the gap in her knowledge. Many teachers don't let the students sing a flat or sharp note, but Mr. Tanner insisted that if I practice singing sharp notes then I'll know the difference intimately and can avoid it when I want to. With my parents' blessings, I booked 4 hours of weekend classes with Mr. Tanner. I spent the first hour on my guitar and the second on my vocals. Sometimes he would even allow me to mix guitar in with my vocals so I could do both simultaneously. "You did well today," Mr. Tanner smiled when I was done with the basic vocal practice. "For the next week I have a little homework for you." He handed me a few sheets of paper. I picked them up and carefully perused them. They were music sheets with lyrics written in between. There's a grief that can't be spoken. There's a pain goes on and on. Empty chairs at empty tables. Now my friends are dead and gone, As soon as I read the music, I remembered the song from my previous life. It is from the great musical Les Miserables sung by the third male lead Marius when all his friends are killed in the French Revolution. It was a very touching song that if performed correctly can bring anyone to tears. It contains two songs, Mr. Tanner answered my unasked question, one is Empty Chairs at Empty Tables and the other is Bring Him Home, both from the musical Les Miserables. I want you to memorize both of them by next week and then we will begin practicing theatre vocals like you wanted. He would be flabbergasted if I told him that I already had both the songs memorized. Not in the correct pitch, but I definitely know the lyrics. He doesn't need to know, so I'll tell him next time. That reminds me, I may not be able to come next week. I have to attend the movie promotions. Ah, yes. How can I forget the talk of the whole of America, about a young child who had to work on a sex-themed film. HBO does know how to do publicity, he commented. I chuckled, yeah, their hyping method is quite obvious but still effective. You know the Taxi Driver route. Taxi Driver was a movie released in the 70s where Jodie Foster, a young girl of 12 years of age, played an underage prostitute. That movie set a precedent for roles of young children in adult-themed movies, with them being given psychological evaluation to make sure the scenes don't affect them negatively. You know too much about this stuff, don't you think? Mr. Tanner said. I rolled my eyes good-naturedly. Of course, I know. Dad explained to me why I was being given therapy. All right then, I'll see you in 2 weeks. Mr. Tanner confirmed. I nodded and bade Mr. Tanner farewell as I made my way down the stairs to the ground floor. I mean the first floor in American English. God, this gets a little confusing sometimes. Apparently, my mum was running late as she wasn't there to collect me. Anyway, Hollywood production houses can stoop to any level to promote their movies. For Sex Ed, HBO had spread the news about me being underaged but working as the lead in a movie predominantly about sex. As they say, no publicity is bad publicity. Major news media picked up the news when it got a lot of response from the general populace, insinuating things like it was damaging kids' mentality when they had to work on such projects and so on. The effect was twofold. On the negative side of things, there was a group of people who wanted to ban the movie because it would encourage more children to work in such roles. On the other hand, people knew about the film and its subject matter and it had created a curiosity among them. We could only hope that the latter would exceed the former. Just then I saw my mum's car turning round the corner. Usually, Dad picks me up from my music lessons, but he is in New York at the moment, promoting our movie with different media houses. As I was still in school, HBO decided to cut short my involvement in promotion to just 4 days, of which only 2 were school days. To compensate for my absence, they decided to use controversy to fuel the flame of the movie. Sitting in the car, I heard my mum say, "We will be holding a screening for critics and media on Friday. While you won't see the film, you will have to attend the press conference afterward." "Yeah," Dad told me, I answered flippantly. "And then we will take a flight to New York and do a couple of interviews, right?" "Yes, but we'll have to discuss some things before you do the press conference. Your father and I discussed this at length and decided that it would be bad if the news about your old mum came to light." She paused while her eyes were fixed on the road ahead. I looked at her expressions and thought carefully about what she was saying. And she was right. It would be troublesome if the whole world knew about my past life at this point. To prevent that from happening, we have decided for you to not attend any other interview than the press conference. So you won't be going to New York, you'll stay at Evan's place for the weekend. And I just told Mr. Tanner that I won't be present for the next week's sessions, I groaned. "Call him later, or tell him at school," Kathy said offhandedly before coming to the more serious topic. "I still think it is foolish of HBO to insist on you attending that event. They will have to ask questions about the movie and its plot points, and it would make many people uncomfortable to skirt around important questions. Finally, we came to an understanding that you will be present only for the first half of the press conference, during which reporters will be told to behave. Is that all? I asked. No, Mum deadpanned before softening her tone. Remember, you are a kid, so you can always stay quiet if you don't want to answer something. We will explain things to the reporters beforehand. In fact, you should remain quiet as much as you can. As the role isn't kid-centric, your close involvement is not required for promotion. I nodded and we spent the remaining distance in silence. When we reached home, she sat me down in the living room and gave me a notepad, a list of possible questions and their answers. You should memorize them and then we'll practice. I picked it up gingerly and read through the list of questions and answers written there. Q. How do you relate yourself to your character in the film? A. I am very different from the character of Mark. I don't know the full script, but what I could gather from my part was that he is a lonely character with no good friends and parents who are too busy to help him. I have great friends and I love my parents. Q. What was it like working on a movie set during the summer? A. It was the best summer vacation ever. When the shooting was done, I went to Hawaii with my best friend, so it was great. I looked up after reading the rest of the questions and gave Mum a questioning look. You want to portray me as a gullible child? Yes, she gave her clipped reply before elaborating. I was against the promotion strategy of HBO, but they didn't agree and we had to compromise. Look, Troy, if you give these reporters anything negative, it will not be good for your career in the long run. So act your part and behave like a kid your age should. Just think of this as another acting role. I nodded doubtfully. I can do that. I was apprehensive about it because I don't act like other children in front of anyone. That may create an image of falsity. Still, I decided to just go with it, and if the fact comes I'll chalk it up to nerves about my first interview and being a kid. Good, Mum beamed at me. Now let's go over the interview questions one by one. Break. I was sitting in the car that was booked by my parents to take me to the movie premiere/press conference alongside my trusty neighbor Bobby, the designated driver in my newly purchased suit. I couldn't help but feel as if the jacket wasn't the right fit for me. Either it's the collar or the breast pocket or something just didn't feel right. Will you stop fidgeting? Asked an annoyed Bobby. Your suit's perfectly fine. Now sit still. We will receive your parents' call any minute now. At the moment, we were sitting in the car, a few minutes away from the premiere hall waiting for the movie to end so we could join them for the press conference. Didn't you want to watch the movie in the hall with everyone? I asked Bobby. Nah, lil dude. I'll watch it at home or with Amy if she is free. Besides, if it wasn't for escorting you, I wouldn't even be allowed here today. Bobby answered. I snorted at his plan to Netflix and chill with his girlfriend. Or should it be HBO and chill? That's not true and you know it, I said. Had you just asked Dad once, he'd have allowed you to watch the movie in there. You forgot one thing, Bobby shook his finger dramatically. This isn't a movie premiere, it's a screening for critics and reporters. The cast and crew were invited as a courtesy so they could see the film before everyone else. They don't invite their friends to such events. He wasn't wrong per se. Any normal premiere would involve a red carpet and reporters and fans and paparazzi and the whole shebang. Here, we had to simply walk into the theater without any fanfare and wait for the movie to begin. No normal audience was allowed to view the movie there as it was a closed screening at one of HBO's personal theaters. Ring ring. Finally. Bobby groaned out loud and picked up his mobile phone. Hello. Yes, we are right outside in the car. We'll come right in a minute. He cut the call and put his phone down. Let's go. I'll leave you with your parents and then I'll go wait outside for you to finish. No point in watching a boring-ass press conference, he mumbled the last phrase under his breath, but I heard it because of our close proximity. Ah, you won't attend the boring-ass press conference of your lil dude. I grinned at him. He paled instantly. Don't use that word or your mom will skin me alive. You hear? And stop trying to make me sound gay. I'm straight. I laughed out loud. Ever since he denied the role of Dylan in the movie because of the gay scenes, I teased his sexuality a lot and he usually got pissed. I decided to give him a valuable life lesson: you shouldn't complain so much when someone teases you or they will believe their claim is true. Believe me, if it was any other asshole saying that, I'd have socked him in the jaw by now, he replied while getting out of the driver's side. I followed his example and got out. To clarify, did you just call me an asshole? He paled further. If that was even possible. No, absolutely not. He retorted immediately. I snickered. Don't worry booby, I am an asshole, and I know it. I gave him 2 thumbs up. Wow, what an original insult. He rolled his eyes while guiding me towards the theater door. It didn't take us long to reach inside, where a helpful guard guided us when we showed our screening passes. As soon as we entered the hall, I heard a voice say, "And now our star of the evening is here." I looked in that direction and saw a man that I remember working at HBO. All eyes turned towards me, with people looking at me with different expressions, from smiles to worried looks to even a few thumbs up. As coached by Mum, I fixed a smile on my face and made my way towards the front where other cast and crew members were sitting. As soon as we reached there, Bobby gave me a crisp "good luck" and retreated towards the back of the hall. From what I saw, he didn't really go out but sat at a seat at the back. Liar. I took a deep breath as I sat down on the only open seat between my mum and Michelle. Only then did I notice that there were video cameras also present at the scene. That thought made me a little conscious of what they may record. But I tried to cast it all out of my mind for the moment. So I turned to my immediate neighbor to greet her. "Hey, Michelle." I waved enthusiastically. "Hey, short stuff," she smirked, "your performance is very good. We watched the film and believe me, it's phenomenal. Not just me, even the critics were impressed." "Oh come on. It was my first role, it couldn't be so good. I'll take above average as good enough for now." I shook my head at her in disbelief. "Fine. Don't believe me? Read it in the papers in a few days," Michelle retorted. "Attention, ladies and gents. Now we can begin the press conference. As discussed, please keep the conference PG for now," the HBO guy announced. With that, the reporters started raising hands and were called out one by one. "Troy, my question for you, how does it feel working in a film you cannot even watch?" asked a male reporter from the LA Times. "Frustrating," I answered with a smile. All around people started laughing at the answer. To be honest, I knew when we were shooting that I wouldn't be able to see it. So I plan to watch it as soon as I am old enough. I'll ask Dad to save a CD for that time. Here I gave a look to my father, who smiled back at me. "Did you understand the subject matter of the film?" "I don't think I will understand it completely until I'm much older, and probably married," I said sagely, trying to portray a naive front. A few reporters chuckled at that response, but no one called me out on it. "Were you present on set the whole time when they shot the film?" a female asked. "No," I replied honestly. "They shot my scenes first, and the rest of the film after that. They didn't even let me read the full script." I observed that all of the questions were directed towards me. Probably even the reporters wanted to free me so they could ask questions about the subject matter from the other cast and crew members. The questions were basic ones like, my on-set experience, if the shooting affected my school time or vacation time, my co-stars and our relationship, which was the most difficult scene to shoot, and similar stuff. Within 15 minutes of beginning the session, I was done, as they had to ask questions from others as well. I didn't realize when, but Bobby had come back to the front to take me back to our car. As we were walking back, he said, "That was really well done. I don't think I would have been able to answer any questions that well. I practiced many times with Mum, I answered with a smile as we left the venue. Underscore 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 underscore. Is it just me or did this story suddenly blow up overnight? I'm curious, was it mentioned somewhere else? Anyway, thanks for all your love and support. The free poll is still active on my Pat/Rayon, so go vote if you haven't. And as usual, give me power stones. Chapter 15, ch14. I was still staying with the Spaders because Steve and Kathy were off to New York for interviews and promotion. From there they would go to Chicago and then back home. It would be 2 hectic days for them as they had to finish the publicity by Sunday morning. Stop pacing, Troy, Melinda called out to me, and I realized that I was indeed pacing in their living room. Everything will be fine. People will love your movie. I'm sure of that. She patted my back comfortingly and led me to the couch, guiding me to sit. I followed because it would be the polite thing to do. If I was a normal kid like Evan, I'd be sleeping my ass off at this ungodly hour, but I was too worked up to sleep in. It's here. A loud voice came from the foyer. A moment later John entered the living room with 3 newspapers in his hands, the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, and the LA Times. John handed me the New York Times while he unrolled the WSJ and passed the last one to Melinda. I skipped directly to the entertainment section and leafed through the reviews of the day. And that's where I found it. Sex Education, a wonderful, veritable, and touching tale of childhood. By Michael Lawson. I was relieved and somewhat happy reading that headline. Now that my initial worries were assuaged somewhat, I decided to read the full article. Nonlinear narrative makes the tone of the story light and upbeat. Marvelous performance from the 3 leads. Newcomer Troy Armitage blows everyone else out of the waters. I went back to the last line and reread the whole thing. Director Steve K. Loves has created a fast-paced and well-crafted script with plenty of humor and relatable moments for everyone. Not for a moment would the film seem to lag. A major noteworthy thing is the casting. The film showcases marvelous performances from the 3 leads in the characters of Mark, Troy Armitage, Jenny, Michelle Williams, and Dylan, James Franco. Newcomer Troy Armitage, 9, blows everyone else out of the waters with the sheer brilliance of his nuanced performance. Through the course of the story, his character goes through several emotions, from playful to angry, from lonely to depressed, and every time he makes us fall in love with him again and again. Such a subtle and profound performance is unheard of for someone to achieve at such a young age. Michelle Williams, Dawson's Creek fame, exudes a charm through her sheer presence that you wish to know more about her character. James Franco, another newcomer, plays the second male lead with his boyish charms and devilish grin to turn the tables on you at any moment. Both Williams and Franco acted well but couldn't match up to Troy Armitage. I skipped through the rest to jump at the end of the article, where the review score was mentioned, and I was shocked to see it. Score, 9.5/10. Whoa! I let out unconsciously after reading the whole article. Done with your paper? John asked me, to which I raised my paper to him and we switched. This time it was the WSJ review. Sex Education, will make you laugh, cry, and everything in between. By Patty Traverse. I read through the review and I couldn't contain my smile as I read quite a similar account of what I had read in the NYT. It is always said that all the great films go to the theaters and the average ones are acquired for direct TV broadcast. While it is mostly true, there are those rare gems on TV that not only entertain but also leave an indelible mark on the audience. Sex Education is unequivocally one of those gems. Directed with finesse and sensitivity by Steve K. Loves, this film transcends the ordinary, delving into the complexities of human relationships with a refreshing blend of humor, heart, and honesty. At the forefront of this masterpiece is Troy Armitage, a revelation in his portrayal of the protagonist. With each frame, Armitage proves himself to be a new superstar in the making, commanding the screen with an effortless charisma and emotional depth that is simply mesmerizing. His portrayal of Mark is nothing short of captivating, drawing audiences into the character's world with an authenticity that is truly commendable. Michelle Williams and James Franco shine in their respective roles, but at the end of the film, one cannot help but think back about the little boy who carries the whole film on his capable shoulders brilliantly. Troy's screen presence is very powerful, anchoring the film with a magnetic energy that keeps viewers riveted from start to finish. His nuanced performance not only elicits laughter and tears but also fosters a profound connection with the audience, making Sex Education an unforgettable viewing experience. But it's not just the stellar performances that elevate Sex Education to greatness. The film itself is a masterpiece, a poignant exploration of love, friendship, and self-discovery that resonates long after the credits roll. From its masterful direction to its compelling storytelling, every aspect of this film is executed with precision and passion. The narrative unfolds with a perfect balance of humor and heart, navigating the complexities of adolescence and sexuality with sensitivity and grace. Through its richly drawn characters and thought-provoking themes, Sex Education transcends mere entertainment, offering profound insights into the human condition. The climax is a powerful one, capable of rendering even the coldest person emotional. The only major complaint is that this film will not be released in theaters and will miss out on all the Oscar buzz. In conclusion, Sex Education is not just a film, but a tour de force that demands to be seen. Its masterful direction, compelling storytelling, and perfect performances make it a must-see for teenagers and adults alike. Prepare to laugh, cry, and everything in between, for this is filmmaking at its finest. I checked out the score at the end and my smile got even bigger. Score, 10/10. Lastly, I took over the LA Times edition from Melinda and read the article which wasn't singing as much praise as the other critics. Sex Education, a promising performance amidst controversy. By Brian Keller. Sex Education is a film that undeniably showcases exceptional talent, particularly in the form of its lead actor, Troy Armitage. Directed with skill and sensitivity by Steve K. Loves, the film delves into themes of adolescence and sexuality with a raw honesty that is both commendable and controversial. At the heart of this cinematic journey is Troy Armitage, whose performance as the young protagonist is nothing short of remarkable. Despite his tender age, Armitage displays maturity and depth beyond his years, captivating audiences with his portrayal of Mark. His talent shines through in every scene, commanding attention and empathy in equal measure. Michelle Williams and James Franco also hold their own grounds with their young castmate. However, it must be acknowledged that Sex Education is not without its flaws. The premise of the film centered around a 9-year-old protagonist navigating issues of sexuality has raised eyebrows and sparked debate among viewers and critics alike. While the film handles these sensitive themes with a degree of maturity and nuance, there are legitimate concerns about the potential impact on both the child actor and the audience. Indeed, the decision to cast a young actor in such a role is not without its risks. While Armitage delivers a performance that is beyond reproach, one cannot help but wonder about the long-term effects of portraying such mature subject matter at such a young age. It raises questions about the responsibility of filmmakers and the industry as a whole in safeguarding the well-being of child actors. Furthermore, there are valid concerns about the potential psychological impact on viewers, particularly young audiences. While the film's intentions may be noble in its exploration of important issues, there is a fine line between provocation and exploitation that Sex Education tiptoes upon. In conclusion, Sex Education is a film that undeniably showcases exceptional talent, particularly from the actors. It is a thought-provoking work that sparks important conversations, but one that ultimately leaves lingering questions about the ethics of storytelling in cinema. I didn't like the fact that the review wasn't glowing, but at least they praised my performance, so it kind of redeemed itself. The score given below was also on the positive side, which was 7/10. That makes an average score of 8.8 from 3 major publications. Not bad. Celebrations are in order, love, John called out to Melinda when he saw that I was done reading the last paper. Yes. Why don't we go out to that nice little Mexican restaurant you were telling me about yesterday? Mel replied and rubbed my head. Better yet, John chipped in. Why don't we go to Universal Studios? Evan has been wanting to go for such a long time. I shook my head. You guys don't have to do that. It's just the critics, we don't know how the public will react to it. And there is still the whole controversy about my age as pointed out here in LA Times, so people could hate it as well. I stopped in my ramblings when John bonked me on my head. Will you stop that? He asked rhetorically. The movie is good and people will like it. If they don't, it won't matter much because it is only your first role and you're young. When you grow up you'll have more opportunities. So don't think too much about it and enjoy the fact that critics loved your performance. I could only nod in acquiescence, knowing that he was right. I am thinking about the future prospects where, as far as I know, a movie like Sex Ed didn't even exist in my past life. My presence gave Steve the idea and caused such a big change in the timeline that a whole new movie was created. I had thought that if I were doing a movie as an actor, I would know the future viability of the project in terms of commercial and critical success. But such couldn't be the case with Sex Ed. The best project would be one that combines both of them like Titanic, Forrest Gump, Saving Private Ryan, or something like that. But the thing is, I won't know about the future of a movie until I have either seen the original source material or the movie itself in my past life. Even the people I meet can only trigger memories when I recognize them. For example, I recognized James Franco from the very first look, but the same wasn't true for Michelle Williams. When we first met, she only gave me her first name. It was only later on when I read her full name on the call sheet that I remembered her. Similarly, I don't know if Steve K. Loves was some small-time writer-director in his past life because I only recognize big-name directors like Steven Spielberg, Martin Scorsese, and the like. Maybe in my past life, I didn't have much appreciation for a director's work. However, the big thing was that I was fucked. Kind of. If I don't know any other director's future accomplishments, I cannot approach them with a specific role in my mind. I guess I'll have to work like any other actor then. Cross my fingers, hoping that the movie will do well. What's all this ruckus about? Evan walked into the room while rubbing his eyes sleepily. He must have just gotten up. The reviews are out, Melinda announced excitedly. And they are rave. Evan looked from his parents to me before asking, rave means good, right? I chuckled, yes. It means the best reviews. Cool, he sat on the kitchen table. So what's for breakfast? Blueberry pancakes, your favorite, John announced. As he got busy making pancakes, Melinda turned to her son, you don't want to congratulate Troy. But he had already received good reviews at Sundance, Evan pointed out. It's the same film, only longer, right? When he put it like that. It was true. Why was I even waiting for the reviews? Melinda shook her head at Evan's naivety, that's a little insensitive of you, Evangelist. Would you like me to be indifferent next time you get good grades in school because of your last performance? No, Evan confessed, and I could see a bit of shame on his face as he turned to me. Congrats, bro. It's good that your film is a hit. It's not a hit, at least not yet, I said. At his confused expression, I went on to explain how a film can be a hit with the critics without it being a hit with the audience. After all, what's a great film if no one watches it? Here you go, kiddos, John announced while placing a pancake each in front of Evan and me. Get started, I'll bring more. And just like that, the day went back to normal. Seeing John make surprisingly delicious pancakes was an almost surreal experience when I knew for a fact that he had a super busy schedule, and barely had any time for Evan. In contrast, there was Steve. He had to rarely spend any time away from home for work, because he could just write a script directly from our living room, or his study. Of the two, if I had to select a profession, I would gladly select Steve's. While John was probably making a ton of money, what was the point if you could not spend some time with your family regularly? Is it not good? John broke me out of my musings, only to realize that I had stopped eating. No, it's great, I said while taking another bite. Just thinking about the film. Don't, he insisted. Enjoy your breakfast. I have the day off, and I would love to take you and Evan to Universal Studios as we discussed. We're going to the Universal Studios. Evan shrieked excitedly as all his lethargy vanished in an instant. Yes. Dad, you're the best. Underscore 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 I need some help. I'm terrible at creating AI images or searching for other people's images. And while I prefer to not create an image at all so the readers can assume Troy to be anyone, so many people have asked me about it that I'm putting it here. If you can generate any images of an older Troy, teenager, or adult, please post them here. I'll even accept other actors' images who fit the profile. Thanks in advance. Also Power Stones. Chapter 16, ch. 15. But Paul had come to terms with his career a long time ago. 10 years to be precise. It was in 1988 that he had to leave it behind to complete his degrees in music and education. Thankfully, his parents had saved enough money to support his college. Paul, your student's movie will begin soon. A female voice jolted Paul from his reminiscing of the good old Broadway days. He shook his head of melancholy and walked towards his living room. Today was the premiere of his, currently favorite student, Troy's first film. Paul was in awe of the inherent talent displayed by the young child he was tutoring in music. It didn't take Troy long to get the hang of most tunes he was taught, whether vocal or through guitar. Although Paul wasn't the best at playing guitar himself, he knew enough to guide another person. If his talent in singing was carried over even a little in the acting department, Paul was sure he would witness a very good performance today from Troy. He caught sight of the woman sitting on the couch and smiled at her. He bent down and pecked her on the mouth lightly. What he wasn't expecting was for the woman to grab his hand, pull him down on the couch, and then sit on his lap, straddling him. Paul let out a little startled yelp as the woman's lips latched onto his and a warm tongue entered his mouth. Paul separated after a few minutes of the make-out session. Rosie could walk in any minute. I don't want her witnessing anything R-rated, she's 5. Emily rolled her eyes good-naturedly. For a former actor you are way too stuck up. Don't worry, I put her to sleep myself. She won't be waking anytime soon. You better hope so, Paul warned. I promise. Now tell me what this movie is about. Deflected the topic. I didn't ask Troy about the movie, because the title is Sex Education and that is hardly a topic to talk about with a 9-year-old without coming across as a predator, Paul answered drily. Please don't tell me it's about a child explaining to adults about sex. That would get embarrassing real soon. Made a pained expression thinking of the scenario. It's a feature film, not a documentary. And his father, who is the writer and director of the film, has made a few good movies. Do you remember that movie, The Fabulous Baker Boys? It had Jeff Bridges and Michelle Pfeiffer. Ring any bells? Paul asked. Oh yeah, now I remember. Wait, that dude starred his own son in a film about sex? Asked, baffled. Paul laughed out loud. Believe me, I had a similar reaction when I heard about it the first time, and boy, was Troy mad at me. From what I could glean, he cares about his parents a lot and he was so excited about his film. His only complaint was that he won't be able to see it anytime soon. So either he doesn't realize the topic of the film or he is so used to it that it doesn't bother him too much. Wow, breathed out audibly, that's something. Every time I think about it, I make a promise to myself that I won't allow my darling Rosie to work in such a film, ever. If Melanie were here, she would definitely kill me if that were to happen. Paul shivered unconsciously, remembering his first wife and Rosie's mother. "I wish I could meet her," M said with a smile. "Me too," Paul said back with a reminiscent smile of his own. Just then the commercial that was playing on the screen ended and the movie started. Paul perked up. "Oh, it's begun. Now be quiet and let me enjoy the movie." Break. The iconic HBO logo appears on the screen, followed by the opening credits. Soon, the movie begins with a scene of a small kid, Mark, rushing into his classroom, almost late for the class due to his parents getting some early morning action that is shown through flashbacks as he explains to his teacher that he was late because his parents were fighting. A fight that was very physical and very naked. The kid then started crying, but the teacher, Mrs. Vogel, consoled him with a hug. As soon as she hugged him, the camera zoomed onto Mark's face to show him sporting a victorious smirk of fooling his teacher successfully. The story then continues as it introduces different characters at different points in time. One important character is Mark's older sister Jenny, who is around 18 to 19 and in her first year of college. She has a bold devil-may-care attitude and she hates her parents because of their busy life and because they left her in LA while they went on to live in London. They took Mark with him because he was too young, while she stayed with her aunt's family and she has not forgiven them. While she has no resentment towards Mark, she is annoyed by him because of their age difference. As the story progresses, anyone can guess that Jenny has a bad history with Dylan, who is the second male lead. Initially, Dylan came across as more of a comic relief who would try to make some sexual innuendo, only for it to backfire on him or for him to get embarrassed. All the characters and their quirks are explained by Mark as the camera zooms onto him and he would explain the characters or his witty observations about sex, like a documentary. As the movie progresses, we see some incidents that molded Mark's life. The story is told in a non-linear format, so there is no singular time frame to follow. But most of the scenes bring forth a comic element. Paul and M couldn't help but laugh every few minutes because of the number of jokes and the freshness of the story. Throughout the film, Mark would come on screen and explain what he learned about sex from a particular incident, like a video diary of sorts. For example, the incident where Mark says that ladies get pregnant when men pee in the female butt. After that scene, Mark learned about sex as his teacher called his mother and complained. His parents were forced to tell him about real sex without making up ridiculous excuses like they obviously did the last time. In another incident, he finds a condom in his sister's room and thinks it is a super big balloon for their mother's birthday party, so he brings it out and blows on it, then wears it on his hand, because it was faulty and wouldn't inflate, and paraded around in the party, showing it to all the guests. The adults laughed, while Mark's parents and Jenny were embarrassed. That day he got to know what a condom is and why it is used. From these snippets, we can see how Mark learned about different aspects of sex, from masturbating, when he walked in on his sister, to pubic hair and erection, when he had a shower with Dylan. The scene was cut midway without showing the assault scene. He found out about different sexualities when Dylan was receiving a blowjob from a male friend of his and Mark woke up in the middle of his designated sleep. Dylan was babysitting Mark and had called his boyfriend over. Dylan told him he liked boys as well, making him bisexual. Then he went on to explain about gays and lesbians as well. He found out about STDs when his uncle, father's brother, died in the UK due to AIDS-related complications and the parents had to fly over. He asked Jenny about the disease and asked if they would also die of the said disease like their uncle. Jenny tried to explain as much as she could about the possibility of not getting a disease simply by touching or eating together, but Mark wanted to know how it spread. Jenny relented at the end and told him it spread if you slept with someone else. At this point, Mark had gathered enough knowledge of sex that he understood. He conveys the same in his video diary later on. Then the shower scene is revisited and we finally know where Mark's parents are. His sister had a huge fight with their parents and stormed out on the day of their departure, saying she hated them. She was already living on her college campus and swore to them she wouldn't visit them any longer. Later on, she felt bad and remembered a time when Mark was little and cute and asked her to never leave him alone. She felt bad and decided to return to check up on her brother only to find Mark, naked in the shower with Dylan, in the middle of an attempted assault. She picked up a toilet plunger and hit Dylan over the head again and again until he stayed down and had some blood leaking from his temple. Then she hugged her brother and cried heartily. That gut-wrenching scene was made worse when in a flashback it is shown that Dylan had raped Jenny a year before this whole incident and had clicked a few photos of her to buy her silence. Then Dylan had done so repeatedly, many times over the following year. That is until Jenny had gone to college. She had no idea that Dylan was bisexual or she wouldn't have left Mark alone with him. In her defense, she was terrified for her own safety. They called the police and in the meanwhile, Paul could see that Emily had a hard time controlling herself as she cried silently over the sudden tonal shift of the movie. Only the hug from Paul stopped her from bawling out loud enough to wake Rosie. With great effort, they continued watching the movie. Paul knew Emily was a crier, but this was too much. She had never cried so much or so freely in front of him. Ever. Something was not right about the situation. In the next scene of Sex Ed, Mark explained how there was a legal age for having sex, and anything before that, whether consensual or not, is illegal. He also explained how non-consensual sex leads to jail time just like Dylan, and even made a crude joke about how the behinds of sex offenders are used in prison. Then the movie comes back to the present where Mark is having a meeting with a therapist, but his facial expression is totally blank as if he is numb to the world. His eyes convey the truly hollow look that the movie is trying to portray. The therapist asks the kid a slew of questions but he remains silent. Then the therapist passes Mark a video recorder asking him to record anything he thinks that would shed light on his thoughts about the incident, his family life, or any thoughts of the past he wants to talk about. In the very last scene, Mark is talking to the audience, and that's how I got stuck talking to you all about sex. Revealing that all this time Mark was actually talking to the recorder for his therapist, telling them his story. I hope one day, I can go back to how things were. Mummy and Daddy loved me, Jenny didn't hate me, and everything was okay. Then he frowned a little in contemplation. Till then, see ya. With that, closing credits fell and Emily couldn't stop a fresh wave of tears from falling down her cheeks as her boyfriend hugged her from her side, wiping his own tears meanwhile. Emily put his head on Paul's shoulder and after wiping her tears one more time said, "It felt so real." "It's okay, babe. The movie is over now," Paul reassured her. He knew of Emily's past and the type of hardships she had to endure growing up, from her own scumbag father nonetheless. Thank goodness the man is dead. Had Paul known the true extent of the story of the film, he would have preferred avoiding it altogether. Yet it is, isn't it? Emily asked rhetorically before noting, "Your student is very good at acting." Paul grinned at that sudden change in subject, "That he is. At this point, I'm thinking, is there something he can't do?" He chuckled at his own question silently. "What else is he good at?" Emily didn't hide the curiosity in her tone. "His voice is amazing, he can play the guitar as if he has been practicing for a decade, and he is at the top of his class academically with perfect scores." Paul counted out, "The only thing he is not good at is PE, and from what I have gathered, it's because he is not very interested in a physical group activity. Not to mention, he will become hot as hell one day," she joked. Paul couldn't agree more. It was quite easy to tell that Troy would become one good-looking dude in the future. "I just hope he doesn't get blinded by the limelight," Paul muttered as he hugged Emily once more. "So many of these child actors do." Emily hummed noncommittally before looking up at her boyfriend, "Enough talk about your student. I wanna have some real sex education. With live demonstration. Now." Paul grinned, "I'll be happy to provide you that." With that, he scooped her up in his arms and carried her to their bedroom, bridal style, all the way kissing her passionately. Underscore 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 I still can't believe that we crossed 165k views and 1.1k collections in such a small time. It's all thanks to you guys. Chapter 17, ch16. That weekend was a crazy one. After spending Saturday at Universal Studios with Evan's family, my parents came home on Sunday and decided to have a dinner outing. They invited the Spaders as well, as a thank you for taking care of me during the weekend. Together we went out to this amazing Indian restaurant. The music and the ambience were great and they played a very upbeat tune in Hindi and encouraged the patrons to dance along with their staff. I danced for at least an hour. It was such an amazing experience. While most of the people out there were watching my movie, I was dancing away all my worries into the night even though it was a school night. Yep, Steve and Kathy can be a little careless like that. Poor Melinda and John didn't decline the invitation out of their politeness and had joined in the fun along with Evan. And now I am suffering the consequences of all that movement throughout my body that is not used to much physical work. Yes, we have PE in school but I am the lazy one who hardly ever participates willingly. I guess I'll have to become more active if I have to continue a life of dancing, action scenes, and the like. Whoever said being an actor is an easy job? Ignoring that for the moment, I quickly got ready and went into the kitchen area to see Steve reading the newspaper while Kathy was making Sunnyside UPS for me. Just as I liked. Any news? I asked Steve just as Kathy served me my breakfast, which was fried eggs and a glass of milk. Steve looked up from his paper and looked confused for a moment, but immediately realization dawned upon him and he smiled. Yes, I got a call from HBO. The premiere was viewed by 10.3 million people, which is more than good enough feedback for such a movie. The DVR ratings and VOD ratings will take some time to come out. But, the film was a resounding success. I pumped my fist in the air in celebration. Finally, I can take a breath of relief. While critics' reviews had assuaged my worries somewhat, I was still a little worried about the possible negative response from the public. It would seem HBO's strategy did work and all the negative news about me was capitalized in the form of viewership. So what's next? I asked Steve gingerly. Nothing. I have to go to Pittsburgh where the pre-production work of Wonder Boys is in progress to adapt some changes in the script. It will take a few days. After that, we will go back to how things were before the movie. Steve shrugged as if that answered everything. I shook my head. No, what I mean is, what about your next project? After Wonder Boys, that is. Considering I paid good enough money for a particular book series, he waggled his eyebrows at me meaningfully. I intend to write its screenplay next, or at least the outline, and pitch the idea to a big production company. Considering what I have heard from HBO, Warner Brothers is very interested in working with me again. Though considering Disney's expertise in kids' movies, I can go that route as well. It will be a difficult process and would take at least 6 to 8 months to finish writing the script alone because it creates a whole fictional world. Then I have to prepare a production plan as well. What about me? Any other role for me? I asked eagerly, coming to the main topic I wanted to discuss all along. You can play Harry when the script is done. He answered dismissively. But that will take too long. I almost shouted. You said it will take 6 to 8 months provided that the idea is agreed by the production company immediately. It will take you months to negotiate a contract itself. Then, you'll begin working on the script. And then pre-production for the building of sets and such. That gives me more than a year of free time. Lower your voice. He commanded in a calm but steely voice. Sorry. I lowered my head in shame. While I may not consider myself a child, I am one, and I forget that sometimes. Considering all that Steve has done for me, it's very ungrateful of me to behave like that. It's time for your school. Come, I'll drop you. Steve motioned towards the door and picked up his keys. I grabbed my school bag, having already finished my breakfast, and followed after Steve. We walked in silence towards the car. When the car was on its way, he said softly, Troy, I know you are young and excitable, but you can't just keep doing things. You have to take a break sometimes. With that in mind, I have heard your request and will ask around in my circle if any jobs are available for you. But don't get your hopes too high. We won't get you an agent for now though, your mother and I are more than willing to act in that capacity. I didn't like their decision, but I understood it. Agents are profit-oriented beings. This has upsides as well as downsides. On one hand, an agent will work to get you a role actively because he will earn only when his client does. On the other hand, for young actors, agents either won't give their full effort or they'll ignore the client's other requirements like education. Thus many guardians prefer to manage their kids themselves. I got out of the car as we reached the school and I waved Steve goodbye before making my way towards my class. On the way, I couldn't help but notice the staff members giving me an odd look. A look of recognition was present in the eyes of most, but there was also some hesitation. Not sure. I just ignored them and went back to being a student. It was when I sat in my seat that I saw that even my classmates were acting weird around me. Evan was late, as it would seem, and I was feeling a little uncomfortable with all the stares and whispers. That was until Lisa, a classmate of mine, came to me and asked in an innocent angelic voice, "Troy, why did my mom tell me to sit away from you?" A thing about Lisa, she is one of the more tolerable of my classmates. She doesn't ask stupid questions, doesn't irritate me, is more mature than our peers, good for having some idle chat, and doesn't irritate me. So when I heard her question, I was stunned for a moment or two. Parents didn't want their children to sit near me for some reason. Maybe because I worked in a movie that talked about sex? Why don't you ask your mom? I questioned back. I did. She just said you are an actor now and that I would understand when I grow up. Lisa answered honestly. Ahem, well you see, my first film was released yesterday on TV. Some people didn't like it, so maybe that's why. I answered her as simplistically as I could. What? She exclaimed comically. Your film was released and you didn't tell anyone? I want to watch it. When will it come on TV again? She got a little louder with each word, and now that I observed my surroundings, I saw that most of the kids were listening to our conversation. And because they were kids, they weren't even trying to hide that they were eavesdropping. I sighed audibly and shook my head. You can't watch it. Even I haven't. It's for grown ups. Mum told me I cannot watch it till I am 15. That's more than 6 years away. Hey dude, hey Lisa, I turned to see Evan standing behind Lisa, looking a little nervous with all the stares directed at me. Hi, Evan. Lisa greeted him back. Did you know we can't watch Troy's film till we are 15? Yet? Evan half asked, but my mom said I can't watch it till I'm 18. That sent people into a new bout of whispers in the classroom. Children can be worse than gossiping housewives sometimes. I rolled my eyes visibly at Evan, who looked guilty at the commotion he unintentionally caused. At least I could rest assured with the fact that people didn't crowd me to get more knowledge about the film and whatnot. This was LA and a high-class private school at that. There were already some actors in our class. Not anyone I recognized, but they were there. And until they see a work of mine for themselves, most children shouldn't come to me asking for the details of my work. Shouldn't is the key word here. During recess, Evan and I were sitting at our usual spot in the cafeteria when Lisa joined us with her friend Erica. This was a first because usually Erica and Lisa sat quite far from here, so it was a little unexpected. I ignored it in favor of quietly having my lunch. So Troy, I heard you became an actor. Erica broke the ice. Yes. I looked at her questioningly to get her to get to the point. Can you get me a role as well? I want to become an actress, but my parents say I have to wait till I am older. Erica went on a passionate rant. I mean, you did it, so it must be possible for others as well, right? But they still think of me as a little girl. I am already 9. That's what I don't like about people. They come to you when they need you, but before that, they don't even smile at you. I know I am being a hypocrite here, as I may do the same thing if our positions were exchanged, but that doesn't mean I have to like the fact. Before I could answer her, another kid came to our table. "Hey, Troy." Sam, another of my classmates, said with a wave, clearly ignoring the other three occupants of the table, "Is it true that you acted in an adult film? My older brother told me when I told him about you." I resisted the urge to bang my head on the table. The thought that it would become a usual thing when I become more popular was enough to force me to just smile and say, "Yes." "Whoa. That's awesome, dude." Sam grinned, gave me a high five, then went back to his table. If only dealing with everyone was that easy. "Wait," Erica interrupted my thoughts, "that film was an adult film." Her voice betrayed her nervousness and, dare I say, a little disgust. I am a little confused here. Isn't an R-rated film also called an adult film? That's when it clicked in my head. They are confusing an R-rated film with a porn film. Do they not realize that it is illegal for a minor to appear in a real adult film? Then again, they are children who don't know better. I have two options now. Either I can correct their misconceptions right here and curb their wild imagination, or I can let them continue thinking in this direction so I can have a little more space. Obviously, I chose the second one. Yes, it's true. You can ask Evan. Our parents won't allow us to watch the film until we are much older. I answered with a fake sad expression. Erica was stupefied at my declaration but turned towards Evan, who nodded to confirm my words. "You wanted a role as well, right?" I asked innocently. "Maybe I should wait," Erica replied immediately. "You know, my parents aren't wrong." I smiled. It's your decision." Right at that moment another kid walked to our table. "Hey Troy, I heard that." I sighed mentally. This will be a long day. Break. By the time recess was over, everyone and their mother knew that I acted in an adult film and were either avoiding me like plague or gawking at me like I was an exotic animal in a zoo. I endured it silently because this had a positive side effect of them not hounding me every few minutes to get them a role or getting them to meet a particular actor or something equally absurd. "Bet you're liking that, hey?" Evan commented with a scowl. I raised an eyebrow as I observed him carefully. He hadn't spoken much to me besides the usual greetings and things he absolutely had to. Did I do something to upset him? Possibly. I know that I can be a little insensitive sometimes to children's emotions, but I couldn't think of anything I may have done to offend him. "Downsides of being an actor," I replied in a neutral tone, carefully observing his reaction. Uncharacteristically, he harumphed and bent over the textbook, as if reading ahead of the class. "So it was because of my acting job. Is it jealousy? Does he want some attention as well? No. That can't be true. I know him well enough by now to know he doesn't enjoy attention at all. In fact, he was more excited about my movie than me just yesterday. Something happened between yesterday night and the recess. Something that was brewing before the school day began. Before I could say anything else, the teacher walked into the classroom and began our English class. I decided to wait for the day to end. Maybe he will get better later on. Break. Ryeg. The school bell rang out loud and I got up and gathered my stuff. I had decided that I would talk to Evan to clear out all misunderstandings at the earliest. No point in dragging it on. That was the moment when Evan got up in a hurry and rushed out of the classroom as if he was about to shit his pants. "Evan! Wait!" I shouted after him. Either he didn't hear or ignored me, but he didn't wait. I tried to follow behind but couldn't. "Troy, you are to report to the principal's office," Mr. Davin, our history teacher, said. I gave him an annoyed look. "Do I have to go, right now? I have some stuff to do." "Yes," he gave me a stern look and I quickly schooled my features to a sheepish smile. "Yeah, teachers don't like students getting annoyed with them. By the way," he continued with a smile, "I liked your movie. A little vulgar, but your acting was good." "Thank you, sir." I gave him a larger smile and a nod. Now off you go, he shooed me away, we don't want to keep the principal waiting. Reluctantly, I made my way over to the principal's office, feeling annoyed that Evan ditched me. Most kids didn't bother me much now. They were much tamer than during recess where whispers and finger-pointing were the common theme. So I enjoyed the silent walk to the principal's office. Reaching the said door, I knocked and was quickly called inside. "Troy Armitage, come have a seat," the principal, who was an overweight middle-aged lady named Mrs. Calder, said with a genial smile. "I must say, I enjoyed your work a lot yesterday." "Thank you, ma'am," I smiled. "Hopefully, you won't display a similar attitude in your real classes," she joked. I shared a laugh with her. She was probably referencing the part where my character harassed his homeroom teacher with sex talk and emotionally manipulated her with lies. "Is there a reason I'm called here, ma'am?" I finally addressed the elephant in the room. She looked a little nervous but quickly schooled her features. "Yes. Somehow, your information was leaked to the media. Outside the school, there are at least 7 to 8 reporters here to talk to you. Now, we as a school take the security and privacy of our students very seriously, so I have contacted your father and he will be able to pick you up from the back exit when your after-school music practice ends." I took in the information when something clicked in my head. Wait, who leaked my information? It must be someone within the school. The calm persona she had maintained carefully cracked a little to give away the nervousness. "We don't know for sure. I'll make every effort to find the person if they are within the school staff and make sure they won't be able to do that anymore. Don't worry too much though, it isn't the first time we have had a celebrity attending our school." Was I really a celebrity now? I didn't think so. Doing just one TV film isn't equivalent to becoming a celeb. Not in my opinion at least. The principal gave me a reassuring smile here. "Security won't let any reporters on campus. Your guardians will be allowed to drive through the back exit for drop and pick up to prevent any future media attention. Most teachers and students are unaware of this, so keep this to yourself. Only the management and the security staff know." Yikes, I whispered in slight awe. "Thank you, ma'am. That would help a lot. We want our students to excel." She answered with a serene smile, like a sleazy politician. "I think you're late for your music practice," Mrs. Calder said after a few moments. I thanked her again and made my way to the practice room. It wasn't until 4 as I went to the back exit of the school that it occurred to me that I totally forgot about the Evan problem. Maybe he will get better by tomorrow and then I can ask him? Underscore 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 un. New poll on Pat/Rayon. This time for the love interest. I will not accept any other requests anywhere else. Go there and vote/comment if you want your opinion heard. Chapter 18, ch 17. It was in the evening that I got some very good news. News that immediately made me forget about the troubles of the school day, be it my best friend, my classmates, or the media problem. All paled in comparison to what Steve told me. "Is it true? You aren't joking, right?" I asked again excitedly. Steve chuckled at my enthusiasm. "You remember my friend Barry Mendel? We met at Sundance in January." I nodded enthusiastically. "Yes. He was the one who is around your age but has those really brown eyes." "Yes, him. I received a call from him today. He saw our film and liked your performance a lot. He is currently producing a movie that has a major role for an 8 to 10-year-old boy. Shooting is set to start in January when you turn 10, so age-wise it's perfect for you. The movie is a supernatural thriller. This will be a major production, distributed by Disney with a budget exceeding $40 million, and will be shot in Philadelphia for 2 whole months," Steve explained. I was barely listening to his explanation. I was just excited to be a part of a big production with a media giant like Disney helming the project. Troy, pay attention. Steve flicked my forehead and I gave him my undivided attention. This will be a major role on PAR with the male lead and you won't have the comfort of working with me. The shooting schedule will be intense and for those 2 months, you'll have to study using a tutor with no school. That is if you clear the audition. Steve gave me another stern look while emphasizing the last line. Wait, your friend, the producer, liked my acting and I still have to audition? I asked in confusion. As far as my understanding goes, producers are the top dogs in the industry. Whatever they say happens. If you upset them you will likely be replaced. Steve gave me a disapproving look. Stop being so cocky. You have done just one film till now and that too in a British accent. They want an American kid. I know you can do the accent somewhat, but unless you can convince the other producers and the director, you won't get the role. Of course. My role in Sex Ed was of a British immigrant, not an American. A studio investing $40 million will be hesitant to spend it on a Brit when they can get an American kid that may be more acceptable to the domestic audience. While I have gotten used to understanding American accents and sometimes using American terms more frequently in my vocabulary over British terms, I am still a little inexperienced while using American in long conversations and my Britishness comes out one way or another. I love my R and T sounds too much to become completely American. And, Steve continued, if insiders were getting all the roles, then there would be no newcomers in the industry. No one wants to waste their money on an untalented person. Properly chastised, I lowered my head a little. Got it, we'll keep that in mind. Make sure you do. Never think for one moment that you are the best even when you've achieved a lot. In Hollywood, it takes one misstep to lose everything. Many people have lost their entire careers because of one bad role or one wrong statement to the media, Steve lectured. I nodded in understanding. Just because my first role was a success doesn't mean others will be the same or that I will have an easy time getting future roles. Many things factor into a film's success. A bad director can derail the whole project into a mess. A bad editor can select those final shots that are not the best. There were other factors as well, like competition from other films, sensitivity of the subject matter, release time of the film, and many others which decide the success or failure of the film. Then there was the problem of being typecast. An actor like Richard Gere, who is mostly seen in cheesy romantic movies, is one such example. Or Tom Cruise in action-packed movies like Mission Impossible or Top Gun. Child actors had another problem altogether. People find it difficult to accept child stars growing up and doing mature roles. There are rarely actors who have been successful as both children and as adults. Jodie Foster is one of the rarities. Now, Steve continued, and I was jolted back to the present once more. I know how much you love the Harry Potter project and I would love for you to star, but there is a problem there. I will need to convince the production company to invest such a large amount of money, and no company will accept it if the lead actor hasn't proven himself beforehand. Don't worry, I reassured him with a determined look on my face, I'll give my best performance for the audition. He smiled at me, I'm sure you will. I have to go to Pittsburgh tomorrow for the Wonder Boys, so your mum will take you to audition for this movie. You'll have to take tomorrow off from school. I mulled over the information. What about the role? Do you know anything else? Steve shook his head, not much. They are maintaining secrecy about the script. You will receive the script only if you are confirmed to play the role. What I do know is that the male lead is played by Bruce Willis and the director is relatively inexperienced, some Indian guy named Knight something. Hearing the two names together gave me all the information I needed for the role. Bruce Willis had done many films during this period when he was still an A-lister. Of them, there were two particular films that he had done with an Indian director, M. Night Shyamalan. The Sixth Sense and Unbreakable. While Unbreakable was a good movie, it was of the superhero genre, not supernatural, and it was released in the year 2000, only after The Sixth Sense was a huge success. So the role proposed by Barry should be for the film The Sixth Sense. It was a phenomenal movie that was commercially and critically successful, receiving many Oscar nominations. That movie immediately brought the child actor Haley Joel Osment to broader media attention and even an Oscar nod. If the same movie was made 20 years in the future, apart from the acting, it would be considered an average movie at best. But the classics are called classics for a reason. And The Sixth Sense was an undeniable classic. A perfect movie for my big screen debut. Does the movie have a name? I asked for confirmation. The Sixth Sense. The character is named Cole Sear. Yep. I am getting that role. By hook or by crook. Break. I didn't think it would be super easy to get the role after just declaring that to myself, but never in life I could imagine that I'd be in this dilemma. In my hands were 2 scripts and none of them was titled The Sixth Sense. One was Stuart Little, written by none other than M. Night Shyamalan himself. The other was Magnolia, written by Paul Thomas Anderson, or PDA as he's commonly known. The dilemma was that after seeing my role in Sex Education, Mum, who was registered as my agent in the SAG, got calls from the casting directors of these 2 movies as well. According to Mum, there are few really good actors my age in the industry, so those who are, get many offers to audition. I wanted to pick up all 3 of the said movies, but the problem was the conflicting schedules. All 3 of the movies were to begin shooting in January. And I didn't have a big enough name that I could push around their schedules for my convenience. Magnolia was a critically acclaimed movie. Then there was the chance to work with Tom Cruise. I mean, who doesn't love Tom Cruise? The problem here is that the movie was a box office disaster. And if Tom Cruise couldn't save the original movie, I hardly think my presence would change anything. The missed chance to work with PDA, who is a very acclaimed director, would surely be a sore point, but I can always work with him in the future. Then there was Stuart Little. That was a good, fun movie that any kid would enjoy watching. The problem was that I had a much lesser role than a CGI Stuart Little, and that role too didn't have any difficult acting. Just being cute and doing stupid shit. When compared to The Sixth Sense, Stuart Little doesn't even stand a remote chance of winning. Although technically Cole's role is supporting Bruce Willis, it is a much more fleshed out character, and almost everyone agrees that it was the little kid who made the film what it was. Having made my decision, I announced it to my mum. While I would audition for all 3, I wish to go with The Sixth Sense if I have a choice. Mum furrowed her brows in confusion. But you haven't even read the script. Oh, crap. Ahem, I coughed nervously but soon stabilized my voice. Yes, I haven't, but the other 2 scripts aren't to my liking. So by process of elimination, the third one wins. Also, Barry is Dad's friend, so the working conditions will be better, I guess. Magnolia is not bad, but have you seen the script? It's too long to get shot within a month or 2. And Stuart Little is what little kids would like. I can do these films, but only if I get rejected by the Sixth Sense team. The fact that they haven't given out the script like the other 2 means it has some sort of mystery or suspense. And I love suspense thriller movies. You deduced that much from them not giving out scripts? Mum asked incredulously. Maybe they wanted to give out scripts in person. I just shrugged my shoulders carelessly before doubling down on my choice. First preference, Sixth Sense, second Magnolia, third, Stuart Little. Later on in life, I can always chalk it up to my sixth sense that made me take up The Sixth Sense. Break. Are you nervous, love? Mum asked from the driver's seat after parking the car in the parking lot of Hollywood Pictures, a Disney subsidiary that was producing The Sixth Sense. Yes. My first audition, how can I not be? I ran a hand through my hair nervously and straightened my tie for the umpteenth time. For some reason, I had decided that wearing a suit to the audition would be cool, as that would make me out to be mature and sophisticated. Like Cole. I was totally fine at home, but as the location got nearer, I was getting more and more anxious about the impending audition. You'll do fine, love. I know you. She turned back and started to tidy up my hair, and stop messing your hair. I smiled at the loving look she sent me. Thanks, Mum. Anytime dearie. Come along now, we have to get to the place or you'll be rejected before the audition begins. She got out of the car and motioned for me to follow. Entering the building, the kind receptionist showed us the room we had to wait in. Following her directions, we entered the room to find at least 10 other young boys sitting in the room with a guardian or agent. That's quite tame compared to some roles where literally thousands of kids are auditioned before deciding on one particular actor. But then again, it was already the third day of audition when I had arrived, so it is possible that on the first 2 days, they had auditioned hundreds of people before me. As soon as I was in the waiting room, every eye turned towards me. The reason was quite obvious. I was the only one in a suit and a tie. Now I was dreading my choice. Why did I have to be a dumbass and wear a suit to the audition? Why couldn't Mum stop me from making this grave mistake? No point thinking too much about it now though. I had made my choice and now I could only wait for my turn. Johnny Lin. A name was called out by a beautiful lady in her early 20s. A boy stood up with a raised arm as an older woman, probably his mother, accompanied him inside. It took 5 minutes for him to be done with it while all the other children sat outside, fidgeting quietly to not blow away the chance to audition. In the meanwhile, I thought about the character that I am auditioning, Cole Sear. A 9-year-old kid who could see ghosts, because of which he remains perpetually scared and depressed. People don't believe him, including his own mother, which has caused some deep resentment towards everyone else. Michael Cera. Another name was called, but this time this name made me recognize the cute kid who rose to fame in the future thanks to the TV show, Arrested Development, and 2 sleeper hit indie films, Superbad and Juno, both released in 2007. Sarah went inside the audition room and that made me a little nervous. The dude was a good actor. I know because I have seen some of his works, or rather future works. And while he has been typecast as a comedy actor, he is yet to get any role right now, so he could get the role if the audition goes well. This audition also continued for around 5 minutes. When Sarah came out, he had a normal expression on his face and he directly made a beeline for the exit. I shrugged internally and went back to setting my mood for the role of Cole Sear. 2 more kids went in for their audition when finally my name was called. Kathy and I stood up and made our way towards the door where the casting team was located. Inside the room, there was a long table that could easily seat 7 or 8 people. At the moment, there were only 4 people there. The first I recognized was Barry Mendel, my father's good friend whom I had met at the Sundance Festival. Next to him were 2 middle-aged ladies and a brown man who I guessed must be M. Night Shyamalan. I gave them a small smile, trying to be in character, and gave a brief nod to Barry, before speaking in my best American accent. Hello, my name is Troy Armitage, and I'm 9. I am here to audition for the role of Cole Sear. Nice suit, Shyamalan commented with a grin. I don't think anyone else wore one. Thank you, I grinned at him. At least now I know he will remember me at the very least. I had a differentiating feature in the form of my suit. Hello Troy, Kathy, Barry smiled at me and Mum, who was sitting behind me in a chair. I must say I loved your role in Sex Education. All credit goes to Dad, I smiled at him politely. I thought that was you, Shyamalan interjected, but your accent is totally different from that movie. Oh, I am actually British, I explained but continued in American, but this role is of an American boy so I am doing an accent. That's good, one of the ladies cut in. So Troy, other than accents what else can you do? I can act, sing, swim, play a guitar. Planning to start the piano next. Great, the lady complimented, this time looking behind me at my mother. If you are selected, would you be willing to shoot in Philadelphia for 2 months beginning in January? We will provide tutors for your education, of course. No problem at all, Kathy answered for me. The lady looked satisfied with the answer. Then she handed me a couple of sheets of paper. Why don't you read a few lines for us, Troy? I took the sheet and read the lines written there silently. From what I could grasp, it was the scene from the classroom where Cole freaked out his teacher and made a huge scene. Before we begin, can you give me Cole's temperament and some background of the plot? I asked the director. Shyamalan looked surprised for a moment, apparently not expecting that question from a kid. But he quickly cleared his throat and composed himself before saying, "Yes, Cole is a misunderstood and quiet boy. His classmates and teacher don't believe him, so he is hesitant to answer in class. This turns to anger when his teacher disregards his answer as untrue because Cole believes that he knows the correct answer." I hummed audibly, reading the lines for a few more moments. "Okay, I am ready. Underscore 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 underscore. And visit my Patreon to read ahead up to 20 chapters, or participate in free polls about the story. Link: www.patreon.com/fableweaver. Chapter 19, ch18. "Yes, Cole?" he asked me, indicating that he had begun the audition. "They used to hang people here." I kept my voice low as if a little hesitant to answer the question. "That's not correct." "Where'd you hear that?" "They'd pull the people in crying and kissing their families by. People watching would spit at them," I answered in a somber tone. "Cole, this was a legal courthouse. Laws were passed here. Some of the first laws of this country. This building was full of lawyers. Lawmakers. They were the ones who hanged everybody." I continued in the same tone. "I don't know which one of these guys told you that, but they were just trying to scare you, I think." Barry chuckled a little here. "All right, this is my transition part. All the training I have done with Dad, enacting different scenes from different films, shall come to fruition today. Just like he had taught me, try to think from the character's perspective. Put yourself in their shoes. I think of all the times people treat me like a kid, ignoring my opinion or simply thinking of me as lesser than them. The times when teachers would look down upon me only because of my age. I channel it all into one sentence. I don't like people looking at me like that," I told off to Barry, who looked genuinely baffled for a moment. "Like what?" he asked nonetheless. "Stop it!" I shouted, gaining undivided attention from all four of my interviewers. "I don't know how else to look. You're a stuttering Stanley." I lowered my voice slightly, so it was no longer a shout but still loud enough. "Excuse me. You talked funny when you went to school here. You talked funny all the way to high school. I behaved like the meanest bully that I have observed in my recent school years." "What? You shouldn't laugh at people. It makes them feel bad." My rebuking voice was full of rage and sadness. "How did you? Stop looking at me." I covered my eyes with my hands as if he would disappear from that simple act. "Who have you been speaking to? Stuttering Stanley. Stuttering Stanley." I started shouting repeatedly. "Who? Stuttering Stanley. Stop that. Stuttering Stanley. Stuttering Stanley." When no one said anything for a few moments, I removed my hands from my eyes and looked down at the script. Did I miss something? I didn't. The page ended at that point, so obviously I couldn't go on any further. I turned towards the four filmmakers and looked at them expectantly. "That was brilliant." Barry was the first to break the silence. "What do you think, Knight?" The director looked a little uncomfortable answering the question. "It was good." "That was elaborate. Can you do something else for me?" Shyamalan asked suddenly. "Anything else you might have prepared?" I thought long and hard. This was just like my first day of acting when Dad had asked me to do an improv. For obvious reasons, I can't use the same material. I need something to wow them. I so wanted to do a Sam Jackson from Pulp Fiction, but this one is not a comedy film, so that would just leave a negative impression if anything. When put on the spot like that, I couldn't think of anything. It didn't even occur to me at that moment that I could do a scene from Sex Ed whose lines I've memorized forwards and backward. Seeing the 4 empty chairs in front of me, I got a wild idea. I cleared my throat once before beginning the performance. A song that I had been preparing with my tutor Paul Tanner for quite some time now. There's a grief that can't be spoken. I ignored the surprised expressions from all the people in front of me, especially the director and one of the ladies who recognized the song. There's a pain goes on and on. Empty chairs at empty tables. Now my friends are dead and gone. I continued singing the entire song, immersing myself in the emotion, thinking of the pain of losing a loved one and living through survivor's guilt. I shed a tear or two at one point, but I didn't care as I continued the song and no one interrupted me. Oh my friends, don't ask me what your sacrifice was for. Empty chairs at empty tables. Where my friends will sing no more. When I finished the song, I wiped the tears from my face and only then I realized the scene around me. One of the ladies who had recognized the song, probably the producer, was also wiping away her tears while Barry was grinning like a loon. But my attention was on the director in front of me who had this subtle look of satisfaction in his eyes. Retrospectively, it was at that moment that I realized that I had succeeded in my audition. Whether I got selected for the role or not, it didn't matter. I gave my best performance, and I couldn't have topped this. The filmmakers were in a trance and no one spoke anything for a few moments, making the scene a little awkward. Seeing that, my amazing mother took it into her own hands to prevent the situation from worsening. She cleared her throat audibly. Does he need to do anything else? No, that will be all. The fourth lady, who had hardly spoken anything by now, said, "We will contact you with the result of the audition by the coming Monday, that's the 23rd. All right, come along Troy," Kathy called out as she indicated the door behind me. Before following her, I nodded to the 4 filmmakers, "Thank you for letting me audition today. Have a good day." With that said, I followed my mum back outside before they could reply. As soon as I was back in the waiting room, I saw every kid and their guardian looking at me all weirdly. Kids I can understand, they must be curious to know about my audition, but adults too? That was a little creepy. Among those staring at me was a boy that I recognized. It was Haley Joel Osment who played the role of Cole in the original timeline. Funnily enough, he was also wearing a suit. He must have come here during my audition. My mother didn't let me dwell on it too much as she grabbed my shoulder and gently led me outside. "What was that?" I asked, still bewildered even when we were away from the prying eyes. "Your audition took twice as much time as others. Usually, it means you have a higher chance of getting the part." Naturally, they were curious. Kathy replied with a smile. "Break. What do you think of him?" Barry asked his CO producer Kathleen Kennedy when Troy and his mother had gone out. "He is very good. Everyone can see that, but you shouldn't have shown such blatant favoritism," Kathleen chided. Barry rolled his eyes. "Look caught, I don't want to do this needlessly. You know we need a kid who can carry the acting part, Bruce hardly can. We have already auditioned more than 200 kids and a good one is finally here. Why the hell won't I rush? If only Sex Education had been released a week ago, we wouldn't even have to audition anyone else." Kathleen didn't comment on his frustrated rant and turned to the other 2 in the room. "What are your thoughts?" "Night? Lana." The director looked nervously between the 2 producers before announcing his decision with finality, "I want him. He grasped the character well, exactly like I had envisioned. In fact, I was looking for a kid like that. But that song at the end, that was too good. That just gave me an idea for the film. I can add a song to the film. We can change the drama scene with a song." "Yes." He didn't even realize that he was talking about his plans for the movie with the kid. ignoring the other 3 people in the room. Lana, the casting director, was even more uncomfortable. Usually, it was her job to recommend a short-listed group of actors who would then be auditioned by the director and the producers to make the final decision. But the director insisted on auditioning everyone. Then, in an unusual occurrence, 2 of the producers also came out for the auditions. Now she understood why. Kathleen had recommended a kid named Michael Cera who was too sweet of a kid for such a role, and Lana would have rejected him right away because of his lack of practical experience and skill to carry such a large role on his shoulders. Barry, on the other hand, had recommended the topic of their current discussion, Troy Armitage. The kid was good, but Lana would have rejected him as well. The reason was his accent. While the kid did have a passable accent and she wouldn't mind recommending an adult with the same, the kid still faltered in many places and went back to using a British dialect. His accent may cause a problem, Lana pointed out to stop the conversation from going any further. I haven't seen Sex Education, so I don't know about his real accent, but I could sense the places he was struggling. It may cause you some problems while shooting. We can get him a dialect coach till shooting begins. Barry waved it off casually. He is almost there, it won't be much of an issue. Knight nodded. I don't have a problem with his accent. I can work with it. Just a few more retakes for a better actor is hardly a problem. Kathleen, the last one, who was still hopeful about Michael Cera, was conflicted. She wanted her friend's kid to play the role, but she could see that acting in a serious movie was not his forte. Not at the moment at least. If the movie was a comedy, he would be a good choice. And at the end of the day, Kathleen was nothing if not practical. She sighed internally. Voice coach it is. We can even use the voice coach story during the promotion period to show how much effort the boy has put into the role. People love a hard-working kid. Barry's smile widened marginally. So we all agree. He looked around and got nods from Shyamalan and Kennedy. Lana also nodded reluctantly because at this point her opinion was vetoed, so it's better to just go along with the majority. Lana, Kathleen said, why don't you finish up the rest for today? Make sure to complete the selection for all the other speaking kid roles. Make note if a kid stands out for the role of Cole as well. As a backup. She clarified. Lana nodded reluctantly while the director and the producers retreated from the back door on the other side of the room. Now she had to continue auditioning for the role of Cole even if they had selected the kid because there were a dozen or so expectant kids out there. She set up the camera behind her and called in the next kid. She hated her job sometimes. Break. We didn't have to wait much longer. Within a few hours, I received a call from Dad who had safely reached Pittsburgh. I just got a call from Barry. They loved your audition. Dad said directly without exchanging any pleasantries. Have they made a decision yet? I asked excitedly. You got the part. Dad answered back with equal enthusiasm. Yes. Mum. I got the part. I shouted in the receiver, not caring about the decorum anymore. Ouch. A little lower, Troy. My ears are getting old but not old enough to not hear you over the phone, Dad complained from the other side of the receiver. Mum wasn't standing much behind me so I didn't have to shout, but apparently, Dad's enthusiasm was contagious. That's great, love. Mum hugged me tightly from behind. While it's good to celebrate, Dad continued in the receiver, Barry has specifically told me not to spread the news until we have signed the contract for you and it has been officiated by a judge. There was this little thing that producers did while working with minor actors in big-budget films. HBO hadn't done so because my parents were so heavily involved in the film that my abandoning the project was highly unlikely. In the current case, were I to leave The Sixth Sense mid-shoot, it would cause a lot of damage to the production companies as minors can't sign a contract. In such cases, the companies would get the contract signed by the guardian of the child actor, officiated by a judge in a courthouse, which is as good as any binding contract. I would have to be physically present in the courthouse, of course. But there were limits to that as well. Like I cannot be forced to do a scene or an act that I am uncomfortable with. I cannot be forced to do any activity other than acting itself, like movie promotions. I can do it if I feel like it, but it's not binding. Most kids do promote their movies, though. Yeah, I won't tell anyone, I promised. There's one more thing, Dad continued, they think that your accent needs work. While you're almost there, they want to provide you with a dialect coach before the shooting begins. Your classes would begin after signing the contract, which will most likely be next week. Hey, I muttered. I thought I had gotten it down. I don't have any problem with that. Anything else about this film? Yes, Dad hesitated. Look son, I know you are talented and have got the role on your own merit, but in this industry, nothing is set in stone. So unless we sign the contract, don't believe that the role is confirmed. Anything can happen at the last moment. Sometimes, even after the contract is signed. I nodded into Mum's shoulder, who was listening to all our conversation along with, I understand, Dad. We won't say no to either of the other two projects until this one is signed. Good. We talked about a few unimportant things, after which I handed the phone over to Mum and went back to my room to let them do the talking. Finally, my first role in a big-budget movie with a top-of-the-line star with a good story and potentially one of the highest-earning movies of the year. The only problem was that I had this fear that I wouldn't be able to play to the level that Haley Joel Osment did in Another Life. The dude got tons of awards and got nominated for a fucking Oscar of all things. I won't lie by saying that I don't want an Oscar. Who doesn't? But if the movie does as good as it did in my last life, that would be enough for me. That would catapult me into the greater limelight. Fame is never bad for actors, as far as I know. Just hoping I don't get roasted by critics and the like. Not that they'd be too harsh with a child actor. Still, as soon as I get the script, I am practicing the shit out of it with Dad. Underscore 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 un. Visit my Patreon to read ahead up to 20 chapters, or participate in free polls about the story. Link: www.patreon.com/fableweaver. Chapter 20, ch19. Mum was driving me to the school when we saw that a few men were lurking around the front gate. That's odd. Just then I caught sight of something black in one of the man's hands, and I could hazard a very good guess who they were. Mum, reporters are here. Oh yes, I almost forgot. Drive around, the principal gave me permission to use the back entrance. I ducked my head to avoid getting caught by the sight of any of the reporters. I know about that. I didn't think they'd be here again, especially when you took a day off yesterday. Mum drove around the school without slowing down at all. Is it possible they are here for anyone else? I asked hopefully. Possible? Yes. Likely? No. Mum deadpanned. When I talked to your principal last time, she said that a few of their students are popular with the media, but they are in the high school mostly, with one in middle school but none in elementary. And we had just driven past the entrance to the elementary school. Middle and high schools had their own separate entrances. That could be a bother, I muttered after getting back up as we were past any suspected media people. Should have thought of that before you became an actor, Mum smirked at me. Mean adults. I grouched audibly, to which Mum laughed out loud. She dropped me off at the designated place and I got out of the car and went to my class. On the way to the class, I noticed that the gazes had lessened somewhat, but the kids still felt a little skittish around me. When I sat down in my seat, I found another unusual thing. Evan, who used to sit behind me, was already in his seat and didn't so much as lifted his head to greet me. Hey, Evangelist, sup man? Being the adult I was supposed to be, I initiated the conversation. Hi, he answered in a low voice as if not interested in talking at all. I sighed in annoyance. The one thing I liked about Evan the most, his ability to not give a fuck about others and be a chill, mature guy was waning. "Good morning, students." "Good morning, Miss Rachel." Reluctantly I had to get my head back in class. But I am not letting this shit go on much longer. Break. As soon as I heard the bell for recess, I quickly stood up and blocked Evan from running away like he had been doing since the day before yesterday. I grabbed his elbow and forcefully dragged him away from the classroom. "Hey, get off Troy." He tried to shove me but I didn't budge. "Not until we have a talk and you tell me what the fuck crawled up your ass and died," I shouted at him after pulling him to a corner in the hallway. He flinched at my language. I don't usually swear in front of him because I always felt as if I was corrupting an innocent kid. But when the kid was being as obtuse as he was, I couldn't help myself. "What do you mean by that?" he finally asked after a few moments of uncomfortable silence. "Don't even try that, I know something happened and now you are avoiding me." I gave him a disappointed stare. He looked guilty for all of 5 seconds before his face was back to being resolute. "What does it matter to you, hey? With your first role, you have everyone flocking to you. You are giving others advice about becoming an actor and you never once asked me if I wanted to be one, hey? Do you want to be an actor?" I asked. "That's not the point. The point is you don't care about me and will leave me when you get a better role and everyone wants to talk to you. Yesterday, the teachers told students to treat you normally because even they noticed that. And why are we being warned about not talking to the media?" Evan ranted. I took a deep breath in. Wow, that was a lot to take in all at once. Some reporters are outside the SCO. Damn it. It doesn't matter. You are my best mate, and I can never forget you or ignore you. The people who come to the actors after they are popular are all fake. All they want is the chance to say that they know someone popular. And I didn't give out any advice to anyone. I shouted back at him, frustrated at his behavior based on pure speculation. Then why was Erica saying so yesterday? Evan asked dejectedly. "'Cause she was lying," I answered back smoothly. "That's what I was telling you, people are fake. They make up stories about knowing me personally and all that." I let it stew for a few moments as he took in everything I said. I gave him time to think before continuing, "But Erica said that yesterday and you were mad at me even before then. What happened?" My voice gave him no space for getting out of that. "My cousin Jimmy told me you will ignore me when you become popular. His friend did it too. Then you could go away for some film for months or even permanently. I cannot follow you around everywhere like a lost puppy." His voice was cracking up, on the verge of tears. I sighed out loud. The sentimental moron. He's acting like a lovesick girl. I put a hand on his shoulder, but he shrugged it off. "It's okay, brother." I tried using my words. "Even if I go away, you'll still be my best mate. You know we can email each other using a computer. And then we can meet during the summer or winter holidays. So you are actually going away?" he asked with a tone of realization. This was an uncomfortable topic for me. I had a long discussion with Dad about it a few weeks ago but had put it away from my mind and hadn't discussed it with Evan. I knew he would be depressed when I gathered the courage to tell him. Better to just pull it off like a band-aid. "I went to audition for a big film yesterday, starring Bruce Willis," I began slowly. "The audition was good and there is a high chance that I will get the role. Don't tell anyone about it yet, but if I get it I'll have to go to Philadelphia for 2 months at least." He looked at me apprehensively. "Just 2 months?" I cringed a little at that. "Dad will have to go back to London for work. So, we will all have to move back during this summer." "For how long?" "As long as it takes," I replied honestly. We were moving back to begin the pre-production of the Harry Potter movies if everything went well. Dad had shared the idea with me and asked my opinion about moving back to England after just 2 years in the States. Evan was probably the only reason I was hesitant to answer him, but I knew that Dad would have to go with or without me, and I love him and our family more than I cared for Evan, so of course I chose the family. Also, had I chosen to stay, Kathy would have to stay here with me, away from her husband. It's better if all three of us move together. Even if I were to stay back, sooner or later I would have to go to London to shoot the film if I wanted to play Harry Potter. Evan's face fell even more if that was even possible, but he didn't say anything else to me. He just nodded and walked away silently. I let him. It's better if he thinks this through properly. It broke my heart to see the betrayed expression on his face, it really did. From his perspective, it didn't take him even a minute to decide that he wanted to change schools so he could be in the same class as me, but I abandoned him within a year. It looks pretty bad when I put it like that. The thing is, I have entered the active workforce willfully and I love working on a film set, so I have to set my priorities. Work or friends? It would be so much easier if those two things weren't mutually exclusive as a kid. Especially in the absence of social media. I just hope Mark Zuckerberg works fast or I'd have to do his job for him. Break. Let him be. Let him live. If I die, let me die. Stop. Mr. Tanner cut in. I looked up at him dispassionately. Ever since I had explained things to Evan, I have been feeling empty inside. The reason is simple, he is my only true friend in the whole world. I have heard numerous interviews of celebrities where they would say how difficult it is for them to make true friends. You would always second guess if your friend is with you for fame or for real. With Evan things were different. He is my brother in all but blood. So the betrayed expression he showed me was more than a little hurtful for me. Pay attention, Troy. Mr. Tanner chided me harshly. What has happened to you today? You used to love Les Mis songs. I don't feel so good today, I mumbled unenthusiastically. Can we end the lesson early today? What happened? Mr. Tanner softened his tone as he took the seat opposite to me. Everything okay at home? Yeah, it's just, everything else. The media, my classmates, teachers, everyone has changed ever since that film came out. They think I don't notice, but I do. What happened with media? He asked. Any new articles about you? Nah, I shook my head, just the paparazzi. I'm not even that famous yet, and they are behaving as if I'm Tom Cruise. Believe me, Tom Cruise has it much worse, Mr. Tanner joked. Are you sure you don't want to continue with our session? Because if I remember correctly, you had asked me to begin your piano lessons today after the vocals. I had forgotten about that with everything else going on. Okay, I relented. Let's continue the lessons. Good, because I was dying to tell you that you were ending the die too fast. Use your epiglottis and stretch the melody like this, if I die, let me die. He sang the note for a few extra seconds and I could see the difference between the two versions. I nodded in understanding. I cleared my throat and sang again, if I die, let me die. Yes, exactly like that, he exclaimed when I was done with that particular note. This was the most powerful song that I've heard in the theater. It is so powerful that if done correctly, it can move mountains. This song is incomplete without that emotion. So feel the emotion of the lyrics and the situation. Jean Valjean is trying to save the young man Marius and he is ready to die if it means that the love of her daughter can live on. Bring in that emotion of sacrifice to your voice. You're ready to bet everything, even your life, for another person, feel the emotion. Alright, that was too much emotion in one dialogue. Before I started preparing a Les Miserables song, I didn't know he was so passionate about musical theatre in general and Les Mis in particular. Or I'd have chosen something easier. It's not like I'm unwilling to sing more difficult songs. It's just very difficult to hit all those notes in a demanding song like Bring Him Home until my voice drops, and that is quite some years away. Mr. Tanner knew it, but he wanted the best that I could in my current condition, so I persevered and we practiced for the rest of the allotted vocal time. That was a decent attempt for your first try. Mr. Tanner commented. I gaped at him. He was never stingy with his praises. He was one of those rare teachers who wore his heart on his sleeve. Before today, he had only criticized me when I practiced empty chairs for the first time. Coming from him, a decent attempt was like a slap on the face. "I'll try to get better." "Make sure you do," he said while walking towards the instruments section of our practice room. "Shall we begin with your piano lessons then?" "Yes," I answered resolutely. "But you haven't mastered the guitar yet." He eyed me as he sat down in front of the piano. "I am good enough at playing guitar for my requirement. I will continue my practice of course, but I want to diversify into piano as well," I explained. I didn't tell him that I wanted to learn drums, flute and cello next, in that order. "I have to agree, your guitar is very good for someone who began only a year ago, but it could be better. But as long as you continue practicing on your own, I don't mind beginning your piano class." When I nodded, he pointed to the seat beside him. "Sit, we'll begin with your first chord." Mr. Tanner may not be the best at talking to his students, but he sure knew how to distract me just enough that I forgot about all my other life tensions. In hindsight, it sounds so ridiculous that a 9-year-old has tension of any sort. I guess it isn't wrong to say that music is medicine in itself in many ways. As my fingers played a beginner's set on the piano, I felt free. Underscore 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 un. Visit my Patreon to read ahead up to 20 chapters, or participate in free polls about the story. Link: www.patreon.com/fableweaver. Chapter 21, ch20. Asshole. He didn't have to state my compensation for the sixth sense out loud. He was probably jealous that I, a 9-year-old, was earning from this movie more than what he probably earned for an entire year. Steve and Kathy took quite some time negotiating my remuneration with the producers. At first, they were offering me only $100,000, but Steve argued that my role was almost equivalent to that of the protagonist Bruce Willis and should be paid at least $1 million. They argued and discussed and finally agreed on a compensation of $250,000. "Yes, sir," I answered the petty man, absolutely refusing to call him Your Honor. "Yeah, I can be petty too." "Very well, your trust deposit amount has been set at 30%, just as last time," he grumbled and signed the contract as the officiator, passing on a copy each to Steve and Barry, who had come representing the production team. Taking our contracts, we made a hasty retreat from the courthouse. It was good we could work it out so fast. Barry smiled at Dad and me. "A pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Mendel," I said in a pretentious voice. "Oh, our business has just begun, kid," Barry answered, then turned to Steve. "I'll email you a list of approved voice coaches for his accent correction in a few hours. Get him started as soon as you can so he can get at least a month of training before the table read in December." Steve nodded. "We'll do that. Anything else?" Here Barry turned to me. "Speak only in the American accent till the shooting begins. It will be easier for you this way." That seemed to be a reasonable request, so I nodded in assent. People have done much worse and crazier things for a role, like losing or gaining tens of pounds of weight, shaving their heads or whole bodies even, and whatnot. Speaking in a different accent for a month seemed tame enough. Good. Oh, before I forget, here is the script for the movie. I must remind you again not to share it with anyone. Barry took out the script from his messenger bag and handed it to Steve before bidding us farewell. "Let's head home." Steve indicated the script in his hand. "You get started on this while I begin my work on Harry Potter. I have to prepare for meetings with Disney, Warner, Columbia, and Paramount to pitch the idea for the movie." "Columbia and Paramount? Didn't you say you wanted to keep it to Disney and Warner?" I asked in curiosity. Steve pulled out the car from the parking lot as he explained, "Paramount has been with me for a long time. Sherry Lansing, the current CEO, takes care of people. Even when I came back after a long break, she was the first to offer me the chance to continue working there. I can't forget that. As a courtesy, I will give her the chance to make a fair offer. After that, it's all business. Similarly, I know a few people at Columbia, so the more studios that are in contention for the option to produce Harry Potter, the better it will be for us. Whoever gives the best terms will be the studio of my choice. I nodded in contemplation. What about the script? Made any progress? I told you it will take at least 6 months for that. I am just pitching the idea with the book sales figures, which have been astronomical so far. Then I have to keep in touch with Ms. Rowling to make sure that any change I make in the Harry Potter universe doesn't affect the future stories. I also have to get in contact with a VFX company to see what is feasible to show on screen and what is not before including it in the script. Then there are set designs and other things to keep in mind while writing the script. Steve finished his explanation. Wow! I didn't even know so much went into writing a movie script. I commented, are you sure you want to write the script yourself? I mean, I know you are good, but you already have a lot of responsibilities as a producer. I want to write the first movie at least. That's partially because the production hasn't begun, so I have time. If we do make it into a series of movies, which I fully intend to, then I'll have to get someone else to continue from the second movie onwards. He explained his reasoning, which did make some sense. Later movies of Harry Potter were all released within 10 years of the first one. This means that some of them began production before their predecessor was even released. That would hardly give Steve, as the producer, much time to work on the script. What about the director? I asked when another thought came to my mind. I mean, will you direct the film? Oh God, no. Steve chuckled. Being the producer and scriptwriter is good enough for now. I was thinking maybe Steven Spielberg. You know, the director of E.T., Jaws, and Jurassic Park. That's a really good idea. Steven Spielberg would make a fantastic movie, that's for sure. But we know he won't come cheap. From what I remember, he charged a good percentage of gross box office for making Jurassic Park and ended up earning more than anyone else for that film. And that list includes Universal Studios. He's a good one. If he disagrees for some reason, you can get the director of Home Alone. That movie is great. I said as innocently as I could. While many people think that Alfonso Cuarón and David Yates were the best directors for Harry Potter, I would have to disagree here. Chris Columbus started such a grand movie franchise with little to no visual background. All others had to continue an already going series, but for Chris everything was done from scratch. And for movies shot in the early 2000s, the first 2 movies were every kid's favorite. And I couldn't think of a better person to start the series. You mean Chris Columbus? Steve asked in wonder, pondering over my suggestion. I don't know his name, but I like his movies. And this movie is for kids, like Home Alone, so it should work. I suggested, as for screenwriters, you can get the writer of Forrest Gump. Eric Roth, Steve murmured. Just a suggestion. I don't know what either of them are working on right now, or if they would even be interested in Harry Potter, I commented offhandedly. I don't remember if Eric Roth did much work on any other script after Forrest Gump, but that movie was good. I'll think about it. Hey, now that we've signed The Sixth Sense, why don't we celebrate? I know we celebrated last week for Sex Ed, but this is your first big budget film. Steve changed the topic. I am not in the mood for celebrating much, I murmured mostly to myself, but in the limited space of the car, Steve heard it loud and clear. And why, pray tell, is that? Now that you mention it, whenever I am home, all I see you do is tinker with your guitar and more recently your piano. Don't tell me you've had your first breakup already. Steve joked. What is it called when friends go through a breakup? I asked Steve. That's what happened. The instant worry on his face was telling enough that he had guessed the situation somewhat. What happened, son? Nothing much, I said in a sad tone. I told Evan about us moving to England next year and he hasn't spoken to me since. Don't worry too much, he'll probably come around in a few days. Steve still looked worried but didn't broach the issue again. He couldn't do anything about it. Break. Days passed by as life went on. My daily schedule became even busier than before because of the newly started daily dialect lessons. I started speaking in the American accent full-time for practice, be it with my parents or classmates. The school became even worse because news leaked in the school about me joining a big film production opposite Bruce Willis. The thing is, even the media didn't know that I was starring in the film. That left only one possibility. Evan. I know I should be mad at him for betraying my trust like that, but I wasn't. He was angry and feeling betrayed, so he retaliated. I don't know whether he was regretting it or not, but I didn't confront him and let it be. If this little revenge assuages some of his anger, I don't mind. The contract was signed after all, so what was the harm? The only little problem was that the children around me went crazy. They wanted to talk to me about acting or getting them a role in the film or to get Bruce Willis' autograph for them and so on. I did what I had been told by my parents. Keep a good, positive image. So I smiled, made some empty promises, and politely nodded my head. But as they say, not everything goes as planned all the time. Looky who we have here. Our new celebrity. A snide voice tore through the locker room. It was just after PE class and at the moment I was changing my clothes when I was surrounded by a group of 3 preteen boys. Like every normal classroom, our class had a resident bully. Jeff was the self-appointed leader of this ragtag group that mostly tried to harass people but was rarely successful. The reason was simple, the teachers actually gave a damn, and any sort of serious bullying was punished severely. So Jeff and company became creative. They would always pull back before things could go too far. So I didn't worry too much standing there in front of the 3 buffoons, just a little self-conscious about my state of undress. You need something, Professor Snape? I asked jovially to the group of taller boys. That was another issue. I was on the shorter side in my class and for my age. This was strange knowing that my bio dad was taller than 6 feet and my bio mum was tall enough herself for a woman. Jeff, who was the tallest boy in our class, physically towered over me. One of the lackeys, let's call him Dumb, giggled at my remark. I can see that someone has read the book, I smiled at Dumb, you are good, dude. Anyone who reads Harry Potter cannot be bad. Meanwhile, Jeff and Dummer looked confused before Jeff tried to regain some semblance of control. We are not here to joke. You, he jabbed a finger towards my chest dramatically, have become arrogant. Tell everyone which film you are working on or with which actor. And Jessica was telling us just yesterday how you will be going to Oscars this year. Who? I asked in confusion. I had no idea which Jessica he was referring to because there were 2 girls named Jessica in our class. Jeff smugly turned to his lackeys, see, he doesn't even know kids in our own class. That's how arrogant he is. That's not what I meant, I tried to defend myself, but he cut me off. And what's with the fake accent? He demanded hotly. Are you trying to be a proper American like us? You'll remain a dirty colonizing Briton. Dirty colonizing Brit. I was amused by his words more than anything. Do you even know what colonizing is? In my head, he was just a little kid, probably spewing whatever he heard at home or wherever, so I didn't take him that seriously. I should have, because he didn't like my dismissive attitude. I'll tell you the meaning of colonizing. Grab him. Before I realized what was happening, the lackeys took hold of one of my arms and dragged me down. I kicked and shouted but to no avail, they were much stronger than me. Next, I knew, Jeff kicked me hard in the chest. Jeff, don't do this. You'll get expelled from school, I let out between moans of pain. Clearly, my words had no effect on any of the 3. I just braced myself for the next few minutes. underscore 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 send me power stones. We are slipping in the rankings. Visit my Patreon to read ahead up to 20 chapters, or participate in free polls about the story. Link, www.patreon.com/fableweaver. Chapter 22, ch21. Troy. Kathy rushed over to her son and hugged him for dear life, only for him to groan in pain. She reluctantly separated from her son, only to see that Troy was holding his ribs painfully. His right eye was swollen shut, and despite his attempt to smile at her, he looked to be in a lot of pain. His right cheek was also slowly turning a darker shade. Who did this? Steve turned towards the principal and asked coldly. His voice left no scope for an argument. Mrs. Calder was sweating buckets at this point as she wiped off her brow. Your guess is as good as mine. Troy won't tell us. The janitor found him passed out in the changing room after the gym class. Our resident nurse checked him for a concussion. Since he didn't have one, I didn't want to take him to a hospital and make this into a media circus. I thought it better to call you for that. As for how this happened, it's better if you ask him. The three adults turned towards the only child in the room in unison. It's fine, Dad, Mum. Troy tried to smile again, but it came off as more of a grimace. It was a prank gone wrong. I'll be fine in a few days. It's not fine. Kathy exploded in rage. This is not a prank. This is a crime. Whoever did this should be in jail. So you better name names or I'm walking over to your class and getting the names out myself. Steve knew that the school management would never allow that, but he didn't argue against that logic. Rather, he went with another angle to convince Troy. You can lose the role in the film because of this prank. Troy's eyes widened as realization set in. For an actor, their face is everything. With his one eye swollen shut, and half his cheek turning purple, Troy looked almost unrecognizable. True, there were a few weeks before the table read, and by then Troy may even be perfectly well again, but there was always a possibility of getting fired because of this. If you don't give out a name, I'll sue the school, Kathy made another threat. Maybe then they would find out who did this. Please don't, Troy pleaded, but seeing the serious faces of his parents, he caved in. It was Jeff Spicoli. Only Jeff? Mrs. Calder asked. Troy sighed before giving out the other two names as well. From his expression, it was quite clear he didn't want to name anyone, but his parents made it very clear that that wasn't an option. I want those three kids out of the school by tomorrow, Steve said in a no-nonsense tone and didn't give the principal any chance to speak. If you don't, a lawsuit would be the least of your worries. I'll make sure to use every possible connection to make sure that your school's reputation is dragged through the mud. But we don't know what happened exactly, the principal argued weakly. At least let those three boys present their case. And Mr. Spicoli is a trustee. She whispered the last part, but it was heard by everyone nonetheless. Tell this Mr. Spicoli that I would not sue him and his family for everything they own unless they amicably remove their son and his friends from this school. Or I could give him a visit, and leave him in the same state his son left mine. Mrs. Calder shifted uneasily in her seat before saying, I'll call all three children's parents right away. Steve motioned Kathy and Troy towards the exit before saying to the principal, I'm taking my son to a doctor, as you should have done in the first place, irrespective of whether he is famous or not. What kind of stupid place do you run, hey? He would have liked to say a lot more, but Kathy held his shoulder and shook her head. Steve took a deep breath to calm himself somewhat before leaving the office with his family. Break. The next day, Steve and Kathy were called to the school again. Seeing three subdued kids sitting outside the office gave him all the more incentive to glare at them hatefully. He wanted to slap some sense into these thugs, and he would have, had Kathy not held his hand tightly as she dragged him into the office. "The kids have confessed to hitting Troy," the principal announced as soon as Steve and Kathy were inside. "Now all we have to do is decide their punishment." "What's there to decide?" Kathy asked rhetorically. "Expel them all. If you do, we won't sue the school or the kids' parents." "Oh, come on," a middle-aged man, one of the fathers of the perpetrators, said. "It's ridiculous involving the judiciary for something so trivial. If it's the money you want, just say so, and we can settle something." "Who are you?" Steve asked dismissively. "Stuart Spicoli," came the reply. "Right," Steve nodded slowly. "You're the trustee?" "Yes," Spicoli nodded. "Listen, Mr. K-Loves, I know what happened was unfortunate, and I'll personally punish my son. He'll be grounded for a full month, and I'll make sure he understands why what he did was wrong. Mrs. Calder has agreed to settle for a week's suspension if you agree. Then we can have a personal agreement between us gentlemen away from all this crowd." Steve thought about the offer for a good 2 seconds before nodding slowly. "I can agree to it, but I have a condition." "Anything?" Spicoli nodded genially. "You'll beat your kid to the same level as my kid was beaten," Steve announced to the shock of everyone. "I have brought photos with me. See." Here Steve opened the folder he had brought along that contained the photos of Troy, with bruises on his face, chest, and back. The 3 kids' parents were shocked to see the brutality of the photos. The principal gasped, "I didn't know it was that bad." Seeing the silence on the parents' faces, Steve spoke again, "Until and unless, all 3 of those thugs are beaten within an inch of their lives, like Troy, I won't allow them anywhere near my son. That's final. Of course, you can look for a different school, but that's your choice." "Mr. K-Loves," the principal began speaking, but Steve raised his hand. "This is non-negotiable. I have said what I wanted to. You have my phone number. Give me a call when you have made your decision so I can decide my next course of action. Come on, Kathy." With that, the 2 of them stormed out of the principal's office. Kathy looked at her husband sideways as they walked out of the school building. "You can be terrifying when you want to be. And did you have to Photoshop those images of Troy?" Steve smirked. He had asked an editor friend of his, Hank, to edit some photos of Troy to look more bruised than he actually was. This would not be admissible in a court, but this wasn't a court, just a meeting between parents, and no one was a forensic expert to tell the difference. "I'll do anything for that boy," Steve said plainly as they got in the car. "This is nothing. Break." The whole thing was blown way out of proportion in my opinion. I know the incident could have been worse, but it could have been avoided altogether had I not acted like an asshole in the locker room. I really don't like talking to kids because of this reason, because I come off as a tad superior to them. The big reason I didn't want to give out names was that I wanted to give the 3 my personal revenge. I may be many things, but Gandhi, I'm not. I knew that if I named them to the principal, then I wouldn't be able to do anything to them. I don't know if this makes me a bad person, but I don't feel satisfied with just giving them out. I had made this whole elaborate revenge plan of singling them out one by one and hitting them when they least expected it. I did this all when I was lying on the floor of the locker room. Unlike what the principal had said, I didn't pass out. I was lying there for quite some time in pain, and I fell asleep. That pretentious principal only wanted to save her school's reputation. But when my parents came charging into the office and demanded that I tell them everything, I didn't think I had a choice. It was only a few days later that I found that Jeff, Dumb, and Dumber were all expelled from the school with a strict warning from my parents to prevent the 3 from so much as to come near me. Apparently, they had not only bullied me, but when the math teacher asked about my whereabouts, Jeff volunteered to check in the locker room and lied that I wasn't there. I was more than a little surprised that Jeff's father didn't stop that from happening. With the plan of my revenge thwarted, I just wanted the whole thing to be over with. The incident had happened on a Wednesday and I took the rest of the week off. I had never seen Kathy so clingy to me as she was that week. Steve, on the other hand, had a different approach. You want me to take self-defense lessons? I asked incredulously. Yes, he said in a no-nonsense tone. Those bullies might have been expelled, but that doesn't mean someone else won't try something like that. You are aiming to be an actor. Do you know how many psychos are there out in the world who stalk or want to harm celebrities? Too many to count. Consider this a wake-up call. I nodded slowly. It made sense in a way. Celebs like Jodie Foster and John Lennon come to mind when I think about it. Foster's stalker shot the POTUS of the time, Ronald Reagan, while John Lennon himself was shot by the stalker. Then there was the fact that I was terrible at anything physical, and this was the best age to change that. What do you have in mind? I asked him seriously. There is this class that teaches Krav Maga and Muay Thai. With that, he offered me a pamphlet. You don't have to rush into anything right now, but I would feel better if you could defend yourself. I carefully read the pamphlet I was handed, which went on about the instructor and the number of professional MMA fighters that had gone to those classes. But we'll go to London in the summer, I said hesitantly. I'll find you an instructor in London if you're interested. Just say so. After some thought, I nodded. Okay, I'll do this. Good, Steve smiled before ruffling my hair. You know, my dad used to say that you're not a man unless you've been in a fight. So I guess, you became a man now. I scoffed. Wasn't much of a fight. More like a one-sided beatdown. True, Steve agreed. Don't worry though, I know you'll learn how to throw a punch soon enough. I'll be happy as long as you don't start a fight, but if it does start, I want you to finish it. I couldn't help the smile that came on my face. I will. Attaboy, he grinned. You wanna check out these classes now, or after coming back from Philly? I didn't have to even think about it, right now. There is still a month before I have to go. Why waste that time? Come on then, no time like the present. Underscore 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 underscore. And please stop asking for him to drop out of school. It will happen, but I wanted to do it organically. Nothing happens overnight, and if kids telling their parents that they want to drop out worked that easily, most of the kids would be homeschooled. I certainly would have. Visit my Patreon to read ahead up to 20 chapters, or participate in free polls about the story. Link: www.patreon.com/fableweaver. Chapter 23, ch22. I took a deep breath, clutching the strap of my backpack so tightly that my knuckles turned white. Yet, I knew I couldn't let what happened back in school again. I pushed the door open and was immediately hit by a wave of humid air mixed with the scent of sweat and determination. The gym buzzed with activity, people of all ages working on various equipment, punching bags swinging back and forth, jump ropes slapping against the ground, and trainers shouting instructions. Hey there, champ! You knew, a voice called out. I turned to see a tall, muscular man with short cropped hair and a friendly smile walking towards me. He wore a black tank top and shorts, his muscular arms were covered in tattoos of different kinds, the most prominent being a horse. I was tempted to make a joke about him compensating for something else with that tattoo, but I reined in my instincts. These instincts to mouth off were the ones which got me in the situation in the first place. Yeah, I cleared my throat and regained some of my confidence back. I'm Troy. Nice to meet you, Troy. I'm Marcus, the coach. What brings you here today? His voice was warm and reassuring, making me feel slightly more at ease. I want to learn how to defend myself, I admitted with feigned bravado. Marcus' eyes never left my face, which was not at its best at the moment. Okay, he conceded with a serious expression after a few moments of evaluating me. But if I got to know that you used what we teach here to hit someone else unprovoked, I'll make you regret it. I agreed vehemently, I promise I won't. Marcus nodded, his expression turning jovial once more as if a switch had been flipped. Well, you've come to the right place then. We teach both Muay Thai and Krav Maga here. They're excellent for self-defense and building confidence. Follow me, and I'll introduce you to the basics. I followed Marcus through the gym, weaving between other students and trainers. We stopped at a corner where a group of kids around my age were practicing under the watchful eye of a very shapely female instructor. This is our beginners class. They're just starting out like you, Marcus said, gesturing towards the group. Hey, Maya, he called to the instructor. This is Troy. He's joining us today. Maya, a brunette with a kind smile and sharp eyes, waved us over. Hi, Troy. Welcome. We're just about to start with some warm UPS. Why don't you join us? Her voice had a weird accent that I couldn't place exactly. I nodded and quickly set my backpack down, slipping into the line of kids. We began with simple stretches, Maya demonstrating each one patiently. The movements felt strange at first, but I mimicked them as best as I could, feeling my muscles slowly loosen. Since we have a few new faces joining in this session, Maya began after the warm-ups were done, I think I should tell you that Krav Maga is the most dangerous fighting style anyone can learn. It was developed by Israeli Defense Force some 50 years ago, and it teaches one thing above everything else, how to survive in a fight. It doesn't matter what dirty trick you use. As long as you come out on top, you win. But there are downsides to it as well, which basically revolves around practicing it. Here, in a classroom environment, we can't teach you lethal moves. Muay Thai, on the other hand, is a martial art purely for fighting. It teaches you to take hits, and deliver them with much more intensity. The downsides are that a real-life opponent won't wait for you to land a hit, they will fight dirty. That was a big conundrum. That's why, here at this gym we combined the two classes together so that you can tank hits like a pro Muay Thai fighter and deliver cheap hits like an expert Israeli soldier. My eyes widened in realization. So that's why they focus on two techniques rather than just one. Alright, kids, let's begin with Muay Thai first. Saying that, Maya led us through some basic techniques. She showed us how to stand, how to throw punches and kicks, and how to move our bodies in coordination. My punches were awkward at first, my kicks unbalanced, but I kept trying, determined to get it right. Maya's encouragement and corrections helped me improve with each attempt. After 45 or so minutes, we had a 5-minute break, before we moved on to Krav Maga. She taught us how to break free from holds and how to use our surroundings to our advantage. I found this part particularly interesting. I could see how these techniques could help if I was ever facing more than one enemy again. By the end of the session, I was exhausted but exhilarated. My muscles ached, and I was drenched in sweat, but I felt good about the whole thing. I didn't want these lessons to stop at all. Break. Do you think we should change Troy's school? Kathy asked her husband worriedly that evening after tucking her tired and bruised boy in his bed for the night. Teaching him to fight is not the solution to him getting bullied. I don't think changing school would be necessary, Steve answered. He will begin shooting right after the Christmas break. If you are agreeable, and everything goes according to the plan, we can move back to London in March, as soon as Troy is done here. Kathy looked conflicted. Are you sure that's wise? He wants to work in more movies. I have never seen him happier than when he was shooting for sex ed. Moving back to London may disrupt that. I'm making Harry Potter for him. Steve turned around and gave his wife a look. Don't you remember the time you scolded me for buying the rights to a whole book series on the word of a kid? How many times would you make me regret that? Kathy rolled her eyes. She was very vocal about what she thought of buying the Harry Potter rights. That was until the book sales exploded in both the US and the UK. The subsequent sequel was also met with overwhelming response. So much so, that other producers had even offered them $1 million, just to buy the rights of the first book. An offer that Steve had refused. As I was saying, Steve continued, I will strongly lobby for Troy to star as Harry. But I cannot be sure, as the studio will think twice before casting anyone in a production costing in hundreds of millions. Then there's also the matter that the whole cast must be British. Once approved, the pre-production and casting alone will take most of the 1999. If we move in March, we can begin the work early. Do you think he will agree to move in March? Kathy asked, concerned. What about Evan? They had a bit of a falling out, Steve said hesitantly. He is all alone in that school, Kathy. That is why I took him to the self-defense class today. I know he won't become Bruce Lee in his limited time here. Despite what you think, I know he is not as comfortable in LA as in London. We can go back there and things could go back to how they were earlier. If he wants to take up a movie, he can take something up in London. Sure, their budget and production are much different from Hollywood, but it is the work that he wants, not money. You know, I always prefer London over LA, Kathy said after a few moments' silence. But what about Troy's education? Do you want him to be homeschooled? Or go to some fancy private school for this same scenario to repeat? What about college? Hey! Let's not talk about things that are so far away in the future. Steve halted Kathy's line of questioning. I want him to have the best education, but he is much more interested in acting and has the talent for it. If the Harry Potter films become a hit, he could be a household name and getting roles would hardly be concerning for him. As far as his schooling goes, he is bored in school. I think private tutoring would be better for him. Kathy took in a deep breath and let it out. She wanted her son to be a kid for a few more years, but it seemed as if he didn't want to. Okay, I'll agree to it. Moving to London early, that is. She relented, but you will talk to him about it. Break. I rejoined school the Monday following the incident. I was dreading walking into the classroom because I knew that everyone would be judging me, but I had no choice. The coloring on my face had gone down significantly, and I looked mostly normal now. I was still a little sore, but it was because of all the training I had been doing at my new fighting gym for the last 4 days. It was good that they were closed on Mondays because I desperately needed the rest. Still, I loved every part of it. The only downside to it all was that I'd be able to do it only for a month before leaving for Philadelphia, and eventually for London. Steve had put all the options in front of me, and frankly, the thought of going back to London right after The Sixth Sense was sounding more and more appealing. Earlier, I thought Evan would be back to normal within a few days, but now I was not so sure I wanted him to. As I walked into the class, every kid decided that staring at me covertly was good for their entertainment. This time, kids weren't even trying to cozy up to me after I got the 3 bullies expelled. I didn't mind the solace, as much as being gawked at. It was during recess that my former best friend gathered the balls to converse with me. Hey Troy, can we talk? Just last week, I would have gladly taken the olive branch from him, but not anymore. What's there to talk? I'm going away, remember? Then you can spread as many rumors about me as you want. I snapped at him. It came out much more vicious than I was aiming for. Didn't he spread rumors about you? He stammered. Yeah? I didn't tell anyone about my next film. How do they know? How did Jeff know about it? Hey? Tell me. I demanded as I was almost in his face, apoplectic with rage. He shrank back into the chair behind him and unconsciously fell over on the seat. His eyes instantly teared up and within seconds he started sobbing. Even though it was recess, the students around were enjoying the free drama. But I didn't care about them one bit. Oh, stop with the rainfall and grow the fuck up. Will you cry every time you have a problem? I shouted. He hastily rubbed his eyes with the back of his sleeves, but it didn't help him much. I didn't say anything at first, I continued, ignoring his tears. I thought, it's okay, Evan will be back to normal in a few days, but no, you had to go and tell everyone what I told you in confidence. I can say only one thing to you, Evan Spader, you are a very shitty friend. With that, I stormed out of the classroom to get away from all the crowding of the kids. I didn't cry. I had promised myself that I wouldn't appear weak in front of anyone anymore. Yet, it didn't help the pain I felt as the realization sunk in that I had called off my only good friendship in this life. Underscore 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 un. Visit my Patreon to read ahead up to 20 chapters, or participate in free polls about the story. Link: www.patreon.com/fableweaver. Chapter 24, ch23. Finally, it was December 16th. The day of the table read for the Sixth Sense. Luckily for us, it was here in LA and not in Philly, or it would be very uncomfortable for us to move to Philly for a couple of days, only to come back for holidays, and then go back for shooting again. "Ready, champ?" Steve asked from the driver's seat where he had just parked the car in the Disney parking lot. "Yeah," I answered in my now almost real American accent, "just a little nervous, I guess. Haven't met anyone famous before." While I had worked with James Franco and Michelle Williams in my first movie, they weren't very famous yet. Michelle was a series regular on a TV show, but I hadn't seen much of it beforehand. I only watched it after she told me to during shooting. "You'll do fine," Steve waved off my concerns, "just be yourself and remember that they are all humans, just like you and me." I nodded, got out of the car, and followed Steve dutifully through the building after confirming our meeting at the reception. Going through the place, I couldn't help but marvel at the grand design of the place. On the way, we saw many Disney figures including Mickey, Minnie, Daffy, Pluto, Simba, Belle, Aladdin, Snow White, and so many more. When we reached our assigned conference room, I couldn't help but be excited and nervous at the same time. Steve opened the door and let me in first. It was a big conference room with at least 40 seats, many of them already filled out by now. I immediately recognized Barry Mendel, Steve's producer friend. Next to Barry was the lady from the audition that Kathy had later told me was Kathleen Kennedy, a CO producer. The other man beside her must be her husband Frank Marshall, also a producer. Next, I saw the director, M. Night Shyamalan. As soon as I looked at him, he smiled at me. "Troy's here. Now we can start." I was startled at the address and quickly looked around to see that there were around 25 to 30 people in the room already. The film didn't have a large cast, just 4 main roles: Cole played by me, Malcolm played by Bruce Willis, Cole's mother played by Toni Collette, and Malcolm's wife played by Olivia Williams. Other characters all had only a scene or two, so it was mostly us 4 who had to read our lines. "We aren't late, are we?" I nudged Dad. A middle-aged balding man, who was sitting nearby, sniggered at that. "No, you're not." I had half a mind to make a snarky comment when I saw that it wasn't just an AD or a technician. It was the male lead of the movie himself, Bruce Willis. Before I could freeze at his sight, I sheepishly rubbed the back of my head. "Hello, I am Troy Armitage, nice to meet you. I'm a big fan of your works." With that, I offered him a handshake. He eyed me with a smile and shook my offered hand. "Bruce. So, which is your favorite work of mine?" "Pulp Fiction," I stated as if it were the universal truth. "Not Die Hard?" He didn't give me the funny look people do when I say that I love Pulp Fiction. "It's good, but I like Pulp Fiction more," I replied nonchalantly. He laughed out loud. "You're good, Troy. Tell me, is this your first film?" I shook my head. "Second, the first film was released in November. Sex Education. Ah, I've heard it's good. Maybe I'll watch it during the holidays," Bruce answered. Hearing the deliberate cough behind me, I realized the man standing there and did the introductions. Mr. Willis, this is my dad, Steve K. Loves. We've actually met before. Steve shook hands with Bruce, at the premiere of The Fabulous Baker Boys. I directed it. Bruce smiled as his face showed the recognition from a few years ago. Before he could retort, he was interrupted. Now that everyone's here, the man, who I guessed to be Frank Marshall, raised his voice, getting everyone's attention. Why don't we begin? Steve ushered me into the seat beside Bruce, which had my name written in front of it. My fucking name. Fuck yeah. Steve took the seat on my other side. Kathleen Kennedy spoke next. You all must remember about the NDA, as no portion of the script can be leaked. For this reason, the climax has been omitted from the scripts of those who don't need to know. So don't go asking around others about it, as they cannot tell you. Wow, this is serious stuff. The amount of secrecy was something. I thought it began in the internet era, where anyone could share something with a friend only for it to end on the internet. I mentally shrugged it off, as I had the full script, so I didn't mind. Luckily, because of my age, an exception was made for my parents. However, they had to sign the secrecy agreement as well. Introductions first. Kathleen continued, I am Kathleen Kennedy, and I am a producer. Then she cued her husband. From there on, everyone introduced themselves with their designation/role. Alright, Shyamalan took over when everyone was done with the intro, so the first scene begins in a basement. Evening time. A light bulb comes to light as Anna Crow moves down the stairs. Light, quick footsteps. Break. That was exhausting. I huffed out as I sat down on the couch tiredly. We were back after the table read. The climax was a little awkward, as they asked all other actors but the main four to leave the room when the scene in the car where my character talked to his mother began. Steve chuckled, that is nothing compared to the press conference when they will announce the film. Ugh, I groaned, dodging paparazzi at school was bad enough when I have done only one film till now. It will be much worse now with the involvement of a superstar like Bruce Willis. We'll be off to London after this film is done. Hopefully, you'll be safe from the paparazzi there. He said. I scoffed, fat chance. You forgot the Princess Diana incident. Steve grimaced at that reminder. The death of Princess Diana was relatively fresh in everyone's minds when the princess died, because they sped up their car in a tunnel to avoid the paparazzi and lost control. British paparazzi got a lot of flack for their role in her death. You chose this life, Troy. Steve gave me a hard look. No one forced you to. This is a packaged deal that comes with being an actor. Your mother and I have warned you about it many times, and it's still not too late. You can do this one movie, and after that, we can go to London and you can go live a relatively normal life like anyone else your age. Your last movie hasn't been released across the ocean, and this one may not even be a hit in the US, let alone the UK. And if you really want, I can go talk to Barry about quitting this one as well. I looked down at my feet in embarrassment. When Steve talked like that, I felt like a spoiled rich brat who was complaining about having too few servants to dance on my whims. Whenever child actors are talked about, people say that they grow up in a bad environment and all the pressure from the media and their fans make them succumb to alcohol and drugs early. Those child actors can say that they didn't realize what they were getting into. I can't. I knew full well what I signed up for when I agreed, insisted, to act in movies. And now I am whining that people are paying attention to me? No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound whiny or ungrateful when I said that. I still want to act. I answered after deliberating my words carefully. I looked up when I felt Steve put his hands on both my shoulders lightly. I know, son. And I'm sorry too. I shouldn't have said that. Sometimes I forget that you are not even 10. You are allowed to make mistakes. No one is perfect. But you must remember that you always have the chance to back out. I didn't want you to work as an actor. Ever. If you wanted to work in Hollywood, you could have been a director or a producer. Heck, even a screenwriter, and that would be better than being an actor. It brings you wealth, yes, but the attention is not worth it in my opinion. He paused as he gave me a considering look, but since you have chosen this path, you'll have my full support with you every step of the way, and I'll make sure you become the best actor there ever was. The conviction with which Dad said that, made me realize how lucky I am to have parents like Steve and Kathy. They weren't just Steve and Kathy to me for a long time now. I just had to realize. Steve was my dad in every way possible. Perhaps even more than Frank Armitage ever was. There was not even a slight competition for who my real mother was. Overcome with that sudden realization, I did the only thing that made sense to me. I stepped forward and hugged Dad with all my might. I love you, Dad. I did mean every syllable of it. Love you too, son. He hugged me back, patting my head with one hand. Break. The next day at school, I was cornered by Evan. Once again. Come on, Troy. I know I made a mistake. I am sorry, please don't hate me, he said in a deeply apologetic voice. I didn't tell it to everyone. Just Raoul. He told everyone, not me. I sighed. This was his fourth? No, the fifth time that he had apologized to me for betraying my trust. To tell you the truth, I was this close to accepting his apology even the last time, but I was still pissed at his actions somewhat. If he could betray me once, what's stopping him from doing it again? I can't trust him again that easily. I'm not Harry Potter, yet, and he's definitely not Ron Weasley. Moreover, I am going away in less than 2 weeks, so it will hardly matter much whether I forgive him or not. Our friendship can't continue long distance in this era with no social media and video calls. So with that thought in mind, I began slowly, I'm sorry, Evangelist. His face fell upon hearing those words and he asked, why? He was an open book, showing every emotion he was going through. I'll still go away in January, I said as a matter of fact. It's okay. It's only for 2 months, right? He asked hopefully, to which I shook my head. Seeing his confused expression, I explained, I was mad at you. After the fight with Jeff and his cronies, Dad asked me if we wanted to move to London directly after the film shoot. I said yes. Evan was silent for a few moments as he took everything in before saying, so you're going away because of me? His voice pinched me much worse than his betrayal did. Yet, I knew that I had to make it clear to him. Yes. It doesn't matter, his words surprised me. We can still be friends, right? He asked in that hopeful voice. Can't you explain it to your dad? Maybe then you can stay here longer. It doesn't work like that, Evan, I shook my head resolutely. I haven't forgiven you yet. You can't just apologize and expect everything to go back to the way it was. Moreover, even if I were to forgive you, our tickets have been booked. Plans have been made for our stay there. Even my tutors have been arranged. Nothing can be done now. Evan seemed like he would cry at any moment, so I said my final words to him. Bye, Evangelist. And proceeded to walk back to the classroom. In my mind, it was better for both of us to steer clear of each other. Childhood friendships rarely last that long after getting separated. It's better for Evan to find more stable friends in LA with whom he can grow up. Break. When the day was over, and I was ready to go to my martial arts class, I was surprised to see the number of reporters near the school entrance. There were more than 10 that I could spot from the second-floor window itself. The reason they still tried to ambush me near school is that when there are no visible reporters in the vicinity, I go in through the front door and have even been photographed a few times. I didn't mind that, as long as they didn't get up close and personal. But when there was such a visible media storm out there, I had no interest in testing out my fledgling martial skills. I walked towards the back exit, hoping that this was due to something some other kid did for once, or maybe a teacher. Seriously, acting in one TV movie, and you'd think that the reporters don't have anything better to do with their lives, but little old me. I haven't even met enough fans that it would warrant such rampant media attention. What the fuck is wrong with celebrity culture? I shook my head at the absurdity of the situation when I reached my mother's car parking spot. As I saw her, I was confused, seeing the large grin etched on her face. She got out of the car and hugged me tightly. "Troy, you won't believe it. Something amazing happened. Dad won $1 million lottery." I asked speculatively. "No," she shook her head dramatically and ushered me towards the car. She began only when we were seated inside. Sex Ed got 2 nominations at the Golden Globes. Best TV Film for Your Father and I, and Best Actor for You. My brain froze for a moment. Golden Globe Awards. One of the most prestigious awards in America. Even above Oscars, Emmys, and SAG. Okay, jokes apart, not exactly prestigious, but they were very popular because they honored those popular actors as well who are usually ignored by the Academies, Oscars and Emmy. Getting nominated for a Golden Globe meant a major increase in popularity, both for me and for the movie, resulting in increased DVD sales. Overall, a very good news that may net my parents even more than the $1 million they would have gotten from the lottery. Not immediately, but in, say, the next 5 years. That's superb! I exclaimed, grinning like a lunatic. "Do you know what it means?" Kathy asked. "Does it have anything to do with the reporters present at the front gate?" I said after pondering for a few moments. "Not exactly. A major Hollywood award nomination means we'll have to do a ton of things. First, we'll have to get a few suits for you. Then, as you guessed, there will be media attention towards you. We'll have to selectively choose who to talk to and who not to. Most adult actors would probably appoint a publicist at this point, though I hardly think we need one right now. There will be parties, before and after the awards, and so much more. The most important thing for a newcomer like you is to make connections at the parties. Though being a kid, hardly anyone would mind if you don't go." While explaining the workings of the award show system in Hollywood, Kathy was driving me home. "While I would love it if you could get an award, it is unlikely that they will give it to you, so don't get your hopes too high." I nodded solemnly. "Yeah, I know that. I am young now, so they will prefer giving it to older people. That's why Steve and I think it's not good for us to hire a publicist. It would have been a different issue if the awards in question were the Oscars, but then again, for those, most of the expense is borne by the film companies." Kathy said. "Won't HBO support us if we wanted to hire a publicist?" I asked curiously. Kathy shook her head. "Nope. The TV movie department has the most representation from HBO, and they rarely lose. Even if we win, HBO will still win. No point in wasting money when they have an assured win." I hummed in contemplation. "Wait, when are the awards? Won't we be shooting The Sixth Sense during that time?" Here Kathy smiled once again. "I got a call from Barry when the nominations came out. Disney sees it as cost-effective marketing if you win the award." I was baffled for a moment. "So the production team would provide you the time off to go and attend the awards? If you do win by some miracle, they'll allow you to take a couple of extra days off and do some interviews, provided you talk about The Sixth Sense as well?" "Of course. Everyone is looking after their own interests after all. That won't change our schedule, by the way." Kathy continued. "We'll leave for Philly on the 2nd of Jan and start shooting on the 4th. The Globes are scheduled on the 24th, so we'll fly back to LA on the 23rd. If you win, we'll fly back by the 27th, otherwise on the 25th sounds good enough plan for now." "Yup," I answered succinctly. We drove in silence for a few minutes when I said, "I still don't understand why I am attending a ceremony where I know I am unlikely to win and when I am not very interested in parties." Kathy sighed audibly. "Consider this a part of being an actor. Attend the award ceremonies with a smile. Talk to people and make connections. That's how you get future roles when other actors or directors recommend you for a role with your demographics and acting talent in mind. At least that would be the scene until you get an agent or manager, and that won't be happening until you are all grown up. So if you want roles other than what you already have, then play nice. I wisely kept quiet for the rest of the way. Underscore 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 underscore. And visit my Patreon to read ahead up to 20 chapters, or participate in free polls about the story. Link: www.patreon.com/fableweaver. Chapter 25, ch24. Underscore 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 underscore. Christmas and New Year passed by quickly, along with my 10th birthday. I got some pretty good video games including Pokemon, Fallout 2, and Super Mario 64 with my own Nintendo 64. I knew of these games when I heard their names, especially Pokemon with their massive franchise beginning from the games and moving into anime. But for some reason, I have no memory of playing them in my past life. That's good because I would be bored out of my mind if that were the case. Steve and Kathy had wanted to give me something physical like a bicycle or a trampoline, which wasn't the brightest idea considering we lived in an apartment, but seeing my situation, they decided to give me something I could take away with me to Philly and later on to London. With that, Kathy and I got on board for my very first shooting after sex ed. You know, you don't have to stay on set all day, right? I asked Kathy, who was sitting beside me in the business class. She cocked her head slightly towards me and raised an eyebrow. Are you so sick of your mum that you want to get rid of her? What did I do to deserve such treatment? I rolled my eyes at her visibly. Oh please, I am just saying that for your sake. I don't mind you being on set with me, but remember you are not the producer this time. You will literally have nothing to do but wait for the full day. I've packed my laptop. Don't worry about me, I'll work on something. If that doesn't work, I've got a lot of books to read as well. Philly has some good bookstores where we can get as much reading material as we want. She put out one hand and ruffled my hair gently. Moreover, legally you must have a guardian or chaperone with you, on set. So instead of hiring an assistant or a manager, I will do the job for you. Steve is already very busy with the Harry Potter project, so he would hardly feel our absence. I nodded slightly in acceptance. If you are acting like my agent, I began with a grin, why don't you take a cut? Maybe I should, she replied with a grin of her own before adopting a more somber face. Are you okay leaving LA behind? We won't be going back there to stay anytime soon. I shrugged. Does it matter? It's done now. Though it's a shame I won't be able to continue my martial arts. Maya has given me a booklet with images of all the forms and maneuvers for self-practice, but it is not the same as practicing with someone else. She frowned visibly hearing my answer. What about your friends? Friends? I asked rhetorically. Evan needs to grow up a lot. Ah, look who's talking. Mum made a cooing face before pulling my cheek. Mum. Break. Getting to our temporary residence in Philly was interesting. First, we were picked up from the airport by a guy holding a placard with my name on it. That just felt so great, seeing my name written there when my mother, the adult, was standing right here beside me. The guy, who turned out to be our chauffeur, drove us to a large house that the crew was renting for our stay of 2 months. It did make a lot more sense than putting us in a hotel. The house was located in the suburbs but was only a 10-minute drive away from our major filming locations depending upon the traffic in the said location. Because most of the film was being shot on location. The locations were mostly a public school, a church, my character's home, and Malcolm's house. The latter 2 locations were shot in a studio. The reason the film may take even upwards of 2 months is that the number of hours I can shoot is limited, as I still have to legally study during the shoot as well. The day when I am free from school cannot come fast enough. Only God knows why I hadn't always aimed to pass high school as soon as I could. "So do you like the place?" came a distinctively feminine voice when I and Mum were admiring the view of the backyard. I turned towards the voice to find Toni Collette, who plays my mother in The Sixth Sense, standing there with a grin. "Yes, it's lovely," my mother, ever the polite person, beamed back at the younger woman. "I am Kathy K. Loves, and you must have already met my son, Troy." "Toni Collette, just call me Tony, both of you. And I can't say I have had much talk with Lil Troy here." She bent down at the waist slightly to come eye level with me. "He was too busy fangirling over Bruce Willis." "I was not." "That's a lie. We had a perfectly civil conversation. I didn't even ask for his autograph." "Whoever said I was a grown man in some other life?" At my outburst, both my mother and Tony burst out in peals of laughter, and my face colored. Showing my maturity, I stuck a tongue out at them and turned away with a pout. "Anyways," Mum began after calming herself down somewhat, "Tony will be staying with us for the duration of the filming, so Troy, behave." I was informed about that beforehand. The house we were given was big enough to house a big family, which was quite wasteful for just 2 people and a caretaker. So of course we were sharing it with Tony. The production team also believed that if Tony and I had a closer bond offshoot, we could portray a more honest mother-son relationship. "Yes, Mum. I hope we can get along, Ms. Tony." I nodded my head at her respectfully. Next thing I knew, I was being suffocated between a pair of huge tits as Tony hugged the stuffing out of me. "Oh, he's such a lil cutie. And an English gentleman at that." With great effort, I freed myself from suffocating between those melons and did the manly thing. I ran up to my room. While I can't say with certainty, I suspect Tony was told to get closer to me. Not that I had a problem with that, but the efforts they made to make a child comfortable are beyond reasonable sometimes. Most child actors have difficulty getting in character, and sometimes directors even make up lies. Like Steven Spielberg told Drew Barrymore while filming E.T. that E.T. really died, just to get real tears from her. This was as close to method acting as you could get with kids. While such a trick is much too circumstantial to give a perfect performance for the entire duration of a movie, it can be used to deliver a particularly shocking scene. That's too many wild thoughts for the moment, so I decided to stow them away for the moment and check out my new room, which had, to my utter glee, a brand new PC and a television with an accompanying gaming console, all for myself. Yes. Now just hoping against hope that Mum doesn't object to me having this stuff with me in my private room. Break. A few days later, it was finally my first day on the set of The Sixth Sense. I was almost giddy to begin work again. Being in the presence of the camera and the crew is like a euphoric high for me. To be honest, I love being the center of attention, just not with kids. On a film set, everyone is focused on me, to make sure I look good and that I am in my best form to deliver a good performance. Is it narcissistic of me to want attention in such a way? I don't know. And frankly, I don't care. I just know that I like being on the set. Acting gives meaning to this otherwise boring life of mine. "Troy, you're here." My musings were interrupted by the exclamation of our assistant director, Josh. "Good night, wanted to talk to you first before you go to your trailer for makeup and costumes." I was taken aback by his statement. "A trailer?" I voiced my thoughts out. "I have a trailer." "Of course you do." Kathy placed a hand on my shoulder, coming behind me. "All actors have one, especially the young ones. They need space to study." That made a surprising amount of sense. Shooting of sex ed took place during the summer break, so there was no need for any on-set tutor, and the set was built inside the Warner Studios, so there were plenty of rooms for the actors R&R. "Now," Kathy said, "I think we should go to the director before he gets angry at you for your tardiness." I didn't complain about that and just followed the AD towards the director who was overseeing the setup of the scene around the church where the first meeting of Cole and Malcolm was to take place. "Hello, Mr. Shyamalan," I took the initiative to greet the man who was too engrossed in his work. "I was told you were looking for me." Yes. Cole. He looked down at me with a smile, calling me by my character name. "Just call me Knight, or if you really want to, Manoj. Mr. Shyamalan is my father." That smile just put me at ease. Most directors are old. That's a fact. But the young director in front of me was only 28 at the moment and had this vibe around him that would just force you to relax in his presence. "We have decided that everyone on set will call each other with their character names. So for the next 2 months, you are Cole for me." "All right." He explained his logic for mixing up my name. I shrugged. "That's okay." "Was that all?" "No," he chuckled. "We have changed the scene where you play King Arthur. We have decided to change it with a talent show for your classmates, where Cole will sing a song. A song from the musical Les Miserables, like your audition. You impressed me a lot with your singing, and that just gave me an idea for your character. So I need you to practice the song in your free time or during your music lessons." "Music lessons? Song?" I asked in confusion, taking in all the information thrown at me. "Yes, music lessons," Kathy cut in. "Steve and I know how much you enjoy your time with that guitar or just singing a song. Along with your regular schoolwork, you'll have a dedicated music teacher. And now you even have motivation to get better." "Yes," Knight nodded along, "but don't put too much pressure on yourself, Cole. If you mess up during the shoot, it's fine. You don't have to be perfect, just good enough to make the performance believable for a 9-year-old. What does this simpleton understand about an artist's need to do everything to perfection?" I made a silent vow to myself right then and there that I would give my best effort while performing the song. Then I realized one anomaly in the timeline. The original movie didn't have a song in it. I am already changing things around with my mere replacement of Haley Joel Osment in The Sixth Sense. Is the song Empty Chairs at Empty Tables like my audition? I asked because it didn't make much sense regarding the movie script. Knight shook his head. "No, it is Bring Him Home." My eyes widened in realization and slight shock. It was one of the biggest coincidences that I had prepared 2 Les Mis songs while tutoring under Mr. Tanner. One song got me the role, and I'll be performing the other in the film. I have practiced that song so many times that I know the emotion and the meaning behind the song quite well. Moreover, a thing just clicked in my mind. "Oh my God!" I exclaimed excitedly as I made the connection. "You will be hinting through the song that Cole is praying for Malcolm to be free." Knight looked surprised for all of 2 seconds before he smiled widely, put both his hands on my shoulders and said, "I knew I selected the right person for the job. Yes, that's exactly my intention. The lyrics will hint towards the climax and a very keen observer would be able to guess it. But normal viewers will get it only on the second viewing." Although I didn't say it out loud, this man is a genius. Break. Soon the shooting began in earnest. After I had time to get acquainted with our makeup artists and costume designers, that is. Mum chaperoned me all the way as I walked towards the church after getting ready. For the first scene, I had to run and go into the church while Malcolm, Bruce Willis, observed me from a corner. While it may sound stalkerish, he is actually Cole's psychologist who was late for his appointment and just came in to give him a home visit. Currently, I was wearing an overcoat over my clothes with a pair of huge-ass glasses, that couldn't be anything but funny. The makeup team had put up scratches on my forearms. Not real ones, mind you. More like detachable tattoos with a very realistic look to them. "All right everyone, pay attention," Knight announced over a megaphone. "We are about to begin shooting the very first scene. Lights. Camera. Sound." He paused for a few moments, waiting for confirmation from the respective technicians before shouting, "Action." Hearing the magical word, I began running in the direction of the church and went inside, closing the gate behind me. Cut. I poked my head out of the gate to gauge the reaction of Knight and decide whether I'd have to reshoot the scene, but was happy to see when he gave me a thumbs up with a smile. I heaved out a sigh of relief. Some people in the industry believe in a superstition that if the first scene that you shoot for a film is done in one take, the film will be a hit. Many directors even go as far as setting up a very simple scene or a scene with no dialogue, just like Knight did here, so that the first scene can be done in the first take. I know it's a load of bullcrap, but I didn't want people looming over me that I messed up the first scene. Now that it is done and over with, I can ease into the other scenes of the movie without worrying about the consequences too much. As the next scene was connected to the first one, the set designers had already prepared the insides of the church and fitted it with appropriate lighting and sound recorders. Just the camera had to be moved inside, which shouldn't take more than 15 minutes. So after shooting that tiny scene, I came to a rest area that was set up for the actors while they moved the camera. Just then, Knight decided to join me alongside my co-star Bruce Willis. "Cole, that was a very good first shot," Knight beamed down at me, still not using my real name. "Thank you, Knight." I smiled back at him. "Now, for the next scene, do you remember your lines?" Knight asked. "Of course." I answered flippantly, "I have exactly 16 lines, the first one is, 'They're my dad's,' and the last one's, 'Next time I won't be scared of you.'" "Wow!" Bruce exclaimed, "Did you write an essay on the script or something?" "Or something," I smirked at the older man. "What about you, Malcolm? Do you remember your lines? Or would I have to carry this film for you?" Bruce gave me a pissed-off look. "Yes, I do remember my lines, Cole. Who do you think you are to ask me that?" Oh, looks like Bruce got mad at me. Oh God! I knew big stars like to throw around tantrums and can even get supporting actors fired if they somehow get offended. So in the next moment, I did my best to salvage the situation. I raised my hands in surrender. "Why are you so serious? I was just joking around. I didn't mean anything by it. Please don't fire me." Before I even said the last part, I knew I overdid it. No one would buy this naive boy act of mine anymore. Or so I had thought. Bruce and Knight started laughing uproariously at me. "You thought you'd get fired over that?" Knight asked between his laughter. "You have some wild imagination." "Hey! It's a perfectly valid reaction." I tried to defend myself. "Tried being the key word." "No, it isn't," Bruce retorted with a grin. "Do you think it is so simple to just fire a major character last minute over something trivial? Even if you had offended me." When he put it like that, I couldn't help but feel embarrassed at my outburst. "Hey! My lovely, amazing mother butted in, stop hazing my son." She swatted Bruce across his arm and gave him a disappointed look. Bruce immediately looked away from her eyes. I sniggered silently. I know that look. One gaze is enough to make you regret ever disappointing that woman. Knight was also cowed by Mum's gaze and cleared his throat to change the topic. "As I was saying, for the next scene, you have to channel your inner distrust over Malcolm. You have realized his truth, but you can't tell that to him because he won't believe it. With me so far." I nodded to show that I understood the scene that was tied closely to the climax of the movie. "Good. Your emotions should be sad and feeling lonely and even a little afraid of Malcolm. Can you do that for me?" he asked softly. "Yes." "Superb. Why don't you and Malcolm practice your lines for the next few minutes? I'll call you over when we begin shooting." With that, Knight made a quick retreat towards the church door while I faced Bruce, who began with his first line. "It's okay, Cole. My name is Dr. Malcolm Crowe. Underscore 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 underscore. An visit my Patreon to read ahead up to 20 chapters, or participate in free polls about the story. Link: www.patreon.com/fableweaver